talking.
Okay, I will. Yes, indeed. It is Thursday, double deuce August. Hello, traders. Hello, friends. Hello, family. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad you could make it here to Top Step TV. Another adventurous, exciting day here in the trading world. Well, this is the biggest and best place that you're going to find anybody in the trading world. We've got some superstars coming on here today, so don't go away. This is Opening Call. He's Cagney, and I'm Lacey. And each day we bring you informative and educational information and anything that you want to call it. So sit back, relax, because we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your fellow trader, good friend and neighbor. We're your biggest fan, and even that voice in your head that tells you, learn from the mistakes of others. You can't live long enough to make them all yourselves. So that's why we're here. Help you along best we can. So let's get ready here. Let's say hello to our good friend, everybody's friend, trading mentor, the man with the plan, John, a.k.a. the Hoag, Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Tuesday, August the 22nd. As always, our focus is always on seeking accurate context in these markets, finding good risk management, and always remaining patient. Good morning to everybody. Top of the chat, Dan Trader, John Jones, Prophet Ian, M. Frizzo, Ford, Fuad. Good morning, Yabbersmack, Toby, C. Walsh, and Shapeshift Trader. Top ones I see on the chat. Good morning to everybody. Happy Thursday. It is Thursday, isn't it? Yes, it is Thursday. Let's have a good trading day today.
Good morning to everybody. Even those that aren't listening, yes, a good day to all. Well, today is Jackson Hole. No relation to the Jackson 5. Central bankers are starting to gather like flies in Jackson Hole ahead of the start of the annual symposium. I like that word, symposium. Well, anyway, Powell's speech on Friday will be the highlight as investors look for clues over the central bank's intentions for next month's monetary policy. I think we know what's going on. Well, it's teasing and maybe and sort of and kind of. We do see the fresh signs of weakness in the job market. Back case for the interest rate cuts, particularly last month, as a number of Fed officials appear to have been willing to reduce borrowing costs at the last meeting at the end of July. Cash carry saying that the balance of risk has shifted. So the debate about potentially cutting rates in September is now an appropriate one to have. Thank you, Neil. Spelled with two E's. Well, we do see the Dow up 0.1%, S&P up 1.8, and I think that was, there was no 0.18%. NASDAQ up 0.3. We did see that the indices closed with more gains yesterday, adding a recent rebound rally with the S&P rising 0.4%. We did see the NASDAQ up 0.6 and the DD Dow up 0.1. One thing I wanted to bring back from yesterday was the rate cuts that we did have. Now, Fed minutes struck a dovish tone that worked with the BLS. Now, we had that BLS number. We're waiting for it, waiting for it. The downward revision, payroll data, secure bets for the Fed's rate cut. That was sort of skewed, coming in at negative 818,000, which was a big number that they sort of fudged on. Several participants said the progress on inflation increases in the unemployment rate provided by the plausible cause. We're looking at a 25 basis point rate cut at July's meeting, or could have supported such a move. We did see the markets go nutty at that point, and we were wondering if they were going to come in to do something, but they did not, obviously. The minutes noted that the vast majority of participants said they would likely be appropriate to ease policy in September. That is if the data continued to come in as expected, not unexpected. So after this, markets see 116 basis points of easing total in 2024, up from 100 that was seen yesterday morning. So that's what I've got here, Johnny, so far. And what do you got for us here today?
Well, let's see how they've cooked the books on jobless claims this morning. The initial
Cook 'em,
jobless
baby,
claims
cook
was
'em.
expected to come out at 232,000, and that's exactly where it came out. That remains
Wow.
below the 4 week average. Continuing jobless claims, they were looking for 1.87 million. It came out a little bit lower than that at 1.863 million. The Chicago Fed national activity number came out as well, not expected to be impactful, but it did come out a lot lower than expected. They were looking for uh, I think a positive 0.03. It came out negative 0.34. It's probably not going to be impacting markets too much, but it is economic information, and we want to make sure you stay informed on all of that. 8:45 this morning, we've got the U.S. Services PMI and manufacturing and composite flashes. 8:45. 9 o'clock, we've got existing home sales. 9:30, natural gas inventories. 10 o'clock, Kansas City Fed manufacturing composite index. And 10:30, there is a 4 week bill auction. And at noon, there is a 30-year tips auction. So we've got things leaking into the markets as the day goes on. And as far as earnings are concerned, nothing before the open is going to be impactful. We do have Intuit and Ross stores after the close. VIX this morning, 16.18. It was 16.03 at this time yesterday. No major change there. No major change in the dollar index either. 101.3 last I checked. This morning at this time, 101.4. And the yield on the 10-year, 3.82% last I checked, and that was at 3.85 this time yesterday. So that's what we're looking for is economic numbers. Make sure you're aware. And of course, if you're staying here with us on Topstep TV, we will be warning you when any of these numbers and things are coming out throughout the day. So that's what we've got. Eddie, what are you thinking in crude?
Well, those warnings. Warning. Yeah, we'll be on those as soon as they hit the wire here. And of course, those in the community, eyes on the prize, man. You see something cooking, let us know. We share it here with everyone. Crude prices. Dude, where's my crude? Looking at the high, 74.16, low, 71.46. Boy, that crude is bottoming out here. We did see the crude prices lower today, sliding, continuing to slide with global demand worry heavy. This is something that we really need to keep an eye on. How low can you go? Well, the thing is, we got to watch this crude here. We did see that the crude dipped 0.3%, Brent down 0.15%. Now, both contracts have fallen over 6% over the course of the last week. Firstly, due to the weak economic data from China, the world's second largest economy and largest oil importer. And then after the sharp revisions to the U.S. employment data. So we are seeing that these worries have tended to overshadow the lack of progress towards the ceasefire deal in Gaza, which leaves open the possibility with the oil region supplies. And that. So EIA reported a sharp decline in U.S. fuel oil inventories yesterday for last week, suggesting demand remains healthy in the world's largest economy. So hopefully we can believe what they're saying. I would take it with a grain of acid. Johnny, let's see here. Let's get to our tips of the week. And what do we got here for the tips of the week? We got the tips. Oh, my goodness. That is stay informed. What do you mean stay informed? We got Topstep Trader TV. We got Topstep TV here. Well, the thing is, we all need to be informed. Okay. It helps with risk management. Being informed helps traders manage risk more effectively by, staying up to date on potential market risk, news. You can make decisions to protect your investments from a sudden downturn or unfavorable conditions. So be on it. Like I said, always keep your eye open and know what's coming before it happens. So Johnny, what do you got for tip of the week?
Yeah, stay informed. Yes. If you're watching Topstep TV, we're going to do our best to keep you informed of any in any expected news and let you in on any unexpected news. But it is the responsibility of each trader to be prepared for anything that they are aware might be coming out.
Anything?
You've got to protect yourself with that knowledge. The last thing you want to do is have a big spike, have a big loss, and go, "What happened?" And then you say, "Oh, well, unemployment just came out." You want to be aware of when these things are coming out. And for the things that we don't know, make sure you will always protect yourself with a stop.
Free insurance. That is free insurance, my friends. All right, John, let's get to our charts. We're running a little late, but Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, we broke the streak day before yesterday, 8 straight days to the upside, but we still managed to put higher highs and higher lows. We're still putting in higher highs and higher lows. Buyers are still in control by all rights. You would say that this market on the daily time frame is one time framing higher. Buyers are in control and in control still. We added 2,500 in new open interest yesterday. For the last couple of sessions, the weekly kickoff low has now shown to be supportive. When you think about what this market is doing, it is attempting to move higher. How good of a job is it doing? Well, it's higher highs and higher lows every day. Seems to be doing pretty well. Maybe it's slowing a little bit. This market needs new data or new buyers to continue this move to the upside. And believe me when I tell you, there is lots of money out there on the sidelines looking for possibly a pullback. They may get squeezed into getting into a fear situation where they're going to go into FOMO and they're going to be afraid they're going to miss when this market makes all new highs. We don't know what's going to happen, of course. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So here's our pullback day. Although our pullback day had a higher high and a higher low. Yesterday, another higher high and a higher low. For the last 2 sessions, we've had negative delta. That negative delta is it totals to about 60,000 plus or negative, about 60,000 negative delta in the session from 2 days ago and yesterday's session. With increasing open interest, that's saying that there's stronger time frame participants adjusting inventory, either getting out of shorts or getting into long. What that's doing is it's getting the short time frame traders shorter and shorter as price continues to push further and further against them. We have some information that came out today. Whether this move to the upside has anything to do with it is anybody's guess. Looking like we're increasing the probability of opening with a gap above yesterday's range high. Gap rules. If we open above the previous day's range and we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for opportunities to continue to push to the upside. We do have some weaknesses in structure before we get to that all-time high. We've got a session gap that goes from 56.7275 all the way up to 56.90 quarter. We've got a naked point of control above that at 57.02 and a quarter. And then there's nothing left up above there till we get to the all-time highs. Nobody knows what's going to happen. Buyers are still in control. We're still putting higher highs and higher lows. I'm still looking for opportunities to look for longs in this market. The profile yesterday was a normal variation, neutral day. There was some volatility. There was some pretty big spikes on both ends. So the market was really seeking new levels to facilitate trade, and it's doing a better job of that so far this morning. So we'll see if we open with a gap. If we can't close that gap relatively early, the move might be to the upside. We always run the risk of value acceptance. Where on this platform, I'm seeing value high at 56.43. Any acceptance below that could bring us back down to levels like 56, let's call it 26 value area low from yesterday. But that's still going to probably make another higher high and a higher low. We've really got some distance below us before we're going to be changing this upside market state. Not suggesting that that's going to happen. We don't really have anything that impactful coming out that may cause something like that. Of course, we do have the Jackson Hole Symposium starting today. We probably won't hear much from them until tomorrow when Chairman Powell begins to speak. I believe that's at 10 o'clock Central. We'll check that again. All right. Now we'll take a quick look at the NASDAQ now. All righty. So we've seen the S&P is using weekly kickoff high as support. So far, the NASDAQ has been using weekly kickoff high as resistance. That 19,974 was resistant 2 days ago, was resistant yesterday. It's trading, in essence, right at it right now. So if we do see some participation time, volume, and momentum above that level, that means we may be looking for a continuation move to the upside. Yesterday, we lost 2,200 in open interest. That looks to me like some early shorts just probably decided to get out and do a little bit of buying coming in back into that weekly kickoff high. Again, above weekly kickoff high, we need new business. We need new data. New business, new data. If buyers come in up there, there's nothing that says we can't continue this move to the upside. It has been doing very well. Maybe getting a little bit of a rest yesterday, largely a range bound day yesterday. So maybe we had adjusted some of that inventory. Maybe some of that money that's sitting on the sidelines is going to notice where we are and maybe start coming in to get a little bit long here. I'm not sure where this market is going to prove to be long. I mean, it's been a pretty much a straight shot off those lows from a week ago to 2 weeks ago Monday, and we just continue to push this market higher and higher. Weekly kickoff high 19,974 is going to be somewhat pivotal for us today. Looking for a continuation above or a failure above and a move back to the downside. By and large, I mean, they're a little bit range bound here. And in the S&Ps, let's see here, with some pretty indecisive days on the daily chart, as far as I'm remembering here. No, that's something else. All right, let's move on now. Let's take a quick look at crude oil. You're going to try and get us caught up here, Eddie. All righty. So yesterday we broke through the support level at 72.60. What was Tuesday? It was support. We broke through it on a double distribution trend day to the downside. Decent volume, adding 3,100 in open interest on that push to the downside. We've attracted new sellers. We've come a long way in a short period of time. I'm looking at this market like it might need a little bit of a rest, and I'm looking for that rest to occur below 72.60, that weekly kickoff low. I want to see price stay below there, let it rest a little bit, and then maybe see the market continue to move lower. The demand issues, global issues can certainly change at any moment. I mean, it's practically been a free fall in this momentum. How long can that last? Is it oversold? Does it need a rest? Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So here's our range yesterday: a distribution and a distribution, double distribution trend day to the downside. We've got single TPOs in the profile between 72.53 and 72.93. 72.53 is close enough to that 72.60 weekly kickoff low that was supportive, ran right through. We'll see if it becomes resistant if price comes back up to that level. But that double distribution trend day to the downside, if we get above that weekly kickoff high, we could fall into repair and take us back to the point of control from yesterday in the upper distribution. We're calling that 73.50 approximately. The potential for repair does exist, but we're going to have to get back above that weekly kickoff 72.60 for anything like that to occur. We did not open in the low volume area. We opened below it. So you got to work your probabilities on that. See if we get an opportunity up near 72.60. That could be an interesting level for an execution, really, in either direction. Now, take a quick look at gold, which has been recently just putting in new highs. Take a look at the daily chart. This market has been rallying, pulling back, rallying, pulling back, rallying, pulling back, rallying, range bound. This is the market that I'm looking at on the daily chart that is showing some really kind of indecisive bars up here. Lots of long shadows on both sides. It is kind of in its fourth day of potential range. I'm looking at the range here in the gold at, let's call it 2570 down to 2528. Maybe we'll get a test of that 28 low of the current area of balance. Again, 3 or 4 kind of indecisive bars. This market needs a rest, I think, and needs a little bit of a consolidation up here before it can choose its next direction. And of course, any new data will be key in that decision making should it happen. Well, what are we looking at today? Here's the 30-minute chart. We had a Normal variation day yesterday, relatively neutral to a little bit extreme to the upside. Opening range was the dead ass high of the day yesterday. Now that's an indication of potential seller control throughout the day. We added 800 in open interest yesterday. Was that on the way down? Was that on the way up? Or is it actually a little bit inert? I'm thinking that it is a little bit inert. We had the 200 session moving average in play. It held, it broke. We came back to it after the 730 numbers, and it showed as resistance. We've got the VWAP leaning to the downside. I'm looking at a possible deeper pullback in gold that could happen today, could not happen today. We don't know. It would probably be actually healthier for a continuation to the upside if that's what's going to happen. The profile yesterday, again, normal variation, neutral day, opening range, the dead ass high of the day. Yesterday, we had the first positive delta by the end of the day in gold in 9 days. And so we've been seeing, shorts being eaten as price continues to push higher. And yesterday, we kind of broke that streak. We had a little bit of positive delta on an up day. Well, I think it's still a little bit kind of inert. 860 positive delta. We've been seeing negative delta all the way up, and that's what fuels rallies, is the short time frame traders trying to get short against bigger buyers. If those bigger buyers have left the building, we're going to maybe see a little bit more of a pullback. But that's it, ladies and gentlemen. Take your deep breath. Make sure you stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Every day, please pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day. Whatever happens, make sure you have fun.
I'm up for fun, of course. All right, coming up next, we do have Fast Markets. Our next guest is superstar Anne-Marie, CEO and Chief Market Analyst of the tradingbook.com. That book is in our favorite readings. And she did find a lot of great levels for us yesterday, and hopefully she can find some more for us today. She had a great day yesterday. She's going to talk about it in a little bit. Don't go away. We'll be right back with Fast Markets. Promise. All right, let's stuff them feds in the Jackson hole. Get them going. All right, got inside a minute here, Andre. Good morning there, partner.
Good morning, Eddie. Let's stuff them feds in the gates. Welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Marcus in the lower left. You got Anne Marie. Upper right, John Hoagland. And lower right, you got JD in the house today.
Look at this.
Yeah, let's go. We already had some numbers. We had jobless claims came in line, so nothing happening really there. Keep an eye on this gold, Hoag. We keep kind of pressing higher beneath that 25.33 level. Anyways, we are open, Hoag. Talk to us about the opening range on this Thursday.
All right, let me get these up here. These are the profiles. We have opened with a gap, okay? If that gap does not close relatively early, we're looking for longs. I was just looking at our channel there, and Hobbs is showing a decent there's our gap. All right, so if we if we leave that gap, if we leave the opening range at the low of the session, I'm looking for longs. Hobbs has just said that he's looking for longs today. He feels as though we're in a little bit of no man's land. He said on the hourly and the 30-minute chart, this channel, he's not looking for any shorts until we sufficiently break this channel. It looks like we're breaking it to the upside now. Opening range in the S&Ps is 5 in the orders. Opening range in the NASDAQ is 33 points. Wow. A little bit inhibitive if we're going to be looking to take that. It'd be a little tough to get the check marks on that. We've just taken out the highs of those opening ranges. I'm thinking, let's let this market kind of give us a pullback to the session high from yesterday to give it a chance to close that gap. Mm-hmm. We have information coming out at 8:45, 9 o'clock, 9:30 is nat gas, so that ain't going to be it. So there's a lot we're looking for as far as information. I've been a buyer in this market for quite some time. I've just got to be patient and look for the right location, the right opportunity, and the right spot. We found a couple of good spots yesterday. S&P's traded first down to that base of that late spike a couple of times for some decent opportunities. Ended up taking a look down to weekly kickoff low and is currently continuing the march to the upside. The NASDAQ is wrestling right now with the weekly kickoff high. We've opened above. We've got a gap above the weekly kickoff high. I would love to see an opportunity to come back and recheck that weekly kickoff high for a potential opportunity for an execution. And then we'll see if we can continue this move to the upside. But with a lot of data still due out, whether it's impactful or not, it's going to be, I think, a little bit of hurry up and wait today.
Hurry up and wait. All right. Well, NASDAQ was shot out of a can there for a minute. Trying to figure out what to do this 20,000 even level. I'll still find some buyers. Anne Marie, what are we looking to do today in the equities?
So I'm right on board with everything that John is saying. These dips have just been great buys all day long, all week long, all month long. And I also agree with the person that said we're sitting in no man's land. What you're actually seeing, if you want to replicate these, I've been talking to Andre a little bit about trying to build some quantitative lines in the sand that are just purely measured moves. And so I've move between settlement and the first 30 minutes and the first hour of the actual opening of the markets. And so that's what I've been drawing the last few days. Those levels that you got from me yesterday were based completely on the 6 to 7 o'clock hour Eastern time. Off of that hour, I drew a Fibonacci and then just expanded it. So on the NQs, if we, how do I do that? Nope, that's not how you do it.
Real
I have
quick here,
two of
gold
them
real
here.
heavy here. New lows.
Yeah, that should be falling. Now, here's what I saw with gold. Whoopsie, not GV, Anne-Marie.
Should be
GC.
falling, Anne-Marie says.
Yeah, it should be fading. And here's my thought about why. We're going to check out these daily ranges. And now what we're looking at is Coach Jay's 50% rotation down into that maybe 25-12 area. And then we'll see if buyers come in to that zone. This is the marker on, this is the chart on the right-hand side. That is old resistance, new support. I'll draw a line there super quickly as the equities go racing to the north. We're going to draw that line at that 2319 area, and then I'm going to collapse it into a 5-minute and see if we see any buyers come in at that 50%
All right, Anne-Marie,
marker.
I've got a level there as well. Monday's afternoon pullback low was actually kind of a morning pullback low, but that's where the buyers came in earlier. It came back down to that level as buyers came in, and that level is 25.1580. So we've got a little confluence in that area.
Like at 15.
Yeah.
GC.
Yeah, so we've got that with maybe about 4 points of risk. So, for gold, that's $400 on the
$100,
for the motion. And so, and it's starting to come in right off of that zone. They're going to dance around a little bit, I think, because everybody's really playing around in gold. Like I mentioned last time we were on together, something's afoot, but I don't know what it is. But I do think it's dip buying. Dip buying. So we'll just keep our eyes on that. I have not found a reliable measure in gold the way I see in the NQ and the ES. And so I'm still working with that. Hopefully, there it is. There's another level of yours. What is this Topstep level here?
Just to say we have now closed the session gap in the NASDAQ just by a few ticks.
Okay, so take a look at where that bounce came in. Do you see this green line right here? That is my Fibonacci line that measures, let's go back so you can see. That's it came right into 2, the Fibonacci level 2, and is bouncing right off of it. It blew past the 3 of this morning and almost came into 3.168. And then as soon as it lost that 20, it faded right into that zone. So these are working really nicely. Another way I like to bring those together is look at 2 candles to the left on the 30-minute to see if these Fibonacci's have any weight. And if you've got congestion there, you'll be able to see, hey, listen, I can put a trade out there and wait.
Do you like a revisit of that level for a potential long? If so, what's the risk?
Yeah, I do, but I believe the risk is fairly high, and here's why. I am still of the mind that the people moving the market higher are shorts because of how they're hedging against their equity risk. And so these savage moves up are just sellers running for the door, and the dip buyers are those value area guys that are just coming in and saying, listen, I know this is
We get
moving higher. I'm just waiting for these savage dips and rotating over. Now, why do I think there's a lot of risk here? Because our 5-minute formation is building potentially Dakota's 3-bar reversal. Depends where it closes. And so something else super interesting is I've been looking at this 1 minute. I drew a GAN box around the 1 minute opening range, which I find to be very interesting. Once we get into it, we normally go to the baseline of it. So it's really, really messy here. I like the longs, but I think there's a lot of risk if there's a 3-bar reversal here, and it looks like
Understood.
that's what we're getting.
Does it help to say that the weekly kickoff high is 19,974?
Pull back right here, right now.
Yeah, I think it comes into the VWAP, which is
Comes into VWAP. I was just thinking that. I like that thought. Do we like VWAP do we like VWAP for a long?
I do.
Looking at 3-minute chart, we're leaving a lot of wicks to the upside on a 3-minute chart in the NASDAQ right now. So I like, if we're going long around VWAP, I like a long below VWAP.
That's
see what our
also
guys
good.
have to say.
Yeah.
What about if it looks below VWAP, comes back above?
Also, because it's a buy the dip, I think that's, if we focus on the see money, take money event, that might be it. That might be it. Now we have the 3-bar reversal. So now, it's either going to continue into that VWAP or bounce, and as long as we don't get above 20,000, it's a short rotation back into the VWAP. So we've got 2 trades. I'm thinking we have a long off of the VWAP and maybe just a little bit below, and then a potential short if we don't breach 20,000 again. The quick snap trader could have bought that 19,977 area. And again, if you want to draw that, just look to that opening 1 hour and use your Fibonacci tool and just do it in the 1.618, 2.618, 3.618. What do we have coming up?
Good question, Emery. I was just going to ask my main man, Eddie, the same thing. Eddie, what do we got coming out today?
We've got numbers coming up here in about 5 minutes. We got our global U.S. manufacturing PMI. That's going to be coming up here in about inside of 20. Existing home sales. We got natural gas inside of an hour, 10 o'clock. We also do have our KC Fed manufacturing, 10:30, 4-week bill auction, 8-week, 12 o'clock. We got a 30-year tips auction. And later on, we got the Fed's balance sheet. So coming up here inside of 5 minutes here, we'll get that number out as soon as it hits the wire. Back to you, Andre.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay.
I want to throw back to Am. Yeah, go ahead, Emery.
Yeah, I took a quick short at this 20,000 level, and it's going to be a cheap short. Going to take about, I'm going to use the 75% retracement of the initial balance. It's going to risk $300. And then the target range is going to be that Fibonacci level at 19,983. Now, there's nothing that's confirmed. Absolutely nothing. That's just the quick strike trade off of the 20,000 if you're a scalper, and we're still inside of that opening range, that 1 minute opening range for the NAS. So now we're looking to see if that's, I'm going to use John's term, the dead ass high, and we'll see if that top has been put in for the day, and we just sort of grind into, whenever that first Fed speaker comes around.
Hey, we got some
go ahead,
comments
Eddie.
for the wire here real quick.
Who's speaking?
We got the Fed at Harker speaking, talking about job markets are now mostly normalized. He's also saying inflation moving down, but will take time to get to 2%. unemployment likely to rise just below 5%. And he says, I'm ready to start the process of cutting rates. This is coming from Feds Harker. Hot off the wire.
Hey, Eddie, who else do we have on the schedule for speakers? I'm not seeing it on the juice.
No, you know what? They're
but
not.
I know we got a ton today. We got a ton of speakers today, right?
Of that in the chat, not major, but this is highlighted it hot for Harker. I'm not sure.
I see the hot sticky.
Yeah, just
I don't think
you
they're scheduled. They just might start talking at any time.
That's what I feel like.
Are you talking about the? Are you talking about the Jackson Hole lineup?
Yeah. You got that for me? Thank you, JD. Because I know on CNBC they showed all the heads. Nice trade, Anne-Marie.
Thank you.
1 minute here.
Great.
All right, cool. Yeah, JD, if you pull that, I don't. He was just slacking today. Got the Fed symposium or that.
Don't we all wish we had a gig where we could say anything we wanted, fish, hang out with our friends?
Yes. Where do I get one of those, Anne-Marie? Hey, Anne-Marie, quick question. When did you start incorporating fibs in your trading strategy?
So I have been using fibs
30 seconds
since the Stone Age. So
really? Okay.
Yeah, I've always used them. I just hide them because they get very noisy. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to my end goal is to be able to build a strategy for us that can sit on
real quick here, Anne-Marie.
Here we go. Yeah.
Numbers coming out, the service PMI coming out at 55.2. They were looking at 54. Manufacturing PMI flash, they were looking at 49.5, coming in at 48. And the composite PMI, they were looking at 53.2, coming in at 54.1. That's what we got right now. Coming up here also, top of the hour, existing home sales. So heads up. Back to you, Anne-Marie.
Oh yeah. So I what my goal is to build a strategy, and every strategy is going to have some squish, right? And so my
old squish, yep,
term. Yeah. And so what I want to do is sort of discover the lines in the sand that big traders are using and just sort of exploit that. And that's what's made me force myself into these measured moves, because we know when we build algorithms, it's not going to be, hey, let's use the top of the, whatever trend line that we're seeing or moving average that we're seeing. They're doing things that are very mechanically, okay, here we come into the VWAP. Maybe we'll get that.
Yeah, here we go. Do we still like those?
I've got to buy just above it and then just below it.
960. I got VWAP at 960. Taking a look at Topstep daily levels. Yeah, we got 4 hours supplied, 19,954. You up 19,999.
The Fibonacci that it just bounced off of is way back here, and I can't remember I have to start remembering what colors I've put on. So the 1.618, I know, I got to have a legend on the side. The 1.618 just gave us the bounce, but we're still in a general retracement. So I think that we still wait until that opening tick test down here in the first hour of trading, where we have, what is that number? It looks like 19,957 is where that opening range top for the first hour of trading in the overnight came in. But you can see that reflexive movement. So for the snap trader, for the trader that goes, boom, I'm taking it and I'm getting out. Yes, out. And so for those of us that maybe like a quieter cycle, we have to look at the great big trend, which is why I drew the blue trend line up there to remind me, okay, knucklehead, don't take any shorts when you've got such a savage move to the north. Just pay attention. And if you do take the short, in, out, right to the level, which is what I did. I went in at the 20,000 and I got out at that Fibonacci level near the 77 zone.
So S&P's just closed the session gap, just to let you know. So the session gaps are closed. It seems to be rejecting. Go ahead, Andre. You were going to ask Eddie something.
I was asking JD. JD, did you get a rundown of the speakers for today by any chance?
All I'm seeing is the opening reception right now. I haven't seen a list of anybody talking yet for today. I'll keep you posted, though. I'm going to dig around a little more.
We'll be getting blindsided left and right by speakers hitting the wires today. Buckle up. See profit, take profit. Just like,
auditioning for their next jobs.
100%. Be a nice. Uh-oh.
We got some more hot biscuits out of the oven here.
Here we go.
The S&P PMI report. Employment fell in August, dropping for the first time in 3 months. Net job losses have now been reported in 3 of the past 5 months, marking the softest spell of payroll growth since the first half of 2020. This hot off the wire.
Okay.
Eddie, you mentioned Brooksy had some levels?
Brooksy had some levels. Yes, for our ES. Talking about the ES. My all-star Brooksy here for Team E Money. Looking for the downside here. 56.34.50. And got a little room there. 56.27 quarter. Failure to hold yesterday's trading range. Brooksy said he'd be looking for the 56.02 quarter. Down to 55.93.50. We start this rally, get the buyers back in again. No untested levels in the volume profile now until we get to July 16th trading. His range is topside 56.93 quarter, ranging to 57.05.75. And that's what I got from Brooksy. Thanks, Brooksy. Back to you.
Breaking through VWAP right now.
Yes, and NQ Dow falling off the hardest. Crude taking a bit of a pop above $72. Last trade $72.37. Keep an eye on the gold as well. Last trade 25.23. Hey, real quick, upper left-hand corner of the screen, just above my head there, you see hashtag Fast Markets. Hit us up at Twitter at X. Use the hashtag Fast Markets as we continue to break. Anything you want to share with us, traders, command stations, swag, memes, what have you. We'll turn that around to you guys in a couple of hours. But like JD just said, we are breaking through VWAP. All right, JD, we're talking about here on the open. You want to see a pullback beneath VWAP and perhaps a push back through if we were going to take along?
Yeah, looking at our daily levels page, Coach Jay has a gap high at 19,946 back from July 23rd, which we're kissing right now. Yep. So we got a couple areas of confluence there if we were so inclined to take along right now, but sellers seem to be in control at the moment.
For sure.
Yeah, my guy Hobbs was pointing out the channel that the S&P was in really on the minute chart, but this is a 30-minute chart, but we're right down near the bottom of that channel right now.
Yep. Old resistance, new support.
Resistance, new support, yep. 19,946 was that level, JD?
946.
Thank you.
Just kissed it. I think we hit 44.
Wow.
Good level there.
The reflexive buying is insane. Yeah. So I got stopped out and went right back in.
Yeah, Marie, when we see that type of market so far, reflexive buying, reflexive selling, what does that do with your exit strategies when you enter a trade?
So, oh my gosh, Andre, this is a really great question. And it purely identifies the reason that it can be very difficult for combine traders and XFA traders that are watching their risk events. And it requires the individual to be quite a bit more focused on size and what their overall risk level is. Now, for me as a trader, I have some habits that every single one of our risk guys would, they'd have me in, what do they call those? The stocks, where they bind you up in the middle of the street and they put your hands in chains. And it's because Yeah, those kinds of stocks. Because I am so focused on that motion of reflexivity, I am willing to size and size and size and size. And that does not work when you are using a combine and an XFA. And so that's the reason I've had so much trouble with these. Full disclosure, my trading style over many years has been very focused on that move that bounces back into mean reversion. I'm constantly like that, but also relative to trend. And so the takeaway there is, that was a fantastic question, Andre, because it brings full disclosure out. I have really tough time getting. No, I don't have a tough time getting. I have a tough time staying in the XFAs because of that risk that begins to widen. And for me, I'm just, all right, I know where that's going in general. And so over time, it moves just exactly the way I want it to. So for the trader that's looking at the combine event, I'd still slip to the micros.
There you go.
This is because the VVIX continues to rise, and that's the volatility of the VIX instrument. We are going to continue. Yes, exactly. We're going to see those big stretches of market motion. And the better bet is, although you think, hey, listen, I'm going to get there faster if I use minis, you've got to go to the micros and watch your size as long as your strategy holds. Now, I just when we were on with Dr. Brett, I was listening to him, and someone had a question, and he said, hey, I've been working really hard and I can't seem to get over this. The simple answer is you're running the wrong strategy. If you can't get to where you want to go, you're running the wrong strategy, or you have a good strategy and you're not managing your risk. And so those are really the only two. Sure, there's a lot of psychological drama that goes on as a trader, but at the end of the day, if you're doing something over and over and over and over and over again, and it's not getting you the results, you got to step back and go, wait a second, what am I doing wrong? And that's really hard for us.
5 minutes. 5 minutes till existing home sales. I think I saw we have a speaker at the top of the hour. I believe I saw that on CNBC. Hey, JD. Those 4 6s were nice. All right, so we're starting to see some levels pretty decently. Is Captain in the house yet, JD?
Captain he's sitting on his hands right now. He likes he sees some stats to the downside around 900, but he's waiting for the trend to develop. His exact quote was, "The market needs to show me its hand before I get in right now."
So the ducks aren't quacking yet.
The ducks are not quacking yet. We're choppy right now.
Very good. Well, we got the house account open. Hoag, you're executing on the house account.
We're in the middle of our initial balance right now. So we're dead on in the middle.
Yep.
House account is open.
I took the 20,000 short again.
Right, going back to the well. Like it. It ain't broke. Let's see if this is low.
Whoa.
Whoa, eh?
Whoa.
Henry, what the? Oh, whoa. Here we go. Yeah, we got Harker talking. Boy, look at those Tetons. Look at that CBC. Man, those Grand Tetons, Teton Mountains range is beautiful.
So beautiful.
Yes, it is.
It's on my bucket list.
Jagged peaks.
Million Sticks in Discord says he has an upside balance range at 20,000, 27.5, which we just kissed right off the opening range, hit 25. Possibly looking for a single direction trade above there. If it does get above there, he's looking for a pullback to buy in that 27 area. That's Million Sticks. Whose team is Million Ticks on?
Million Sticks. Is that Higher Highs? Team Higher Highs, I want to say.
Hey, we got some northern movement here in crude.
Yep.
We got the tilt 76% long, and we're running north here, crude. Last trade
72.60s weekly kickoff low.
There you go.
We get above that, we may repair the double distribution trend day from yesterday. It'd take us up to the point of control 73.50
in the chat. What do you think?
We just lost the 50% range of the opening 1 minute candle in the NQ. So, you know what? I'm just going to get out of that. I don't like how big it moved, but I'm pretty sure it's going to rotate down. I'm just
in the money though, right?
Yeah, it's good
trade. Yeah.
Cool. All right, so we're Gucci there.
Did you say Gucci?
Yes. Oh, sorry. I meant we're good there. We are good. Yes, we're good there. That's
not Versace.
That's not how I talk. That is not how I talk on camera. That is not how I talk. We talk.
Way to read the room, Andre. Way to read the room.
That's how the kids talk, Anne-Marie. The kids say it's Gucci. It's good.
I try to pick up the kid lingo. I do.
Yeah. It's
like bougie.
Yeah,
Gucci. There we go. Some of the chat gets me. Sorry about that.
Here we go. Right back down to weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ.
Such a wimp.
Hey, we got all right, Eddie. We got 40 seconds till these existing home sales. Then we have some speakers coming out. Oof. All right, keep your head on a swivel today, folks. They're gonna be coming out fast and furious throughout the day. We got our levels. The 19,946 for the house account. 2 check marks there for the long. We'll see if we can take it again. Anne-Marie,
so we talked about this yesterday.
Go ahead.
Canada's two major freight railroads. They went on strike this morning. It happened. They were trying.
It happened. Okay, good. There you go.
AT&T's on strike too.
It could cripple our economy.
Yeah.
No, I meant they were looking for it in the chat. If we had, I'm glad you came forward with that.
Is lumber limit up?
All right. Hey, we got home sales here right now coming in at 1.3%. They were looking at 1.29, pretty close. We'll give it to them.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I noticed yesterday from a macro, there are more single-family homes for sale on the market than we had in 2021. I think it's the lowest level we've seen since 2021. Highest level.
Yeah, Harker. Eddie, Harker were the first speaker headlines to hit today?
No. We had Collins earlier today.
Okay.
Yeah, it was
keep up, Andre. Really. Come on, keep up. Well, we got Harker coming on here on CNBC. We got Fast and Furious. All right, JD, keep us posted on captains, levels. Anne-Marie, well, another time on those shorts to 20,000 hit again. We have VWAP 19,964 Hoag for the house account. Going back to it. All right, we just dip beneath it. We those 946s. Yeah,
I don't know if it holds so well the second time down. That was the high of a gap. Yeah. We might head towards the low of that gap now.
Okay.
Right.
I'm reading this article on the railway stoppage.
Yeah, that's not good.
Last time down.
Say again, John?
It's VWAP there in the NASDAQ. I mean, it did reject it the last time down. That gives us a little bit of an opportunity to limit risk if we can take it all the way down 19,944.
Yeah,
that's a risk on that.
That'd be stop 4.4.
Yeah, that's a lot of risk on that.
Yeah, and the jobs number low looks like about 19,938. Is that right? Something like that? Or 937?
938, 937. What are you looking for, Anne-Marie, at that level? I got the level.
19,937 was the low tick on the 830 move.
Yes.
Good call, JD, on saying not going back to that VWAP as it breaks. That's good.
Just a quick update here. All rail traffic in Canada and all shipments to the U.S. crossing the border have stopped.
Ruh-roh.
Time to go to the store.
Yeah, lumber. Live it up, Hoag.
Yeah.
Lumber.
Yeah. Well, so much
everything
stuff.
Almost 1%.
I think the only thing really not affected, crude oil comes through pipelines, right? They don't really ship that by rail across the border, if I'm not mistaken.
Pipelines can't go on strike.
Yeah. Standard Oil used to do that, but then I think we had a bunch of crashes and it spilled out all over the place someplace. So
no,
that maple syrup.
The golfer says maple syrup prices.
Knock up on maple syrup. They're saying in the chat.
Maple syrup, Rusty.
Anybody see how Canada regulates maple syrup, though? Have you guys ever seen that?
It's like gold
Holy,
over there.
yes.
Oh, there can only be like
It
3
is.
ingredients in it, right? They,
Not only that, it's how they release it into the marketplace. And you have to belong to a consortium to even sell it. No matter if you have a bazillion maple trees, if you don't belong to that consortium and you put it out in the market, it's illegal.
And very expensive.
It's good, though.
So what's the market for bootleg maple syrup in Canada like?
I was going to say, hook it up.
It's probably pretty high. I know they had a great big theft about 10 years ago. They did a big Netflix special on it. That's the only reason I know anything about that. I'm always
maple
watching
syrup heist.
Yes.
Liquid gold.
It is.
Oof. My dad's watching. He loves that maple syrup. Anyways, all right. Still selling off here. Hey, I've got still that check mark in gold here at 25.15.
Yeah, it's stalling out there, isn't it? Trying to hold that edge.
You still have the check marks there in the gold there, Hoag?
My thought.
Yeah, you got 3 of us. You know, you got Henry, me, and Jay all looking at that level.
And see, here's the thing. If we've got a downward trend like our 5-minute chart shows and we stall, market theory says a chart in trend that breaks the trend by time and not price reverts most of the time into the direction of trend. So I wouldn't be surprised if this breaks the level and then recaptures it. So it might be a good place to look for a 3-bar reversal there, just to confirm that that's doing that. Look at the cues. They are just all over the stinking place.
25.
Yeah, if you look at the S&Ps held VWAP last time down.
They sure did. Nice catch, Hoag.
That move down to the bottom of that channel was the good spot. Thanks, Hobbs, for that.
Coach
Crude on
Jay
the
in
move
the
higher.
house.
What's up? Sorry, who's in the house?
If we're looking at NASDAQ, we got Coach Jay here today. If we
Hey,
see the
Coach Jay.
19,980 start to hold like the buy side conservative target at 20,010, ultimate target is 2150. Not liking this price action though. So Coach Jay seems to be sort of holding back a little bit also.
Okay.
Real quick comment here on gold. My Brooksy talking about gold tagged the August 16th session VWAP that was left untested to the tick. We can get that in here.
Yeah. Spider-Man
low end of Coach Jay's gap in the NQ is 881, 19,881. That could be our target here. Who's in the market? I heard that.
That's me. 19,937 was that Fibonacci. And so I just took it at the Fibonacci. We'll see if it gets reflexive. Maybe I can get 10, 20 points out of it.
It's that 935, 5% off the all-time high in the NASDAQ as well. Spider-Man gets stepped out on an attempted long in gold. He says he says it's probably looking for that 25.15 which is that morning pullback low we discussed earlier. We're starting to spend some time inside the ranges from yesterday in the equities, which kind of is freaking me out a little bit. I'd like to see it get down to value high.
What price
from yesterday, and then in the S&Ps, that's 56.4275. The NASDAQ, it's 19,912. And if we spend some time below that, then it's value acceptance, and we could move these things, a little bit lower than that. So I'm right now, I'm just kind of hands on my butt right now.
I like Coach Jay's gap target at 19,881. We've also got yesterday's value area high at 913, settlement at 909. Those are targets right now. I think if we get another pop, let's go to our levels, guys, and figure out some levels to scale into a short here.
Cool. All right, target 19,881 target, downside target in the NQ.
So much risk.
Dow still selling up beneath 40,000 last trade. 40,950. Some more sellers in NQ.
So now
Where
we're
do we sell?
inside the first hour of trading in the NQ, and that low for the first hour of trading is 19,912. If we get below that, I'm just going to reverse the Fibonacci. There's that test. I'm sure they'll come in for
There's
a little bit of
912.
a
That's
buy.
value high from yesterday as well.
Yeah. All right. So
Settlement at 09.
I think they. Whoa! Look at that, man. I'm glad
look
I
up
did not
beneath.
get in there.
Our inside
Downside
value
target.
from yesterday.
Inside value from yesterday.
Yes.
Oh, shoot. Gold just hit that 25.15 level as well. 25.15.
Dang it.
Right off of
Man,
it.
they are bouncing off these numbers like.
I had a one lot reminder in the sim, of course, just to see if we got tagged. And it
S&P and
did.
the NASDAQ back to settlement.
Settlement.
Yep.
That was the play.
Oh my gosh, there was
Yes,
a settlement test.
ES2. Low of the move in the ES for settlement.
Harker speaking on CNBC.
Man,
Following
I
along
wish
on
I'd
our
seen that. I'd have
levels.
taken that trade. That
We do have
settlement
crude
level.
moving into zone 4.
And were you talking long down there against that settlement?
Yeah, at that settlement in the ES. But again, it's very reflexive because it bounced to 44-ish and then ran right into sellers. So we might need to look to see the dome where they are sitting. And now I am going to put an anchored VWAP on this 1 minute, our opening range on our 1 minute candlestick. Is that
Opening
it?
regular trading hours?
Yes, 9:30.
Captain, seen anything yet, JD? Still waiting. Still letting things develop.
Whoa. Yeah, that.
Captain is
looks
waiting
good.
for 889 before longs. And that's
889,
right
check
around
mark.
the
889.
It's right around the gap fill. Coach J's gap fill at 881. So
Love it.
let's just call it 880.
880. 2 check marks. We get there.
Got some minor comments from Harker off the wire here.
Yep.
Job market softening from high levels, heading back to normal. He also says the job market revisions weren't a surprise, and the latest jobs report was a bit lower than expected. He says not a lot.
Shout out team higher highs. Next target to downside is 19,900. And overnight, 19,866. So it's going to see the
I
same
bet you
thing.
they try and battle to hold that level, though.
Yeah.
100.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, look at that.
Big fat round number.
Settlement. Yep. Okay, so I just reversed the fibs, and here comes.
Okay, we got check marks at 889.
Here we go.
889.
Breaking again.
Yep.
But that's right there at the Fibonacci. That 889 is a Fibonacci. So
Okay,
the
we got a
next
couple check marks at
rate-
89.
Yeah.
8,
Again,
8,
you
9.
can see them dipping.
Yep.
The
You
90,
can
we
see
hit the
them.
90.
Yep.
The next
Fib.
level below is 878 from a Fibonacci perspective, and then 866.
878, 866. 878, 866.
So that's the captain down there, too, at 889.
Correct.
889.
Yeah.
Am I placing bids here? What am I doing? I'm the executor here.
Man, it's moving so fast.
1,000,006 just closed out a short. He's looking for longs now. That's confluence from one of our levels guys looking for longs now. That was a nice snap off that low. We might not see it again for a little bit. Right back at settlement in the NQ again.
Sure is.
Man, 889 to the tick.
Nice call
Nearly.
there.
Beautiful.
Fib.
Yeah.
Are we going to take that on a
okay.
pullback?
I would put it below on a pullback.
Where's our
Yeah.
risk? The overnight low?
We still have Coach J's gap fill at 881.
881.
Yeah, and there's a
Nice
fib
pair.
sitting right there.
At 778. Anne Marie 78866.
881. Yeah, there's a
81,
there's a
okay.
fib at 881.
And I say our risk is yesterday's volume point of control at 866.
Go.
66.
Which is also
Fib too.
the overnight low.
So I've stacked 3 bids.
Long or short? Where are we
Nice.
Long.
going? Okay. Good.
I'll get us in there.
883, 881, and 878 and a half for some reason.
Yeah.
Just threw it on there.
I like it.
Those are
I like
tight.
it.
All right.
We can build into it.
Good gravy. These moves.
Snap. We were just talking about it.
I mean, bananas. If you're wrong, you know you're wrong in a hurry.
Mm-hmm.
And look at
Oh,
how
man.
much, oh my gosh, take a look at the ES measurement right here. This is just, I'm just shocked that, I don't know how long these patterns have been sitting in there, but this is the first time I've ever measured the first hour of trading, irrespective of, just when the market automatically opens. It came right down into the 23. So it retraced almost 75% of that opening 1 hour candlestick and then bounced to the tick off of it. It was just insane. And if you had the long at settlement, here's the thing. It was bad if you didn't immediately get out. But if you watch the price action start moving back up, you're just sitting in the catbird seat, moving from these low Fibonacci zones. This is an anchored VWAP from yesterday that I had on, and it came in, touched it, and moved right back up. I still think we've got a ton of downside pressure.
While we're working here, I've got one of my team members, the music man, and he's got a good point here. So, we opened above range and value. If we show acceptance inside of value, that could bring us all the way to the low of value, which would take us down to around 830, 829, 830. Are we still looking to take these longs in the middle of this value area?
Coach Chase is the same thing. We might be trying to catch a knife, but that's why our risk is really tight. Our risk is below. We're getting in.
The overnight low?
Yeah, overnight low, 66. We should be hitting some bids right here. Are we in yet?
Not yet. I've got right now.
Oh, you had 81?
85 and a quarter.
85 and a quarter. Okay.
Hey, that's some comments from Coach Shea saying we might be trying to catch a knife here on these longs.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. But
downside. But he loves the levels.
These are,
and captain's agreeing with him.
We got 3 check marks on this. So
yeah, hell yeah, we do.
Got close there.
Close. We almost had that. Real close. Do we still like it the next time down there?
Well, we would say the same thing about selling 20,000s. We would sold 20,000, sell 20,000s, and has anything fundamentally changed as to why short or why being long is incorrect? I guess is the question.
Captain says he needs
a longer time frame.
He's got a ceiling at 920.
Ceiling at 920.
In the short time frame, it's to the downside.
Yep.
Could we be looking at a trend day lower right now?
That's a very.
Let's all put that on our. Let's all think about that for a second. Let's talk about it.
Yeah.
Trend day lower. Range.
Just put it in your. Yeah. Just want to put it in your brain. Let's think about it for a second.
Yeah.
If that's
basically the opening range is the high of the day in the NASDAQ. That's the first sign of a trend day.
Yep.
Next, we're inside the range from yesterday. Third, if this next 30-minute bar opens in below the weekly, below the value high from yesterday, 912, that's the first sign of acceptance or value acceptance or acceptance of value. And if we do that, then there's a probability the price could come all the way back down to 827. And everything's a zone, of course.
Mm-hmm.
We're still working these orders.
Nice.
For now.
Gold making new lows here. Last trade 25.10.
Yep.
Just reading
and
tape
again,
from NASDAQ, buyers are struggling. Just looking at the
Blue
domes.
lows. Beat you, Hoop. I beat you to it, Hoop.
Thanks, Music Man. James.
Yeah, this is a typical example of how to read trend in a market. When you've got a steep trend and you're sitting, if we look at gold, when you've got a steep trend and you have a line that you think is support, and the price action doesn't immediately come back and say, hey, listen, I'm interested, and buyers pile in, it becomes the notion of breaking trend by time and not price, meaning that if we used one of Robert's range candles, it would just
Through
be
attrition.
stopped dead. Exactly. And so it tells us there's more rotation to the downside. So that's kept me out of a lot of trades trying to pick bottoms, because that is naturally the way that I trade. So what I've learned to do is find ways to tell me I'm wrong if that's
Are we staying with these bids?
I think we get a reflexive bounce down there anyway.
Right.
Okay.
So the question might be, what targets do we pick? Do we
Working them.
do we
Working the orders.
do we have
This
targets
could be our
that
only
sit-
attempt at a
Yep.
long.
Yeah, potentially, for sure.
Lumber up 1.25% now.
Oh,
Rail strike.
Yep.
What are the limits in lumber now?
Oh, God, I don't even remember. I think even the contract size has changed. It used to be 40,000 board feet.
That used to be my dad's thing in the morning. We were driving to school. We would drop him off at the train station I had downtown to the Mercantile Exchange. And we get stopped at the same freight train every day. And he'd said, if you don't see a car of lumber on this train, we're going limit up today. And there are no cars of lumber coming into the United States today.
Wow.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Coming for us.
So it filled us, right?
what do we get?
83 is our first bid.
Oh,
Went right to it. '81's our number, so I just kind of centered our bids to put us at that average. Got in the thick of us. 83.25. That's the low of that move. It's going to get us
We're
now.
going to get it now.
Yeah.
We're about to get it.
All right. I just keep stepping in here. Last trade, yes, 19,008, 9. Damn.
I've got us in for a total of 9 contracts if we get all filled here. Within a tick of us. Unbelievable.
Are we just seeing dead cat bounce after dead cat bounce here, Andre? What's your call?
I don't know if it's dead cat. It
My
looks like the
thought.
buyers keep stepping in. Sellers can't push any
Call
lower.
it
I
a
don't know
falling
if there's,
brick bounce.
yeah, it's trying to figure out to this
Falling cat
19,900 level. We did take a peek beneath. Kind of like how Anne-Marie was selling those 20,000s, and it looked like, hey, maybe it's just when we're going to take the top off, but sellers kept, maybe we're in the range today. These Fed speakers are pretty much all saying the same thing today. 25-point cut coming in September.
So the captain is saying he would probably wait for a failed downside auction before looking for any longs.
8 more minutes.
that's-
Well, we have 40 minutes.
40 minutes. Yeah.
We have
8 minutes to the initial balance.
right 7 minutes till that's established.
Good.
So I have some sells waiting at that 914, and then again at 919. But I
That was the
did
captain
take
ceiling
that.
at 20.
Yeah, I like that. I think it's great confluence together.
Okay.
I love the way he looks at the market. I feel like it's just so clean. So I have that waiting up there, but I also took that Fibonacci line. I had one waiting at that Fibonacci at 890 and then one at 880. The 880, of course, didn't fill, but the 890 did, and I just covered. And it's really, when you see me doing this, my philosophy is always, if I'm not using an indicator to get me in a trade, it is gone from my screen. I used to have so many indicators floating around, and now I'm just looking at these straight numbers, and I'm hammering on this particular strategy to see where its weaknesses are and where its strengths are. So right now I'm just hitting the fibs and watching it go into the levels, seeing what the risk is, and just not even thinking about, oh, what if. I'm just going, okay, boom, that's the long, boom, that's the short. And so, I'm only into it about 5 or 6 days, but this is getting almost. There it is. All right. So there goes the short at 914. The next one I have is 919. I'm only going to have about $400 of risk on both contracts, and then if it stops me out, it stops me out. But wow, what a great long that would have been off that bottom.
And within a tick of it.
I know.
Tick.
All right, so let's see.
No FOMO, Hoag. No FOMO. We knew what our risk was. We weren't sacrificing.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Yeah. One of our team members, Annex Molly, his point of control flipped down to 19,907. Could be buyers getting in trying to reverse this.
Yeah.
A nice accumulation down there at 907.
Crud. And now we're inside of the first hour of trading.
Yes.
Dang it. I should have thought through that a little better.
Okay. Gold traded all the way down to 25.07, which was last week's weekly kickoff high.
5 minutes remaining.
Until what, Eddie? What do we got in 5 minutes? Oh,
I got a Hot Pocket in the microwave. No, actually.
Man, I used to love those things when I was a kid. Oh, I hear
Actually,
they're
we
terrible for you.
Natural gas.
Oh, yeah.
So you natty gas traders, heads up inside of 5 minutes.
Okay, I got out of that trade with about 14. I think it was about $290 because I don't want to see it climb into the next fib and hang out there. Mm-hmm. Of course, I could be, sell at hands today. And
it's okay on a day like today.
Captain says 920 ceiling was breached. Next upside target is 947, which lines up nicely with VWAP also.
Yeah.
So do we just buy it?
We know our downside
it wasn't
low, right?
Wasn't a serious. It wasn't a serious question.
Look at the bottoming formation that the 2-minute chart showed us right here. Dang it. If it comes back and holds the level, we should still buy it down there.
Yeah.
You think? Okay. We're still in.
Is the case closed for a trend day, do you think?
I do.
No.
I think we're sideways.
Too early to tell.
Yeah. No, we're going to have to extend below the initial balance and see some extension and acceptance below that. Watch it just end up being a range-bound day.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
That's my
that's
gut.
what I was thinking. Nothing fundamentally changed.
No.
Yeah, my gut. And look at that stinker losing that fib. Oh, well, whatever.
Sometimes that's all you can say, Henry. Sometimes that's all you can say. It makes the
And Need
All right.
about 2 minutes. We'll be right back. The orders are working. The stop is in. We're safe. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
We're watching.
All right, we got some announcements coming up. Some announcements coming up here in about 2 minutes.
Look at how it
What do we got?
stopped at
Natural
that
gas
fib.
report.
That gas, yeah. We got some more speakers all day today.
It's been a very exciting day and morning so far.
Not bad, huh, Eddie? You're doing great back there, man.
Here we are, right back through settlement again.
Let's get Phil. Hoag, hopefully we come back. We're long a 9 lot by the time Hoag gets back here. Okay, what the hell? We're long 9. Last trade in Cruise, $72.50. High of the day, $72.89. Dow chop around his lows, about 10 points off the lows. Last trade, 40,900. Take a look at gold. Last trade.
Good.
25.12. 25.12. Low of the day, 25.05. We had that level, 25.15.
Yeah, it's coming up
Check
into
marks.
it. If it holds it,
Yeah.
we could bounce. See
You know,
if it
Anne
makes a
Marie,
bottoming.
here in
Yes,
the
sir.
chat, Raz says, Annie brings such a good vibe and warmth in her voice. Losing money makes it soothing.
Is that a compliment,
Raz,
Amber?
you can-
I don't know.
I wouldn't want to lose money with
Andrew
anybody
says that
else
you've
but
got
Anne Marie.
Yep.
Andrew says you've got the calmest trader rage. That's pretty good.
Yeah, apologies for the background noise.
15 seconds on that guess number, you guess traders, you.
Nick apologizing for the
25
background
billion
noise.
cubic
That's
feet.
rich.
I
Yeah,
know,
I
that's
know. I love it.
hilarious.
You caught that, Jack?
Yeah, I thought that was very funny myself. All right, lower lows, lower
All right,
highs.
natural
I think
gas.
that's it. Ooh,
They were looking at 25 billion cubic feet, coming in at 35 billion cubic feet. There you go, gas traders. You handful of gas traders. Back to you, Anne Marie.
All right.
losing the
Initial
settlement.
balance is
you're
in.
back. Good.
We opened the next 30-minute bar above the high of the value area high from yesterday, 912. We drove right into it. We still in on this trade.
All right.
Yep, I think we're about to get filled.
Oh, baby. Take a look at the
80
tilt.
Spidey senses.
63% long in ES, 50-50 NQ. Nothing really heavy one way or another.
We still have 3 check marks.
Yep.
Yeah.
We got
Oh,
something.
there it is. It took us-
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
got 6.
6 lot or 86s?
6 lots.
Oh,
9 now.
We're toast.
JD. Hold on now,
Hang
JD.
on.
Hold on now.
Hang on. Okay. What? Wow, that was just a flush. So let's see if we can recapture this fib at 880.
Traded to the point of control yesterday.
The guy.
What's our average price, Hoag?
What is our average?
81. 81, right on the number that
Hey,
everybody
what an
called
entry,
out.
man. Pretty good fill.
We've got a number of front ends that connect through Rhythmic and
Oh my goodness.
I love it, Jack. 881s, long 9 from 881. We got defined risk.
Now,
It's
what
a
are we
do or
looking for
die
on the
here.
long side? What are we looking
Yeah.
for?
It's a do or
Nice.
die here.
Do.
Could leave a failed downside auction here, but we're not going to know for 25 minutes.
Mm.
What about that? About the failed down. Why does it have to be 90 minutes in? Why as opposed to
Well,
third
it doesn't
60?
have to be,
Yeah,
but that's where you get confirmation.
fair enough.
If we lose this line, the next fib is 858.
8.
What's the stop?
Below the overnight low, 66. 66 is the overnight low. So risk was tight on this for sure.
I'm sharing an office.
9, 9, 8, 1.
Contrary.
Come on,
Day time
buyers.
Feels like
Get in there.
Feels
We
like
need a cheerleader. We need some chicken bones.
Yeah, some pom poms.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, this is a team thing.
Yeah, we got the stop in. Stop one of those. What's Dell? Well, we can look at that later.
Oh yeah, that would be good. That would be.
We got to
squeeze.
squeeze.
Negative 3,500 in the Nasdaq.
Yeah.
Negative 3,500. So it's
Be more than that.
Okay, so that's moving in the same direction as
Yes.
price up. Okay, all right. All
I'm
right. So the battle here is a big deal.
Yeah, I see.
The battle here is a big deal.
Watching.
Yes, cryptid zombie. We all suck.
We got 81s. We got 81s, Hoag.
81. Yes.
All right, here we go. Now we got to get up over 90.
19. Yeah, the 19s.
And then we add.
Come on, baby.
Then we had. This is my man.
10 more.
Wait a
10
second.
more.
Now you're talking.
No.
JD. Savage. Love it. Love it. Love it. See if we can push. See if we can push in these 1900s. 19,900.
I just want us to get back to settlement. 909 is a great target space if we can get it. We've got.
Let's go
to get
full
up
screen to
over 90.
Hoag. Are we in there? Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yep. Good job, Hoag.
Brixie took a nice long here at 56.35.50. VWAP stop at 50.
Come on, baby.
Ride it, baby.
That was one of his levels. 56.34.5 is one of Brooksie's levels. So he took it.
Boom.
Nice job.
Pushing.
Check it out,
Emery looking for
friends.
19,009. Emery looking for 19,009. Pushing into
Settlement, baby.
Listen to Emery. Fired up. I love it.
Took 3.
Good.
Feels all shaved off. 3 long 6.
Well, no, I didn't.
6.
Hang on. Took 3 now.
All in, all out.
Okay.
Up 962. Unrealized up 2,400. What do you think now? What do you think now, Chris? Zombie, whatever.
Oh, Hoag's talking trash to the chat, man. You never see that. Wow.
That guy's a jag.
All right, here we go.
I'm all right. I know I
That
suck.
takes a lot, man. That takes a lot. Good job.
I know I suck.
Good job. That's not what he said. I saw that.
I took 3 more. We're up $2,000. Unrealized up 1,300 right now.
What do we got on?
I'm going to put an order in.
Buy more.
1,000 at least.
Right
to buy
at
those 3 back.
JD wants to
What? JD's like, let's go. All right, I'm leaving these 3 on forever. This is
Oh,
our
man. We'll sell 20,000. Take this to 20,000, baby.
Throw it in the 401k, baby.
I love it. Love it, love it, love it. Let's push it. Sellers got
All
squeezed.
right.
They gave it 3 tries. Could not take it lower. We're trying to get above those 19,909. What Anne-Marie's calling for.
What's a good trailing stop level for this?
Entry.
Let's take a look on the
Yes.
500.
Just got it. Okay. So now the next fib would be that 12, the same place the captain
Hey, Hoag,
was
pull that
looking
sell order.
for.
Oh, pull that sell order beneath.
I didn't even put it in. This is a stop.
Okay, cool.
So I'm thinking
At our original stop price. Did you move the stop up?
Yeah.
Yeah, I moved the
I
stop
think we
up.
move this- yeah, it's too noisy to keep the stop down there.
Ear horns are dust. I'm with you, Mitchell. Take this
So
to 20.
I'm going to go below this last kind of swing low here. Right there.
Yeah.
Okay, below that last swing low.
What's that number?
893.5.
All roads,
perfect.
folks. All roads.
870 on this 3 lot.
All roads.
Oh my gosh. What a fun, fast markets today.
I love making money.
JD's like, can we add? You said we were toast. JD, you said we were toast about 10 minutes ago. It felt like it. I ain't going to lie. It
That
felt
was
like
a
it for a
round
second. I saw
came
that.
with
I
that.
felt it too.
He went from gloom to glee We're
Oh,
doomed.
man.
We'll never make it.
Man,
Glum.
I go, this damn
Were
thing
we
is
5
heavy.
points from our top?
I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie, JD. I was thinking it too, man. We just grit our teeth and just hung on, dude. We white knuckled that thing.
5 points is
All right,
nothing
so
in the
here's-
EQ when it's moving like that. It could have.
I know it.
I think we just got lucky, honestly.
Come
That
on.
was all
Let's-
skill. That was a team effort.
Absolutely.
All experts. That was a
Pure
good trade.
skill.
Our entry was key, but that flush could have gone another 10 points.
Oh my
easily.
gosh, absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, if you don't think that luck bears a
Make a
big
t-shirt.
part of
We're
what
toast.
happens to you,
For
that
toast.
is a good t-shirt. Yeah.
You're
If you don't
doomed.
think that luck matters, you really ought to rethink that, because there's so much, we have no idea what the market's going to do
All right.
from day to day.
We just got our stop on the trail. There's a
Perfect.
$2,900.28 profit.
Nice
$29.28.
trade.
Good start. And we're selling off here. Nice start.
Yeah.
Plus 2,900. Ooh, good trade. Nice.
Now,
nice,
we are potentially looking at a failed downside auction here. Let's see if it plays. We could
19,000
reload if we get back down near the lows here.
We still have 20 minutes, right?
Yes, we do.
20 minutes. We also have some stats. We got some news. We got some announcements here on Fast Markets. If you guys are liking this action, see some very high quality trading, pulling some really great levels from the entire Topstep team. Click like, click subscribe. Fast Markets is fast today.
Yeah.
But
Don't you
snapback
hate
movement,
when you
like
eat-
Emery's.
Don't you hate when you heat up your coffee and you forget you just heated it up and you take a big swill of it and burn your mouth?
Did it get the roof of your mouth, Hoag?
That happens.
It's going to take a couple days. That's going to take a couple days.
I got to tell you, I have to recommend the Ember, which keeps your coffee at
What is
the
this?
desired temperature.
What is this fancy
that you
contraption
like.
you have?
I got one of those, Anne Marie.
Allen Barrel.
What's this bougie coffee mug you have over there? What do you got?
Huge.
You can't just drink it off a normal mug, Anne Marie. It's got to be something.
It was ranked as like the number one
We're
pregnancy
rank-
gift on
we're-
Wirecutter. And yes,
We're
it's very
ranking
nice.
coffee mugs now. We're ranking coffee
It
mugs.
is
Okay.
good.
Keep a turkey warm in that cup.
You just don't want to drink on it when there's like about half an inch left, because it literally tastes like
Coach,
paint thinner.
everyone has an Ember mug.
So you don't want to drink it when it gets to the bottom after it's been sitting a minute. Okay, so gold is starting to hold this edge. The problem is it looks just like the last edge. So what it has to do is break above and then come back and hold that level that we really like around. What was that number? 5?
I have a one lot alert in there. 25, 15, 8. I actually have one lot alert in there on the sim. I am actually long. Just to see how that plays out. We have
That
3 check
low
marks.
in
We had 3
that
check
low
marks.
in gold is last week's weekly kickoff high. And I left it on my chart in gray because I thought it might be important.
Well, what do you know?
Well, what do you know? We're doomed. We'll never make it.
I'm going out for toast right after this.
Croissants. You're going for a croissant there. JD. Oh, that was great. That was fantastic.
JD, I love you, man.
That was so funny.
I know. You're
It's
awesome.
part of trading. Listen, the range of emotions a trader will go through in their head. We happen to be on air. We wouldn't be saying that normally to ourselves. We just happen to have a microphone camera in front of ourselves. So you guys get to hear all of our internal thoughts.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes good, sometimes not so good.
Yep.
But truly unfiltered.
They're real. Yeah, they're real. That's one thing. We ain't making this up.
Lumber now up 1.85%.
Thanks, Canada.
Screaming.
What's limit up for them?
It used to be $5.
Ah,
That's per 1,000 board feet. But I think they've changed the size of the contract. I can look it up when we have a few minutes here.
yeah. So we are digesting just under settlement. and we are really far away from the open at the low of the 1 hour candlestick, and very far from the 1 minute opening range low, which is all the way up at 9.
Wow. Tracy says, and thank you, Tracy, for looking that up. It's 110,000 board feet. It's like almost 3 times the old contract.
That's a lot.
Wow.
All right. Well, it does look like we're kind of consolidating. Maybe taking another peek
Yeah.
below here. We will see. Sellers did get exhausted here. That was a hell of a fill. 81s. All right, I'm gonna throw it to my man Gabe. Gabe, we got some announcements today here. It's a little past the bottom of the hour, but Gabe, we got announcements here on Topstep TV. What's up, Gabe?
We do indeed. All right, let me get my screen over to you guys. All right. So if you are not aware, we have released hotkeys for Topstep X. There's a couple slight adjustments recently over the last week that I want to point out to you guys if you are not aware. First thing is to actually locate where to set up the hotkeys. So you're going to go over to the far left-hand side to the gear icon, which is going to be your platform settings. Let me go ahead and write this real quick. All right, so we're going to go over to the second to the last tab on the top right, which is going to be hotkeys. You'll notice that there is a new call to action at the very top of the list. So this is notifying you that after creating a hotkey, so by setting one up in this page that we're on here, you're going to need to do one last step to enable them to be used once you get back to your charts. So I'll show you what that is in just a moment, but it's just a little H icon at the top of your DOM or your order panel. But let's go ahead and set up a hotkey. So I'm going to go ahead and I've got one already set up for by market. So I got that my up arrow key. Let's go ahead and increase my contract size. So I'm going to go down to the bottom. It's the third from the last. I'm going to go ahead and increase that with a plus sign on my keyboard. Looks like it's already in use. I don't know where. Just go to the 0. Then to reduce my contract size, I'm going to go ahead and do a whatever you want them to be. You just can go to the far right-hand side, click on the gold set hotkey button, plug in the command that you'd like to use, and then just hit confirm. If you want to clear something or change it, all you're going to do is go ahead and click on set hotkey again, and then you can simply clear and confirm to remove that hotkey. So very easy to set up, very easy to get rid of or clear out what you decided. So I'm going to go back over to my charts, and the H is going to be right at the top corner next to where the linking system is for the charts to be able to link components together. That's going to be the little blue dot in my case. This is where you change that, but it's going to be right next door. It's going to be this little gold H with the border around. Just make sure that is golden or enabled. You'll see that that's colored in once it's actually turned on. So now I wanted to buy at market. Let's say I wanted to increase my contract size. I'm going to click on hit my 0 a few times, looking at 10 possible contracts now in my DOM. Then I would simply just execute the order accordingly. But that's it. So just a couple quick changes I wanted to point out to you guys. Just you no longer have to actually click into the DOM or click into the order panel to use the hotkeys. They're also now giving you a little call to action at the top to make sure you know the final step to be able to use them in real time. And then they have a little hyperlinked article if you'd like some more details and instructions how to proceed. But that's all I have for you guys in the hotkeys. I'm going to send it back to you, Andre, and we'll get back to these markets.
Great work, Gabe. Love that. All right.
I would love to have a poll that gave the demographic of people who are comfortable using hotkeys versus people who won't. Because literally, I start breaking out in a sweat thinking about having hotkeys because I don't know, it just makes me nervous. And I wonder if it's because, I'm kind of an old dog, right? Trying to learn a new trick. You know what I mean?
My fear is that I start typing something and I get into a whole bunch of positions.
Me too.
What do you think, you guys? We got another Another leg lower coming, or what?
We tested settle. Settle got rejected.
Yeah, we're kind of at the failed auction area here, and those failed auctions aren't that long. We're having trouble holding below the initial balance. We're right here. I want to see how this market reacts. We could feasibly look for longs against the low of the initial balance, which we're right at it in the NASDAQ, and use the current low as a risk. But if we do start to extend below, then it turns into more of a deeper short. So it's kind of a pivotal area here. But this is just my 2 cents. If we get check marks in either direction, I'm executing.
All right.
We're doomed.
Let's
There goes gold up into that level.
I'm going to ask the guys in Discord right now, are we shorting around settlement, or are we getting long at initial balance low?
Yeah, let's round up some more levels. Higher highs. My man Dobie all over it. E-Money, the Bulldozer, and Hoag's Heroes. Hit us up. Keep us posted. Get back in. Yeah, 49.
Traders, if you're not in the daily levels Discord on TopstepTV, you're missing out bigly. You really are missing out bigly.
See, now we're seeing some extension.
Yeah.
Private channel. You
had to get back above 920 to confirm the failed downside auction, and we did not. So no failed downside auction. Obviously, we're continuing to extend the range lower. This is going to end up being a value acceptance play. Let's see what it looks like when we were trading NASDAQ today, which I never do. 828 is value low. We get down there, we can take another look at a possible turnaround.
Put a one line in there. 828. 828.
Help me remember the value extension play. Is that what you said? Help me remember what that means again.
Here it is. Using the profiles, I split these just a second. This platform is seizing on me a little bit here from time to time. All right, so
God, that bounce.
Here's the opening range in the NASDAQ. There's the high of the regular trading hour session yesterday. We opened above the range. When we show signs of acceptance inside value, and this is the TPO value high here at 912, once we show acceptance, there's a probability of price reaching the other extreme of value, which could take us down to that 828 level. Now, we opened and are kind of, showing some degree of acceptance through time inside value, and now we just extended the range a little bit deeper into value. Let's see if we get to value area low and see if maybe we can leave some sort of auction fade there to return back to the upside. I'm not looking for anything huge to happen like this. These markets to fall apart today.
Yeah, these shorts, man. These shorts, it ain't easy being short down here.
No.
These shorts keep getting faced. These buyers step in, they face them damn near every time. Yeah.
Smashed.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they know they're fighting they're counter trend long-term time frame.
Coach Jay just chimed in Discord saying if we get back to settle, I think we reclaim it now. So possibly reclaiming settlement back to the highs.
30 points off settle.
And notice how it bounced right off of that 2618 of that opening range. Just
took
right
out the overnight
here
high
in
right
the
back
NQ.
through.
Boom. It's just
and shout out to the team. That was a really good exit on that trade. Really good exit. Love the idea of settlement.
Yeah, I feel like I opened up a box of the most amazing chocolates. Understanding settlement. Honest to goodness. Settlement has been sort of this, I don't even know how I missed it through all the years of trading. I just not listening to the smart people like I should have, like you guys. But that settlement has just been so golden. It tells me, hey, listen, we're moving away from it, or we're going to bounce towards it. And if we don't, I can really understand what Jay's saying. If we recapture settlement, it should be just a sort of a sideways day because what did we have at 11:30 Eastern time last night? We sort of bounced into this low, fell a little below it, completely recaptured it, and it could be a bottoming framework in general. It really could be from a sideways perspective. So I'm just I'm very pleased with what I'm seeing with these Fibonacci's. If you're sitting in trend and you're watching the levels, it's just a very nice way to mechanize your motion and not hold on for a big move. Just see money, take money. See money, take money. And you can carve out a ton if you're just, the most contracts I've held this morning are 2. And I started trading right when the market opened up. And so it's just a nice, clean way to walk through the mechanical motion.
Hey, Hoag, Anne-Marie, for the people in the cheap seats, what is settlement price? People want to know.
Exactly what I was going to say. There you go, JD.
I like that, JD.
Back to you, John.
All right.
It's 19,909.
909 in the NASDAQ. Settlement price is set by the exchange, though. Settlement price is not the same as closing price. They are 2 different things. Settlement price is the price that exchanges base margins off of. Hoag, you always explain that better than I can. But
okay.
Yeah. Give us the elevator pitch on settlement price.
Settlement price is basically based loosely, sometimes around where the regular trading hours ceases. So, like in S&Ps, stocks close at 3:00 Central Time. So settlement is going to be based loosely around the closing price at 3:00. Even though the S&Ps trade until 4:00 in Chicago time, they settle at 3:00. You have other products, and basically that's the level that any open positions are marked to for margins. So now there's other markets that close at different times, like gold. The closing or settlement price is 1230 or thereabouts, right? So the settlement price yesterday in gold was 25.47.5, and then the market continued to trade and ended up closing the day a little bit higher than that. So it is where the exchange marks to the market for the positions for margin.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got different settlement times. Gold settles at 12:30. Oil settles at 1:30. Treasuries and currencies settle at 2:00, and these are all, of course, Central Chicago time. Equities, treasuries, settle at 2, and equities settle at 3:00. The nice thing is, now that we have the Topstep levels available on your charts, hang on a second, here we go. So if I want to put the Topstep levels on the charts, I'm going to go to, where did I lost my, well, let me try a different chart here. Here we go.
Crude pushing higher into the 73s now.
Where did my
3 different handles?
Andre, are you still long gold?
What'd you lose?
I am. Well, it's just a one lot. Yeah, it's just that one lot from that triple check mark on the 25.15. It's in the sim. I just want to see how they played. Yeah, Anne-Marie, Hoag, and Jade both like 25.15, 80 and 80 cents. Obviously, it takes.
Well, if you put on the Topstep daily levels, it's going to put settlement on the chart for you. I'll have to figure out what happened to my indicators tab.
Did you hit refresh there, Hoag?
Hit refresh?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can show you 2 real quick.
There it is. It's back. So I put the settlement on my charts every day in this yellow line. But if you go to indicators and add Topstep daily levels, it's going to show up right there for you. 56.41 quarter, and that was settlement 56.41 half. 56.41 half is that blue line right there. The blue line, we're trading right. Well, sort of. We were trading right at it, but 56.41 half. The light blue line there is going to populate, and that's going to be your settlement price. So you'll be able to put that on your charts every day just by using the Topstep levels. And that again is under indicators, Topstep daily levels. And thank you very much.
All right, 2 minutes from the top of the hour here, Hoag. What are we looking for in terms of any confirmations, in terms of failed downside auction?
Okay.
Gather much from what this price action is.
So, I'm a little bit concerned because we've got single TPOs here. Okay, we've got very little price bar overlap to the downside. But if
what
we
are
do
those
open
prices
the next,
right there? Sorry to interrupt. What are those
that's okay.
prices?
No, that's fine. Well, this is the S&P. You're probably looking for the NASDAQ, right? So, so the price, the gap here, or the single TPOs above, go on the downside from 19,916 up to 19,944. All right, so we're one time framing lower. We do have the start of a trend day to the downside going here. But if we were to open the next 30-minute bar above the low of the initial balance, that could mean that we're rejecting and have a potential failed downside auction. The concern is the one-time framing activity that we've seen since the open in both the S&P and in the NASDAQ. So I want to try and stay patient. If we do open, which we just did, okay, we've opened. We left a couple of single TPOs here. If we leave those single TPOs, which we just took them out, right back to the IB low. But if we can't show acceptance back inside the IB low, this could continue to roll over and perhaps even finish the value acceptance play, which would take us down to 19,828 in the NASDAQ. So what the market just did was it opened at the worst possible level for any decisions at this price at this time.
That's one of those days, man.
One of those days.
Yeah. See profit, take profit. I mean, being long down here, you're taking a lot of heat. Shorts down here, they're not getting any traction either. They're downside. Pretty tricky area where we're at right now. Buyers are stepping in here.
If I had to pick a side, I'd pick the long side.
Same.
That's just me.
All these levels have been exhausted where we're currently trading. So, and Anne-Marie looking for a push into settle. See how we test the settle. Maybe take a short to settle. 19,909. But,
So there's a guy on X, Twitter. His name is Scott Redler. And he has this little formation that he only trades stocks, but he has this formation called the Red Dog Reversal. And that's what this looks like it's building. And so I think Jay, thinking that we hold and reclaim settlement, is falling right into that mechanical flow of this is not going to be a fair short anymore. It's going to go up to that 940 level that John was just talking about, where all the single prints collapse into. So, yeah, that's my thought. Now, what would be nice is if we formed an inverted head and shoulders right at that Fibonacci at around that 890 zone. So we come up, we press into 920, we pull back, and then we look at 890 to hold for the upshot into 940.
That's subtle.
Yeah, your guy, JD, your guy, Captain, is long NASDAQ right now.
Just saw it. Yep, just saw it. Long at 878, stop at 850, target 947.
You got 78.
He agrees. We got to get over that 920 level if it's gonna continue.
Yeah, there's
fails there, he's out.
Right there. Yep.
78.
All right, guys. Well, I'm going to keep an eye
Very
on this.
good price action.
If you had to
I'll
do
keep an eye
something,
on
it would
this.
be
I'll keep an eye
long.
on Discord too. But Jack and I are about to tag out, tag in, tag out. So I'll catch you guys in a little bit.
Love you, JD.
All right, thanks, JD. JD, we'll see JD shortly. Who is that? Oh, JD out. Wow.
What's up, guys?
That was quick.
Nice backdrop there.
JD
I
out.
like it.
Jack in. Wow. All
Yeah.
right. What's up,
Well,
Jack?
Not too much. MP was nice enough to let him know he wouldn't be on today a little bit before the show started. So me and JD are kind of switching in at the last second. But he did say he was watching. So MP, if you're out there,
What's up, MP?
what's up? But I've been watching in the background here. Hoag, awesome trade.
It's the team.
It's been really nice. Everybody's been converging on the same. We're all seeing the same thing, but using different things to bring us to the levels. So I love it when that happens.
I love when a plan comes together.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
Who's speaking now? Eddie, who's speaking? We got anything?
Jay says
good.
he's long from 91.
Colin's speaking. Soon it'll be appropriate
Colin's
to begin easing policy. I have seen a significant reduction in inflation. The economy is in a pretty good place. I'm not seeing red flags. They're all saying the same thing. They're giving the green light for it.
basically.
Jack, is that how you're reading this?
Yeah, sorry, just getting settled in here. Full disclosure, I am long 1ZN, and I will be
My man.
for the rest of the day. I'm going to have to get settled in here
rest
to
of
get
the day?
in with this. I mean,
For the
that's
rest
the way
of
bonds
the day.
move, brother.
It is exactly how it moves. I love it. Just declaring an all-day trade.
I like the volume profile sitting there on this chart. It looks good.
Oh, yeah, the chart is for the MES, actually, because I know that's what you all want to see as opposed to watching my bond go nowhere for the entire afternoon. All right. So I won't do the full, like, what are the levels, catch me up, but do we have any trades that are near right now, or are we kind of in a holding pattern?
Well, we've been looking at the possibility of a failed downside auction in the equities. We've got one of our team members, JD's team member, the captain, is long really nicely. He's looking for a continuation. He wants to see it get up above 920 in the NASDAQ. If it doesn't go pretty soon, he says he's going to cut it because he feels like it's kind of a counter trend move. But if we do keep that downside auction intact, I just said a few minutes ago, if I had to do something, I would probably look for a long down there. But we do have some single TPOs above. We're really starting to see some really range bound activity here in the S&Ps as well as the NASDAQ. I'm going to put the fixed range profile on here, so we're going to be able to see that. So a lot of just kind of hanging out. Here's the NASDAQ profile. So yeah, opening range, continuation, back into value, very just kind of range bound back and forth here. This is an hour and a half long where we've really been kind of centering around this area. So I'm looking for opportunities if we, near the extreme on the low. Would love to see, if I were long, I would love to see it take out these single TPOs back here to make this one single big profile where I think we may just rotate back and forth all day. We do have a potential downside. We do have a failed downside auction here at the low. And that to me is probably the biggest nuance, shorter time nuance. We still have the possibility of a value area special situation completion down to 828. But we do have a failed auction. We've tested to both points of control. Those are comfort levels. We looked at them and we left them behind. So I would be looking probably for potential longs. Again, I've got to limit risk, and I wouldn't be looking for longs at this level. I'd like to be long where the captain is, which is 878.
Always ideal. Yeah, I think we're just chilling ahead of the whatever Daddy Powell decides to say. Only thing that keeps me from being real good with longs is the daily chart, right? We're still screaming to the upside.
Mm-hmm.
We were barking about this huge sell-off. I mean, that ES is flat on the day. One of the hammers is coming one of these days.
100%.
What does that mean? What hammer? What's this hammer you speak of, Jack?
It means we're going to get an actual pullback, not just it went up 30 points overnight and then goes back to flat. And we're like, wow, what a sell-off.
Yeah, I know. Well, what was 2 Mondays ago? Was it 2 Mondays ago, the hammer?
Again.
Yes.
That was an example, yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Another one's coming. Sell off in crude, last trade, $72.80. High of the day, $73.12. Gold selling off again. We had that level, 25.15. Tried taking a peek above. I'm right back to it. All right, sellers stepping in here in the ES. ES making the first move to the downside. Last trade, 56.39.5. Yes, NQ not following tick for tick quite as fast. Again, beneath that 19,900 level, last trade 19,890. Oh, do we like longs? Do we get something?
No, we haven't. We haven't.
Well, we said we
got
want.
any check
This
marks.
is the level.
We haven't got any check marks on anything here.
Well, we like 7/8, right? Captain likes 7/8.
He was in it. He's out of it now.
Flat.
He was in it. He's out of it now.
Hard rejection of settlement.
Yep.
But holding that 880 for now.
So I'm more of the thought that, you know, if we're going to continue to push and extend this range to the downside, value low 828 completes the value area acceptance play. It's got an afternoon pullback low down at that level, which is 832. This would be my target area if I were short. It doesn't mean that this isn't going to just turn around and go back higher. I mean, we do have a potential, well, a failed downside auction if it holds. But we're seeing one-time framing action. We're seeing trending action to the downside. So I don't like the longs. If I said, if I had to, I would have been long near the low, but I would be out by now. And so I'm looking like this market is probably going to finish the value acceptance play again. And the NASDAQ, that's down to 828. And the S&Ps, that is all the way down to 56.25 quarter, 56.25 in the S&Ps, all the way down there. What's that look like on the chart? Let's take a look. All right. So we've given up the 50 session moving average on the 30-minute chart. We've given that up. Our risk on that long in the S&P and the NASDAQ was up against the 100 session simple moving average on the NASDAQ. Well, there it is in the S&Ps. Value low, where do we say it was? 25. Entirely within reason for a potential target. There's that afternoon pullback low, also down to that 25, 26 level. That looks like a tasty little visual target for a continuation move to the downside. If we started to see 3-bar reversals down there, then maybe I'd start thinking about it. But obviously, we've got we got one-time framing activity. We're trending to the downside in the daytime frame. Anything contrary to that should be see money, take money. We did a good job doing that with the longs that we did take. But I'm looking for the market to. I mean, we just took out the low of the potential failed downside auction in the S&Ps. Do we take it out in the NASDAQ? We're close to it. No, we did not. We got within 9 ticks of it. There's the low of that right there. So, I mean, the nice thing about buying it here is that you can keep it really cheap, but I think it's contrary to the bigger picture.
Yeah.
For sure.
Well, while we wait to see if it takes out the lows, I forgot when I came on to share a few news stories with y'all real quick. We're a little bit behind there.
Okay.
All right, here we go. First off, get the T-shirts ready. For JD's, we're toast.
Yeah, did you
I
do
made a
it?
mock-up here. Here we go.
Yeah,
Frame
man.
it, put it in the Louvre. Actually, we should
I
sell
like
a bunch
it.
of shirts because we got a second shirt idea of you, Andre, along with the
What?
third eye. Oh, we Gucci, baby.
Oh man! Oh, we got the ice cream. Oh man!
Oh,
That's not the head
man.
I'm wearing today. Oh, that's a stock photo. Anne Marie, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Anne Marie. I didn't.
I love that.
All right, yeah,
I love,
yeah.
hey,
Right.
I know
listen,
you love
I
Gucci.
inferred.
I know you like Gucci,
I
but
inferred,
yes.
yes.
We'll leave Andre alone. Real quick, around the stuff from earlier, market implied U.S. recession odds are rising according to Goldman Sachs and their fancy financial models their interns make for us. 41% chance of a slowdown. You can see that ticking up since April. That was the econ news for this morning. Two incredible other stories. A woman got on stage. This is one of the biggest L's of all time. A woman not only got on stage and sung with Macklemore, but she forgot she was wanted by the police and was arrested.
No. Oh, what are we doing? All right.
Chet, what do we think she was arrested for?
Indecent exposure.
That's interesting.
Eddie, you would be correct, but it was better than that. She had an outstanding warrant for running topless across the field at a Slovakia national soccer game.
There's an outstanding warrant for that?
Yeah.
Well, public nudity is frowned upon.
I get that. But
countries.
a fugitive on the run, though. I mean, Mike, that's a little harsh.
That's why she forgot.
Yeah, can't blame her. New high's crude. Thank you.
And one last thing, since I see the markets, we haven't pushed those lows yet. I'm looking at the MES. Giant spiders the size of rats are making a comeback in the UK.
Cannot look. Nope.
So D, watch out. One of them could take one of your dogs.
I had a friend that was in Iraq, and they have wolf spiders there. I don't know if you guys know wolf spiders.
Ugh.
But literally, he was sitting on his rack, a la bed, and they're all in a tent, and it crawls in, and one of them takes their knife out and slings it, and these knife blades are probably maybe about that wide. So we're looking at about 2 or 3 inches, and it still wasn't in the body. It was in the body, but there was more body than knife in these wolf spiders. They're freaking huge.
Yikes.
Gnarly. Cross Iraq off the list for me.
Yikes.
If it wasn't crossed off before.
If it wasn't already, the wolf spiders sealed the deal.
That might have been the spider that bit JD.
JD got bitten by a spider. I get bitten by spiders all the time.
Oh, it turns out he just sprained his wrist, Hoag.
Oh, is that it?
Come on. You're kidding.
So he can't spin web then, right? And stick to walls, right? No.
Yeah, we could really fall off a cliff here.
All right, good stuff, Jack.
Spending a lot of time.
So real quick, too, do we have any traders from Slovakia? Because if you are, I would really like to get this woman on TopstepTV.
Oh my gosh,
she sounds
hilarious.
Great call.
She sounds like a real good time Charlie.
How about a prison phone call? Can we?
Your one can beat Topstep TV. We'll do a GoFundMe for your bail money, and we'll get you.
Let's bail her out.
Yeah. Send our roving reporter to go pay her a visit.
There you go.
Good. Dominic from Slovakia.
Got some wit in the chat. Topless TV.
Yes. Dominic, that's awesome. I'm from Slovakia. We always have people. All right. Well, boots on the ground. You can hook it up. You can hook it up. That'd be incredible.
Ever since Anne Marie talked about that spider in Iraq, I feel like I got spiders on me.
Hoag, man. Not cool, Anne Marie. Not cool.
Just count on me. Just count on me.
Good thing I've got my trusty back scratcher. Everybody needs one of these.
I did not love what lands. I did not.
I got one of those too, Johnny.
Yeah.
Gotta have 'em. I think I got about like 3 or 4 in the house, strategically placed.
So there's always one within reach.
Hey, 80% long in crude right now. 80% long in crude as we continue to make new highs. $73.19. Last trade, $73.23, high of the day. 80% crude, we keep pushing higher here. Starting to see some sellers coming here in the S&Ps. Low of the day. Just made some new lows right there. 56.33 half. New lows. NASDAQ selling off here. Low of the day, 19,854. Last trade, 19,866. About 10 points off the lows.
Crude keeps pushing. Andre, did you ever hear of a band called REO Speedwagon?
I did. I have. What's their song? What's their favorite?
They have a song called Keep Pushing. Keep pushing.
I have her. Yep.
Keep pushing, Crude.
Keep pushing. About giving birth.
Eddie.
That's also, I don't know if you guys follow the greatest Megan Amron tweet of all time is, why isn't Mario Kart called Mario Speedwagon?
Wow.
That's a good question.
Hey. Good.
Very nice. All right, here we are.
Hoag like that. That got Hoag pretty good.
Here we are.
Hey, new lows here. Got new lows. Crude pushing higher. New lows in the equities. Mario Speedway. My goodness.
Mario Speedway.
Hey, all right, Hoag. So we got some check marks here at 18,828. Do we still like those? I guess it depends how we get there.
Yeah.
I have a Fibonacci at 825 and then another Fibonacci at 812. So there's some confluence sitting at that.
All that means is we've completed this value area acceptance play. We got to find some sort of other structure down there with which to lean on instead of just buying it blindly.
Take a look at that.
That's like the short.
Here we go.
Wow.
This is the first time in a while.
Smoked.
It's getting ugly.
I feel nervous being long.
Really? Yeah. Why? Do you really? Okay. Let's recheck those 20,000s, man. 20,000. Man, Marie. So 20,000 is what, twice today?
Yes.
Yep.
So we're right around 5,600 in SPX.
That was my initial target yesterday when I did the Fibonacci and the downside retracements in the NQ. I had 5,600.25 as that, of course, big fat round number, but it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Maybe we carve out a floor. It might take a minute.
Do we have a level Hoag around here in the ES if it hangs around here for a while? Because this is, a big fat round number in the spot market.
Yes. The late spike from Monday, the base of it was 56.20. It was supportive 3 times in the 30-minute chart yesterday. Below that is the weekly kickoff high, which is 56.12. As far as right where we are now, we've got value low 25 and a quarter. It's 56.25 and a quarter. I'm not jumping in front of this, but somewhere down here, I'm thinking like Anne Marie is thinking that there's going to be a base put in here somewhere.
What if we break below the 5,600 in the SPX and then come back above it? I'd be more interested then.
I like that.
Yes. Yeah.
I like that setup a lot.
Automatic rejection and risk management right there.
Yep. We've had 2 days of megaphones.
God, I hate them.
Higher highs, lower lows. I despise that formation. They're so hard to trade.
Higher highs, lower lows. Yep. Tough trading lows.
Wait, you love trading those?
No, tough. I'm sorry, tough
Oh,
trading those. I had to
tough.
think higher highs, lower lows. Yes, the luck sting in a
They're
trade.
tough.
Shorting
I don't even like
tops,
real
you get stopped
megaphones.
out. Longing lows, you'll get stopped out. That's what Henry means by it's difficult to trade those.
I don't even like real megaphones. I think people are loud enough.
Especially
Really?
Mick.
I think Mick can hear us right now. That's great. Oh man.
Yeah.
Well,
I was laughing in the background because JD said he couldn't come out with stats yet because Mick was loud in the background.
I saw that. I just said okay. Still selling here in the ES and the NQ. 78% long crude as this moves higher. More sellers. All right, look at Topstep daily levels here. 19,815 last trade. 815 last trade in the NQ. 815 takes us. We are in the zone 5. 816 daily at the range. Average true range support. Daily average true range support. 816.
Is that Ray?
That's Coach Paul.
Coach Paul.
And we got support 793. That is Coach Paul as well. 793. You got support there as well.
Crude 73% long in the tilt. Gold 69% long in the tilt.
What's Dolby time got? Millions. I'm trying to long down here. What price?
So let me ask this question. If we were to sort of step back in time and look at that rejection of settlement, maybe I don't know, it looks like it rejected it 3 times on a 30-minute chart. In hindsight, since we were obviously time framing down, could we put in our little memory bank, hey, listen, if we're time framing down and we reject settlement, that legitimately we've got some valid statements that say, you know what, you could short that.
Certainly today, right?
Yeah. My question is, in other days, as long as we're time framing down and we are below that opening 1 minute candlestick or wherever it was, here's our, and we'd made the high of the day, and we're sitting under the VWAP. Is that some place where we go, hey, you know what? We can put some risk on there in general. I'm going to write that down. I'm going to start looking for the times that happens. And
maybe something for Edgeful.
Yeah, I'm going to write that down.
We got some check marks down here.
For longs?
Yeah. We got millions. We got some check marks down here.
The longer it spends here around this level, like that 5,600 level in the SPX, the more I would be tempted to take it. I'd still like to see it go through it and then come back like it did yesterday.
We got a fib. We got millions. Team higher highs.
Inside of 4 minutes on the London close.
Oh, good call.
Good to know. Yeah, we might have to wait for that.
Good for something, right?
We got some check mark. We got higher highs. We like that 828. We got support. We got some check marks down here, guys. What do we think?
Where's the stop? Where's the risk?
793. That's a good question. Good question.
I'm looking at the ES. You guys want to take it?
ES?
Trade?
All right, we can.
I like
that's
the
where
ES.
we have the check marks. Okay. Well, we have check marks in Q.
Okay.
Yeah, NQ. I'm sorry.
We'll go with that.
We got a fib at 828. Yeah, the people's market. Amber, we got check marks down here. We have what's that fib level? What's that fib price at in the NQ? 82 something, right around there.
Yes, 828. 827. Sorry.
All good, all good.
At 2, Brute.
We got Team Higher Highs took along from 818.
Not bad. What's their target? What does Delta tell us? It's been running in trend with price, correct?
Yeah, it's congruent. So sellers are succeeding.
Gotcha.
I have the 100 session moving average on the 30-minute chart in the NASDAQ is down at 19,781.45. 19,781. I also have an anchored VWAP. Where was this? Off the low from 2 weeks ago, Monday.
Interesting.
Low 30-minute bar.
What made you choose that?
Because that's the lowest.
Of the big sell-off. Okay, gotcha.
Right.
Right. Gotcha.
And that's coming in at 19,713.75. Now we're seeing somebody here that was saying they were looking for 19,730 level. He said it was. That's, I don't know whose team he's on or she's on. Mandy. There's a lot of room down here.
Like Eddie said, we got Euro close here in about 30 seconds. See what happens after that.
Opening tick for yesterday is 803.
So on the NASDAQ, that 100 session moving average is coming in right near yesterday's session low. That was a pretty stiff rejection from that level.
More sellers.
I'm not looking to buy this thing yet.
Yeah, me neither.
Still haven't taken out 5,600.
In the spot?
Yeah, we're just about 2 points above it.
Yeah, that 5622 in the futures has been a number that we've seen a lot of action on.
Yep, and that was the base of the late spike. Oh, yeah, base of the late spike from Monday. There it is. Support 3 times. Weekly kickoff low just below that support of yesterday. I mean, we are getting cheap here in a short time frame, so it wouldn't surprise me to see some sort of a reversal at some point today, but I think there's still some good space down below.
Yep.
This is the ES.
Yeah, I see 5618 and then that 5612. And I know you've got a number close by that, right?
56. Yeah, 5612 is weekly kickoff high. Time to put in the low yesterday. Let me put in the base of the late spike in the NASDAQ and see if that's going to give us anything.
Close enough.
While we're thinking about it, you guys want to see some hot streaks real quick?
Let's do it. Sure do, JD.
We sure do. All right, here they go. Ding, ding, ding. Funded hot streaks. We lost one trader to a drawdown yesterday. That was Michael S., who ended his 23-day hot streak with a $78 loss. Heartbreaker for Michael S. But his 23-day heater was still worth about $7,000 after that loss. Nice. And he's eligible for a payout. So nice run, Michael S. 2 traders did not trade yesterday. Those would be Carlos L. and Benjamin C. Maybe we'll see them back tomorrow. So that leaves room for 3 new traders today. But first, our legacy trader, Delish, still hanging around, made $4 yesterday to extend their streak to 32 days, $528. We're still watching the Delesh. Let's see what happens. David A. made $999 trading the ES, now sitting on a 26-day heater. Ernie made $40 trading the Micro ES. Sean with $201 trading the MNQ. And Bradley on a nice 19-day run worth more than $12,000. David, Ernie, Sean, and Bradley are all eligible for payouts right now. Again, as soon as whenever Delesh ends that streak, we're going to have to take him off. We're not going to allow anybody else on the list who is not eligible for a payout after Delesh.
All right. Crazy. Has Delesh been trading 4,000 micros as well? Is that how he made his $4?
Not even close. Not even close.
Jack. This guy and Jack.
All right. Andre, what's our over-under guess today?
Over-under is, wow, new sellers, new lows here. Over-under is $670,000.
I almost gasped. Who wants to try? What's the over-under?
I'll say 560 just because we
no.
We're going with SPX 5600.
We're going with Andre's pick. You have to pick over or under.
Oh, over.
Over 6.
Okay. Hoag?
I'll go under.
I may have got it, JD.
I think he just nailed it, though.
I think I did.
Marie, what do you think? I was trying not to gasp into my microphone.
Yeah. Over.
All right. Real close today. 671,903.
Both
nice
win
pack,
both
Andre.
showcases. Yeah, win both showcases.
300
nice,
treaty
Good for you,
payout.
mister.
It's just
My best
a wild
pick.
guess.
Yeah, you won the washer and the dryer and the living
I
room
won
set.
the washer. Yes, I did. And the car. Good numbers, man. Look at those payouts. Average payout above 2,000, man. That people love to see that. So good.
Everyone give me your best Pat Foley impression right now for 333, and then I'll close this out.
Unbelievable.
333.
If you don't know who 333 and a churd, famous Blackhawks announcer, folks, if you don't know what we're talking about. All right. Yesterday's top payouts.
Ooh, big numbers.
We have an anonymous squirrel taking close to 60 grand out of 5 XFAs.
Beautiful.
Drayton, our guy on the leaderboard, 39 grand from 3 XFAs. Yakub, 5 XFAs, over 20,000. King, taking it out of a live funded account, almost just over 15 grand from a live funded account. And Kevin L, 14,500 out of 4 XFAs. Nice payouts yesterday.
Yeah. Anonymous squirrel.
Anonymous hiding that
JD,
money from Slovakia.
Yeah. Is that the same anonymous as before? Or do we have different anonymouses?
Squirrel.
We really have absolutely no way of knowing unless.
Oh, we don't? Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Anonymous is anonymous.
Well,
it could be one, it could be many.
I take that back. We could find out probably pretty easily, but we're late in the game today. We're running late on some of these things, so I'll be back with the leaderboard in a few minutes.
Thank you, JD.
All right. Got that base of that late spike. Near the low of the S&Ps today, the base of the late spike, and the NASDAQ is right on it. It's right on that 200 session moving average. This could be an interesting area. I'm not picking direction, but we wait and see what happens if we build some structure around here somewhere. I know Brooksy is talking about getting back down to that 56.02 quarter level in the S&Ps.
Yep.
I know I said I wanted to buy if it went through and back above that level, but it just barely went through it.
I know it.
Sometimes what doesn't happen is as important as what does.
Yep. Plus, if we look at the futures and we go, all right, are we looking at a 3-bar reversal here? It's got to take out the high at 27 and then pull back and hold that 24-ish area. So,
are you on a 5-minute chart looking at that, Anne-Marie?
I am, sir. I am.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah, it looks like we're headed lower.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly.
There is space.
What a freaking
We'll get
setup
Topstep
up there in
levels.
this.
We got 56.22 in the ES.
Yeah, way down
So to,
770 now.
Support one.
759. Next line in the sand. Yeah, and I would not take this long with Bill Gates money. I'd just be hanging
A lot
out.
of money too, and that's a lot
All right,
of
I'm
money.
Yeah.
With Hoag's money.
Oh, he's hoping
Make
to
Hoag
trim
money.
Bill Gates. He's hoping to trim Bill Gates'
Wow.
fortune
All
down
right.
a little bit.
So
You guys
I
read
see
this
what Brooks is
look
looking
through it.
at down at 5602 and a quarter. There's a naked point of control down there. Visual target. Love the vision, Brooksy.
Yeah.
56.02 quarter. Cool.
Yes.
Brooksy.
There we
I
go.
know.
Kaboom.
How's
We
that
really have
Xeon trade looking there, Jack?
You know what I love about trading bonds, Andre, is
We're
you just
rallying,
reminded
right?
me that yeah, we are rallying. It's a little bit in my favor, but I almost forgot I had that on. And does that concern me? Not in the slightest. It'll just do what it does so gently.
Bonds and
at
equity?
the
They still
end
move
of the
inverse of each
day-
other, Jack?
You don't want to try and play that correlation because
Yeah.
Not anymore.
it don't work.
That used
Yeah.
to be the
It's
trade.
got like
that
a
was
58% correlation right now.
Oof,
It's just
that's not
terrible.
that used to
Pretty
be
much
the trade.
all assets move in the same direction now, whether you've
Yeah.
got, Bitcoin or 10-year notes or whatever. So
Yeah.
take that for what it's worth.
Gotcha. We're still selling off here. Vince say we might find some support here around 56.18 ES going to monitor. Thank you, Vince. We are at 56.18. It is look out below.
So can anybody who's really good at the dome take a look at what are the traders thinking as they're moving in the ES, which has got, way more price action. If somebody, I am terrible at understanding how the dome works in terms of watching what traders are doing. So somebody who really has got a feel for that, can we look at the ES and see what are these guys thinking? Are they watching their orders, pulling them really fast, piling in further with each break? What are they doing?
I just pulled up the ES Dome. I don't have a ton of experience looking at the ES Dome specifically. I looked at the bonds for a very long time. They're very different. I still see the spread bros are in the house.
Yeah, sure are.
Calendar roll. Those are those 300 lots that are about 5 points off the market in either direction. That's some sort of spread going on. If I were long with this right now, I'd be like, OS, there's a lot of room below here.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Yeah. And, watching the dome is exhausting if that's what you're focusing on for execution. Like if that's your strategy is watching the dome and looking for little pockets of liquidity and that kind of stuff, it is exhausting. The only time I'll really look at it is in breakout types of situations, like an initial balance breakout. If we get a breakout of an initial balance and the dome just dies, it seems that nobody cares about the breakout, so it's less likely to continue. But if you get a breakout and the dome lights up and you're getting, it doesn't even have to move that quick or that fast. It has to wiggle a little bit. I watched the way the market, the way the orders are placed and canceled and placed and canceled, placed and canceled. You just kind of see that it looks like a robust dome, even though maybe the direction isn't that quick right away. So usually when you see a breakout, Anne-Marie, you're going to see a bunch of stops above or below wherever that breakout is. So it's going to look like, oh man, this is going to be a good one. So what I'm looking for is after all the stops are hit, what happens to the dome? Does it die? Does it just sit there and there's not a lot of like activity, orders being placed, orders being canceled? That to me that's not what I'm going to be looking for in a continuation or a breakout trade. I want to see the market moving in my direction relatively quickly. Lots of orders being placed, lots of price action. In other words, lots of trading going on, the bid and the offer and the bid and the offer, and then moving higher on the bid and the offer.
Now I see some dome moving. You can see those
There
every
you go.
time. New lows where it teleports down there, stops.
Stops.
No, we didn't get stops that time.
So here's
we're gonna get some
12 weekly kickoff. That 602 level looks really juicy down below there.
Smoking this.
Through the
Jack,
highs.
didn't you just call this motion just like 20 minutes ago?
You did.
It doesn't count if I didn't make money on it, but the ZN is moving up. So lows.
Wow, into the 600 handle. We have
Whoa.
selling 20,000s was the trade today in the NQ. Oh, wow. All right, Eddie, I want to come to you, Eddie. We are continuing to make new lows here.
I hope that Cryptid Zombie made a lot of money on this because I hope everyone does well, even if you're a Jag.
Man. Apple and Nvidia selling off. Last trade in Nvidia, $125.
Any news on
last trade, $225. I haven't seen anything. They not getting enough out of the Fed speak? Could that be it? I don't.
No, they added some Collins stuff a little while ago, but that was it.
I'm saying the market's not hearing what they want, or the market's not hearing what they want out of the Fed speakers out of Jackson Hole.
No, they ain't saying shit.
I know that's what I'm saying. They've been saying the same thing, but James, I just hope everyone had fun.
I think after lunch we might hear something. Feed these people.
Has gold responded in any interesting way with this sell-off?
25.16 has been chopping around in about a $5 range for the last hour and a half. More sellers coming in here.
Being very quiet.
Now this is a proper down day.
Is this the one? Is this the hammer,
sure.
Jack?
I'm not saying it's a hammer. It's just I think it's healthy. It's good to see. Oh my God, we're down 30 points on the day, and it's like great.
All right.
Screen. New lows.
5606.
We like those O2s? O2 Hogs? Oh, O2. O2s, Hoag? Do we like O2s? Let's see if we can get some levels here. Point control from 3 days ago.
It's a target, and one of the targets that we reached yesterday was weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ. So that was a naked point of control flat out there. That was the weekly kickoff high, and it held really nicely yesterday. So, we've got some momentum going on this. I don't want to step in front of this until I see some sort of daytime frame structure, something telling me this thing is slowing down. It seems to be accelerating now, but I need something to tell me. I'm fully expecting it to go down and test that level. I'll look at it then.
Well, it's a trade here, John. We gotta look for levels from our teams here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, a lot of trap buyers too. If they bounce, if we bounce into anything significant, they're just going to sell to get flat.
I think we can acknowledge levels as well, but the thing is, we're not Vanguard investing for 50 years from now. How it gets to a level matters, and that was pretty cool right there.
Jack's loving this. All right. Well, we do have some timely announcements we should probably get to. We got about 10 minutes left here. We will get. All right. Let's go to quick. Eddie, what do we got for announcements? Let's get right.
All right. Let's do these really quick here. A lot of us here in the chat community have questions regarding Topstep X. They have ideas, suggestions. Well, the thing is, you can offer your suggestion or your idea. What we're going to do is we're going to go over. We got my charts up. Yes, we do. We're going to go over to the charts here. And what you need to do is you need to click on the question mark. So we're going to get over to the question mark here. And what we're going to look for is the feature voting tab. Okay. Now, if you've got an idea, suggestion, please check here, search. If you have an idea or suggestion that somebody already put in there, because what this is about, it's about voting. As you can see here, 1.4 people approve improvements to current bracket orders. So what we're going to do is we're going to see these higher numbers, and we're going to focus on those first. So do a search. If not, you can create your own post. And some of these ideas are already in the works. And how can we check that out? We can check on the roadmap. In review, these are ones that are in review. As you can see the votes, nice high votes. Planned. These are ones that have gotten the green lights. In progress. These are ones we are working on right now. And these are the ones that are finished. And in the change log here, I want to check that out. These are ones that we have finished and have detail. So this is the last one we had, the hotkeys, as Gabriel talked about. And this is going to give you some a little bit more detail if you want to read into it. So we've got that here for you also. Another thing, too, here is we've got 6 days a week here at Top Step Trader. We've added Sunday night programming, 4:45 p.m. Central Time, market kickoff with Nick for a Tick. We have a 7:30 slow markets with Coach Dakota, and it's Monday through Thursday. And recently adding at the buzzer with Coach Jay, Monday through Fridays at 3:15 p.m. Central Time. And don't forget about the London Open with Deeyana, Monday through Thursday, 3:30 a.m. Central Time. So there you have it. And I'm going to pass that back to you, Andre, and thank you for the time.
Oh, thank you for the time, Eddie. Why do you say it like that? Why do you stop? It's all of our time. It's all of our time.
You got me in.
Yeah, I got you. You got in, got out. These markets were dead 50-50 here in the Y. I'm looking at this. A whole lot of nothing. Just keep selling off here. Will the sell-off continue?
This is a big number in the NQ because this is a weekly closing line. Where are we? Nope. It is, wait, what is that number? That is a Topstep number, isn't it?
What's that, Anne-Marie?
Last, in the NQ, it's 19,685.
685. We're there right now.
I can't see what it's showing us, but
last week's high is 683.
I see from the chart. Oh, it's gapped. Oh, I see what's going on here. Yeah, if it loses that edge, I just feel like we have the potential to bounce there, but losing that edge sends us to 19,586 from a congestion zone perspective. We're more than 8 standard deviations wide on the opening range of the trading day.
That's a stretchy rubber band.
Yeah, it is very stretchy.
So we had a naked point of control from the 9th in the NASDAQ. This is a TPO point of control, 19,662. Stopped just short of that. We have the correlating naked point of control from the same day in the S&Ps, which is 56.02 quarter, one of Brooksy's levels, and we stopped just short of that as well. We start to show some basing here. This might be an interesting area for an execution at some point. Not right now. I can't jump in front of a freight train. I just can't do it.
Yeah, I did, and I'm feeling sad about it. But watching for it to reclaim some of these Fibonacci levels.
No freight trains coming out of Canada today, Hoag. Let's
JD is very upset about this trade.
Awesome.
That was very well done, JD. Take it away. Wow.
Let's take a look at these
stand on the tracks.
Here's the bottom half of your top 10. Chung took another hit. Almost
turn down your
20,000.
mic slightly, train boy.
Train boy. Here we go.
Wow.
I think you're an MP slot. We have it jacked up.
Oh, that got me.
Hilarious.
That was beautiful.
I know. Perfect. Absolute perfection.
Did we lose JD or did he just sulk off because...
I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
You heard his feeling.
There he is.
There you are.
I'm just
back?
playing with the volume on my mic. You got me?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Can we continue? Let's continue. All right. Chung took another hit. $20,000 for Chung. He was in sixth place yesterday. Finds himself in. He was in second place yesterday. Finds himself in sixth place today. Kane took a hit. $23,000. Fell from fifth down to seventh. Nick Fortick moved up a notch on the list after a $9,800 winner. He was in ninth place yesterday. Now sitting in eighth place. Henry also moved up. Henry profited close to $7,000 yesterday. He was in ninth place or 10th place. Now he's in eighth place. And our newcomer Josh had a big day yesterday. He made about $77,000 trading across 5 XFAs, rocketed up from 252nd place on the leaderboard all the way to 10th. Big move in one day for Josh.
That's impressive.
All right, Eddie.
That's impressive.
Hit me with the drum roll.
Autobots, transform and roll out.
There they are. All right. In fifth place is Brian. Brian lost $7,000 yesterday, dropped from fourth place down to fifth. Marco moved up from seventh place after a $16,000 winner. Wuju actually took $1,000 drawdown, still moved up a place. He was in sixth place yesterday, moved up to third after a drawdown. Wuju is hanging around. He's not going anywhere right now. Drayton made about $5,000, moved from third up to second place. And Rafa, our leader, took a $2,000 drawdown trading in his live funded account. Still firmly cemented in first place for now. There's your top 10 list.
Man, we got some movement. All right, good stuff. Hearst Freak says, come on, Chung. We're pulling for you indeed. Chung's name we've been seeing a lot lately. All right, guys, we have 2 minutes left in fast markets. Fast markets, indeed, they have been topped out at 20,000. We took a peek above 20,000. We are now in the 19,600 handle. A lot of movement today. All right, let's get right into appreciations. I'm going to start out with the lovely Anne-Marie. Anne-Marie, what are you appreciative for today?
You know, there's so much. I'm appreciative for a mind that always approaches the market like a newbie, right? I'm always looking at it going, okay, what can I learn today? What can I learn today? And so it gives me general enthusiasm. It makes me love the work I do. And I'm grateful for that. I'm grateful for team members that feel the same way I do about stuff. They love the markets. I love you guys so much. And I know that you love the markets the way that I do. And it's just, I'm grateful for my Thursday mornings. I really, really am. They're so much fun for me.
Man, that's pretty good. It's hard to follow up. Jackson, give it your best shot. Jack, what are you appreciative for?
I took that bond off, but I am appreciative to actually hang out with you guys in chat and Anne-Marie. This morning was a little bit difficult, but now that I'm on here, I had a ton of fun. Glad hanging out with y'all. Have a great rest of your day.
Yeah. And Mr. Hoag, what are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for everything as always, but I'm really appreciative that we made money on the one good long that was in these markets today. And all of a sudden, I just feel like I have a taste for some toast.
Oh, where are you at? Where are you at, JD? Well done.
Shots fired. I heard that.
He's recording train times in a notebook.
And to close it out on fast markets, and I'm appreciative for that TopstepTV is now averaging better numbers than Trader TV Live. How about that? After with that being said, we got power players coming up. We got Coach Paul. I see him in the green room coming up next. Stay tuned here. Let's go. I had an absolute blast with these two guys last Thursday. Same time, same spot on TopstepTV. The man in the middle, co-host of At the Buzzer with Coach Jay. That is Coach Paul in the house. Make sure to check him out, 3:15 Central on TopstepTV at the Buzzer. You guys know my partner, Dolby Time, on the right. Let's get after it. Coach Paul, how are we doing this morning?
I'm doing what? Great. I got out of a long early, and I haven't traded since.
Right. Well done.
I did not foresee this coming. I want to buy it. So
cool.
We're starting to reach the 50-day moving average on the daily and the S&P. So I'm looking for a place to buy it. So today, let's see what we can do. Coach Dolby, what do you think?
Yeah, Dolby Time. Let's catch the people up on what we how we kind of chopped it up last Thursday.
Yeah, so last Thursday was super fun. A lot of audience participation. So if you're hanging out in chat, we're going to be asking your opinion quite a bit for this segment. So we have a live house account open that we're going to be taking trades on in the ES. So we'll be focused on that market today just because it does move a little bit slower and it's a little bit more gracious with the way it moves, unlike the NASDAQ. But let's talk some levels. And we got Coach Paul who wants to get long, but let's talk to chat and see how they feel. Chat, long or shorts ES?
Get that pull up. Long or
Go
short?
from
ES.
there.
Yep. Do we even need to put the price in there, or just general bullish or bearish?
I think it's general.
That's what we're looking for.
Let's get a general temp check from chat, and then we can start talking levels.
Okay. Well, we'll take a look at
chat.
tilt here just to get a general idea. ES 68% long, NQ 66% long. So let's see if that's
it's kind of random, isn't it?
Yeah. Let's see if it's reflected in the chat poll here. One of the
it looks. Oh yeah, we got a poll, so that's good.
Yeah, question mark. Interesting with the question mark here. I like it. I'm not sure.
I like that. I don't know. That's a great answer.
Can be.
You don't have that luxury in the reversal challenge, though.
No, you don't.
Oh.
I want to try that one time.
Oh, it's a good time.
We did bounce off. We saw this big sell-off. Not too long ago. We did bottom out in the NQ at 19,664. We're about 100 points off of that. Last trade, 19,744. NQ bottomed out at 5603. It's about 13 points to the upside now. Last trade, 5616. So we got this pull up. Yes, long, shorter. I don't know.
Oh, God.
I kind of like it here.
Megaphone formation. Oh, you got to be kidding me.
You know,
another one of these days.
Dolby.
I'm so tired.
Dolby time,
so tired of megaphones. But if you switch to my screen, I mean, it's clear as day. This megaphone formation is just killer. Here, I'll put it in orange.
What interval is that?
Start right now.
This is the 15-minute chart. Higher highs and lower lows. What fun. Okay, so chat, 60% long. So we have our bias right now. So let's talk about levels that we want to enter into for ES. So chat, what levels would you like to get long in the ES? And then, of course, in the meantime, we can talk about what levels we like on air while chat gets their levels straight. So, Coach Paul, what levels do you like in the ES for a pullback?
15.
15s. How'd you get to that number, Paul? How'd you come to that number?
On the 30-minute, it's the 200-bar moving average.
Excellent. Asked and answered.
If we can,
15.
in a half hour, we settle above it, we'll at least have some buying. On the half-hour chart, since the opening, we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 selling bars in a row. So at the 200, we're still in a longer-term uptrend. It's a good place to start.
Is the
now I want to bring up, Carl, I'm going to bring up this word, ATR. What is our ATRs? Carl, boy, is that guy quick?
Yeah, he might get you on that one. All right, so we're working. We like to pull back to the 15s. Coach Paul said, "What would our risk be?"
I'm going to risk 2 ATRs. So right now let's go on to the 1 minute.
Here, let's
It's,
get an ATR.
ATR is 3 points.
So 3 times 2, I got 6.
6.
I already had it up.
Cool. All right, 15's incoming here.
Cool. Yep, we got 15s. Let's look at chat real quick. Let's just put a buy order in, just to have it in here at, say, 13.50. But let's look at chat and see what levels we have here. 56, 12.50, 56, 13, 55, 15, 56, 13. We have a 19, which is a little high. 08s. That's probably the steepest pullback that we see here. And 10s and 13s. Okay, so it looks like we got a range between 15 and 13. Let's say 15 and 12.
Like this.
Yeah, your 15s almost got touched, Paul. So let's see if we can do 15s, 13s, and 12s. So it'd be three contracts.
15, 13, and 12.
3 contracts.
If we get a pullback, I mean, this is going to be tough. We might have to reassess here. If we push above 56, 19, 50, maybe we need like another, push up and pull back again. Because I see this as a stair step pattern right now. Stair step higher.
So when you say stair step, are you looking for a break to buy?
Yeah, so stair step, it could be on like any either down or up. It's just a series of hold on. It's just what's the best way to describe it? So if you see on my chart right here, we got 1053. I got this line drawn at 5610, right? So it had a range, broke up, came back, resistance became support. And then it went and did it again right at Coach Paul's level, 5615. So it had a range, broke out, came back, tested a support. So that's what I call stair stepping. And that can happen either up or down. So
that's great.
So for example, if this one breaks out, right, this range we have at 1109. Then the next stair step would be 5619. You'd want to see that come up, come back, and then push higher from there. So that's what I consider the stair step pattern.
Okay.
Most call it a pullback. Some call it a comeback.
Wow. Wow. Toby liked that one. He's proud of himself on that. He likes it. Clap. I love it, man. Toby was feeling himself. That got me good.
I got inspired. JD got me inspired, man. He's had bangers all day today.
JD was on one this morning.
It really all right. Was. That's the great thing about Topstep is that a community, one of the things I missed from being on the floor was the community where you can learn, get different perspectives. And this gives a platform that, you can learn, hear different people, different ways of trading. And then maybe there's something in that that's going to help you in your trading. So thanks, Dolby. I learned from that.
Not a problem.
100%. We're all about here at TopstepTV. Yep, community. It can be a very lonely journey, especially these days, Paul. Like, there's no pitch, there's no trading floor. The brick and mortar prop firms, those are becoming a thing of the past. I know they're still the offices, they're still there, but everyone's remote now, so it can be very lonely in your trading journey. So yes, it's really great. The vibe in the chat, just nothing but for the most part, very supportive. Of course, us on TV here, nothing but supportive. And hey, shout out to Coach Hoop. We are seeing crude continuing to move higher here. New highs just put in $73. Crude, very, very volatile. Crude sees a lot of action.
So close to getting calls in USO yesterday. I was like 5 cents off of calls in USO. That would have been perfect.
Yeah. Yes, it would have. We got about a $2 range, $1.80 range.
Was your market button broken?
I didn't mark it. I limit order in like 5 cents below, and it just didn't get filled. But now they're trading like 30 or 40% higher. Unfortunately. That's okay though.
Yeah. All right. Well, all right. So what do we do here, guys? We're working the 15s. We don't get the 15s just yet.
We wait.
Just remain patient. Let the market come to us.
I think so.
It's slowing down too. So when it slows down after a big break, I mean, what is that telling us? The selling is, this big seller is stopped. I use that, there's a
I got a
big
question.
seller. Yes.
Paul, did that feel like retail selling or institution selling today?
That
With that
felt
sell
like
off?
institutional selling. Because
Why?
they waited, because they waited for the opening, right? And we rallied off the opening, and they don't. One of the things is that they're not working levels. They went to the market, and they couldn't find, and then they caught. I think retail got caught, because we've had this, it was almost safe just to buy it, right? I mean, it was easy the last week and a half, and it got really easy. So I believe, this is just from my experience. I could be wrong, but it had that feeling, the DNA of just relentless, a big seller, someone liquidating.
Do we
One of the
want to
things
put
I
an order
learned
in at 1550?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, 56.15 half. Gotcha. Yep. Okay, cool.
Yeah, 56.15 and a half. Yeah, it's just not quite. We're not quite getting that pullback down. We are making lower highs on a small time frame, which leads me to believe we still have a chance of getting filled here. But buyers have been relatively aggressive in coming in and supporting just above 15.
Yeah, you could get short covering here. For the people, that's why when I say balance, one of the great things I learned from Pete Stottlemyre is,
I know that name.
Markets move from balance to imbalance. So when we use a market profile, right, we're either looking for a balanced profile or an imbalanced profile. I'm much better personally at trend. We got that this morning. And we're starting to.
Man,
this
thing's getting away from us.
I go to 16.
Yeah, it is. Man.
16s?
And I'm at, 16s.
Okay.
Let's
see.
look at that.
16.
I don't want to chase much further than that unless.
Yeah.
Right.
That's the tricky
if it breaks
part.
out and comes back, then we can basically set up the same trade again. But I hate chasing.
This.
So much.
I wonder if Coach Jay's in the audience on the half hour, or he's got a really good on volume. On this break, we have a big volume candle that makes a low, and then it holds, and then we get some buying with lighter volume. But whatever that candle is, if you break the high of that candle, it's a great buy. It's a pretty non-random action.
Who else was doing that volume stuff? Was that Max, Andre, who was doing like the high volume bars on time frames? Damn.
Yes, Max.
God, we missed this one.
Yeah, they just ran away from us.
This one.
Okay. Thought was spot on. We read it spot on.
Great read. Great read.
Yeah, it was.
Also a great read chat.
Yep.
Chat was in there for those longs and caught most of those levels.
Here we go.
So that would have been 6 points that we would have had if we had gotten filled. That's a bummer, but let's flatten and reassess. It's not a big deal. So now the stair stepping looks super clear, right?
Yeah, look at this thing run.
Yeah. So
and I'm not good at actually. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's worth, if you do range trading, sometimes it is worth just placing that order just like one tick above the low of the range, just to make sure you get that fill. I mean, you're not giving up a ton, but the difference between getting outside of the range and staying within the range is, it seems like it's not much, but it's actually like quite a lot. It's like structurally. And so it's a little bit of a bummer that we didn't get filled there. That would have been a hell of a trade.
Yeah, it would have. Yes, it would.
Well, that's I come from, I used to fill orders, and sometimes you have to determine, do I need to reach or is it in balance? personally, if I want in, I get in.
Yeah, you got to go market. You got to go to market.
But I mean, I'm not putting it. It's your style and your personality.
Mm-hmm.
But the most important thing is to be consistent with it. If something, you know what I mean? Consistency, whether it's trading or anything in life, is consistent.
Yeah.
I use Coach Jay and I use a lot of sports analogy. Golf is the one thing I'm doing now that I'm learning that I didn't play when I was younger. And wow.
How's that going?
The more I golf, I'm getting better.
Are you good? It's so hard, man. It's so hard.
I'm no longer a 20 handicap. I'm down to about a 15.
Hey, let's go in the right direction.
I don't try to kill it. I don't try to kill it anymore. I actually put some thought into being consistent. That's why I'm starting to really love golf. It's like, how consistent can you be? Plus, I'm learning from my girlfriend. And you, as a coach, can I be coached? Am I coachable? Well, she's a golfer. So
that's a good question. Is the coach coachable? Is the coach coachable? That is a great question. Can you answer that, Coach Paul? Are you coachable?
Yeah, I have to put on that mindset, right? Because
I would hope so. Yes.
Is it the difference between is it criticism or is it, you take it as criticism? Yeah, I know, and especially you get frustrated, right? And someone gives you, some information, and you can either accept it or fight it. From my younger days, I would have fought it. From coaching, I've learned to go, I should listen. And believe me, it doesn't come real quick, right? That's why with trading, there's no give me backs, no, I really didn't want to sell it down there.
Yeah, there's no do-overs. There's no mulligans.
There's no mulligans. So
all right, well, here we go, guys. All right, we're still pushing higher here. We tried to be a 10-point winner just like that.
Oh, I know, Dre.
Easiest 10 points you'll ever get. So how do we reassess here?
I think we look for 56-20s.
I see that.
Okay. Well, let's do this. This is a great one. 50% retracement from that low. No, we keep making new highs. So, what's your stair step 3?
56-20, basically. It's just a pullback to kind of see if those who got short at 56.19 or 56.20 want to cover. If they get a chance, but they might not even get a chance and might just start covering now if they think momentum is really poor.
Now, one thing is the VWAP is much higher. So I personally, I don't want to get too aggressive. It has the flavor of short covering.
Mm-hmm.
And when it's short covering, when you chase it, all of a sudden, wham! There's a 5-point beating, right? I just took someone else's burden. I like to think of it that way. So being patient. All right. That's one other thing to develop. I'm not naturally a patient person.
Mm-hmm.
I had to develop that. And I still struggle with that. One of the things in trading is actually, the number one rule is know thyself. Know your personality and see how that fits in your trading plan. Before I had it's just get in. I have no, and then think about the consequences, right?
After the fact, right? But then you learn really quick that the stove is hot, right? You touch the stove, so you'll learn the stove is hot when you do that. But sometimes it works. Like right here, had we have chased, yes, it would have worked. That's if the momentum continues. I mean, more often than not, it's still going. We're going to VWAP, aren't we?
We're going to This is when you miss out on a trade like this is when FOMO kicks in. This is when you just start hitting the market button, and then most of the time that doesn't work, but when it does, I guess it does. But it's just there's no way to get into a trade that's easy to manage risk structurally. It's just it's like a momentum play, which I don't understand. I don't do momentum, but if someone in chat knows how to do momentum,
Nasdaq's doing the same. All right, last trade in the Nasdaq, 19,812. We bottomed out at 19,664, so we're up about 150 points off the lows there. Yes, still buyers are in the house. Bottom low of the day, 56.03. We made those lows about 40 minutes ago. We put in those lows at 56.03. Last trade, 56.30. So the buyers are in. VWAP, we're just saying, 56.31s. VWAP at 56.37. Don't be time.
Paul, what do you do in this? I mean, we missed that by what, 2 ticks? We missed, right? That's it. Is that it?
Well, I just here we talk about this. As a basketball coach, after every practice and every game, we get together. What did we learn? What do we need to improve on? What did we do well? Mm-hmm. Well, let's start with what did we do well? We identified it was it was a buy. Right. Yep. What can we improve on?
What can we improve on? What can we improve on?
I don't know if that was just unlucky.
Having the perfect entry? Chasing? I mean, going to market?
Away.
These are great questions.
2 ticks, actually.
I think, it was off the lows, and
there's more room.
At that point, I'm just paying the edge, buy the offer. It sounds obvious now, right?
Right.
But going back, what was the situation? Because it's never the same. One great quote I learned from a trader was, a river flows, so you never step into the same river. Well, and I was like, what are you talking about?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? It's in a flow. You might be in the same place in the river, but the river itself is flowing. It's never the same inside
Water's
the river.
Different. Water's
different. So in this case, there was some difference here. It was, the world is coming to an end. Why do we had the sellers were in control, and it slowed down. It hit the level. One of the things, the level I saw in the 30-minute was right there. The thing going back is like, okay, I'll buy the offer, because one of the things at that point, it's so overdone on the short term that, okay, I'm willing to pay an edge, a given edge, right? I'm just one of the worst things when you're, waiting in certain spots that it doesn't come to you, and it's like, okay, it's not coming to me. Maybe I have to go to it. And that is a nuance that we develop.
You just have to be okay with it, right? You just have to do that little risk analysis in your head and just be like, I'm giving up the couple ticks to get in to make sure I get this entry, because I have the conviction that it's going to be that good. There's a small chance.
Yeah, there's more room. There's more room to the upside. So it's more about getting in than actual price. We are going to VUF. This is.
I mean,
all right. Again, 56.33 last trade in. ES. 56.37 VWAP and Q lagging a little bit.
Look at another market.
Dow got the VWAP first. How about that? Yeah, we can. MQ's probably the laggard between all three of these as far as getting back to VWAP.
How about bonds?
I don't know what bond is. You
don't need to.
That's all I'm going to say.
How about bonds? We can still play. So we'll see what happens. All right. How about this? Can we see how this reacts at VWAP if indeed it gets there?
Okay.
What do you have for VWAP, Trey?
I got 5637 through 37.
Okay.
Now, is that anchored from the opening?
Oh, from overnight, from the reopen.
Okay. Let's anchor one from the 8:30 candle, the opening candle.
Why do you like that one?
Because that's where the volume starts to come in. That's, to me,
I
that's
see.
the opening.
Okay, anchor
Right?
session.
It's 35.
Yeah.
It's 2 points lower.
It's 35. Yes, it
So
is.
let's see how it reacts there. Now let's take another. Now we've had a rise up to VWAP. Can we sell one at VWAP and risk, in this case, 1 ATR?
If we get up there?
Because it's on a price basis. Because if it's not good, if the sellers come back, they're going to come back at this level.
Yeah.
Right.
I really love anchoring it to the first minute. It tells you a lot. Because where does the volume come in? On the opening. In the first, Hoag says it all the time, the 1 minute.
I'm thinking we got this 56.31.50. We go to a longer term time frame. This is potentially support becoming resistance off of the August 21st. I think it's overnight low. So maybe we get a little bit of a pullback off of that. And if we do, maybe we can find a way to get long again. It's slowing up a little bit, but we're also only 4 points away from VWAP. And for a pullback, I'd look at like 27s to try to get long on a short term.
Okay. Well, let's actually, do we try and sell VWAP and risk 3 points?
I would try to. Yeah, we could. I would try to buy. I have an order and I'll pull the order. Buy 28s and then see if we can sell VWAP and then sell VWAP and see if we can get VWAP as well.
Yeah, the only thing that concerns me there is we're still under VWAP.
Oh yeah,
yeah. What, in terms of getting long down here, Paul?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we just bounced how many? It's crazy.
30 points.
This
20 points on ES or something.
20 points, $1,000. That's why I love micros. By the way, micro gold. If you haven't looked at it, oh yeah, because gold is a $4,000 average range a day.
Is that true?
High to low on average.
I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. Now, in most accounts, if we do a micro, it's 10% of that, $400. We can do multiple micros and still survive.
Yes.
I mean,
trying to thrive
at
though,
4,000.
Trying to thrive.
Huh? Yeah. Well,
trying to thrive.
To thrive, yeah, I agree. To thrive,
we gotta catch that $4,000 range.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what we're talking. That's what we're here for, Paul.
Here for 4 figures. This is thriving.
Okay, well, it's the size of your account. You have to survive your account. If you blow your account up, you're not survived. And how do you thrive when you haven't survived?
This is the house account, though. This is basically as close to having the Fed on your side as you can. I mean,
we got the money printer here.
They just keep on printing. Crazy.
So it's okay. That's relative, right?
Size of the account, indeed.
Right. As my aunt used to say, you have champagne tastes and a 6-pack budget.
Your budget.
You got to keep your budget, right? You got to budget one of the ways is budgeting your risk. And it was the time now.
Yes.
Your DLL should be a personal DLL. I personally will never, and that's one of the greatest advances, not just in the industry, is to put your personal daily limit. I mean, 12 to 15% on any given day. You should never lose more than that.
12 to 15% of your account balance?
Of your account balance ever. It's time. When you're there, you're in tilt. Right?
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it on.
Everyone's different too.
Yeah.
Some people will tilt way sooner than others. So you kind of have to know what your personal daily loss limit is. And actually, a good way to figure out what your personal daily loss limit is to have like a losing day. And if you're still thinking about your losing day by dinner time, you lost too much money. So you want to make sure your personal daily loss limit is a number that you are not thinking about your losing day by the time dinner time hits.
Good point.
Okay, that's a
Sometimes
I
easier
like
said than
that.
done, but yes, Dolby, you're spot on with that.
Way easier said than done.
Yeah.
But yeah, you don't want to
Well,
be
yeah,
dwelling
because
on your losses. That means they're way too high. Way too high.
because deep down, you know you shouldn't have. You did
Yeah,
things
you
you
effed
shouldn't
up.
have done.
You know you effed up.
Because one of the
100%.
how do you know you're in? How do you know you're in full tilt?
When you
You
black
say in
out,
your head,
wake
you say
up, and
F
then
it.
all of a sudden you're down $4,000
Right?
or whatever.
Yep.
So
Yep.
the way I do it is, it's 12% of the total equity of the account.
Hmm.
I shouldn't be there. If I'm trading right and I'm managing my risk, I shouldn't, because at that point, when you're in that mode, you're going to fight any information, right? I mean, I
Oh,
go
yeah.
back to coaching. You're just like, I can't.
Counter trade
polite.
everything. Yeah, it's the worst. Adding too much size when you're already trading poorly.
You're chasing losses.
Yeah.
You're trying
strategy hopping.
Strategy
all
hopping.
the above.
Yep.
And you
size
really,
starts changing.
Oh yeah.
Right? And you'll
Oh,
do
yeah.
everything until either you blow up, which is probably going to happen. But having something outside of your emotion, which I think Topstep, this should be, that personal daily loss limit. Set it and forget it, because it's too late. Once you're in tilt, first of all, you're in tilt. You're not listening to anyone, right?
Even yourself. Not even yourself. Yep.
Oh, you're the last. Yeah. Someone try to step in. Hey, fuck you. Excuse me.
Exactly.
Sorry. I kind of went into the personal tilt right there.
No, we've been there. We've been there.
I'm sorry we missed this
Exactly what
trade,
happens.
Paul. If we had had it, you wouldn't have been tilted.
Those 15s were nice,
Well,
man.
we didn't.
Those 15s.
So let's go back into the present. We're slowing down now, aren't we?
Oh yeah, volume's coming down big time too. Ever since that big push at, let's say, 11:20 Central, volume is on the decline right up into this 56.3150 area. So we might still have shorts in play if we can get to VWAP.
Yeah.
I also still think we have a pullback in play for longs if we can push down to like 27s. Because that's kind of where I have my fourth stair step. So we started having this new range on like a 1 minute chart, even on the 5 minutes, starting to tighten up a little bit. So I think we're establishing that fourth stair step higher.
It'd be interesting. Can you put the 30-minute up for
30-minute chart? Yeah.
Wow, that's a double bottom.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean,
look
what
at that volume off the bottom.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty friendly to it. The only thing is on the daily, we have an engulfing daily. That's like a red flag. But hey, it's got to catch VWAP again, and
You'd think so.
It's starting to curl downwards now. I really don't. The buy was on sale, right?
Oh, 100%.
It was on sale down there. Right now, we'll probably have to, we're going to have to be random here. When does Powell speak? This afternoon or tomorrow afternoon?
Friday.
Friday?
Tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Hey, tomorrow's Friday, everybody. We made it.
Hey, tomorrow is Friday. Friday is tomorrow.
That's awesome.
Hey.
We're saying the same. We're saying the same thing.
Wow, it has really gotten slow up here. Really, really slow.
Yeah.
Really slow
right
down.
now, don't piddle in the middle.
No.
I don't. There's really nothing
Is
here.
it? Wait, Paul, is it piddle in the middle or diddle in the middle?
I always heard it as piddle.
Piddle. Okay, fair enough. Hey,
Let's,
tomato.
Someone out there, Carl, chat GPT it.
Well, here's a bit of a pullback, but is this going to be rounding off or is this a pullback?
I don't.
Well, that's the thing. So We
Okay,
have two theses, right? We have what short VWAP if we get there, and then do we still like longs on a pullback because we're getting kind of close to stair step 4 if we're trying to get on longs.
I'll tell you what. I personally, because it got towards VWAP and it's losing energy.
Yes.
I'd almost rather
up a little bit here. It's starting to turn, but now the price sucks. It's like I don't want to.
Yeah. And what do we have at this level right here? We have balance in the short term.
Yeah.
You know, right?
What does that mean, Paul? What does balance mean in the short term?
Okay. How many bars have we had since we made that high? So more than we had on the run up. So let's see what we do. I would right now.
Range.
I still want it at VWAP. Just one risk 3. What's the ATR?
What do I have?
Give
I
it
have
a
2.39, 2.4, so we can do 5.
Okay, let's just call it 3.
3? Okay. I thought it was a double, the ATR?
Yeah,
stops?
double. If it was 2.5, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's come down a bit. So then, okay, we asked about what does balance mean? What's going to happen to the ATR when we're in balance? It's going to come down.
Yeah.
Because the ranges are slowing down.
Yeah.
Like
the ranges.
And the reason why what's the reason behind why the ranges are slowing down, Paul?
The ranges are slowing down because the initial buying from that low has stopped.
Correct. Volume.
Volume is. You know what? Yeah, the volume. Yeah, because you have volume is what? I mean, that's the players. It's the energy.
Exactly.
And now it's losing energy. It's waves. It's how I learned was off waves. You mentioned surfing. Well, I love that.
Yeah,
I love because well, Elliot. I first originally learned Elliot wave. I couldn't. You know, I learned a lot from it, but to execute it's too much. But if I did surf about 5 years ago, I body surfed. I'm a swimmer growing up, water polo.
No kidding.
Yeah.
I
grew up next to a YMCA.
Water polo's crazy, Paul. Water polo is crazy.
Water polo. How do we get to water polo?
You guys are nuts, man. You guys are in shape. You guys are absolutely nuts.
I used to be. But here, I'll tell you what, I went out to, my daughter lives in LA and visited her, and she set up, we went to Malibu, and I had lessons from a professional. Now, I'm in decent shape, but I'm a little older, and I was so excited. And then I got on a longboard, and I had to go against the waves. Oh my God. But you just, and all you have is your arms. Before you even get out to try and catch a wave, let alone miss it. And if you miss it, you got to turn around and do that. There's no out of shape surfers, man. I loved it. I did get up once and rode it in. I just couldn't, I lost my energy. And as a trader, that's what can happen when you're trying to get on a winner, right? Because we see the highlight. Yeah, we're starting to break a little bit.
We're starting to pull back a little bit. Yeah. If we like longs, might be
I
a
don't
discount
want it.
here.
I don't like the long anymore. It's made
don't like the long anymore. Okay.
No. I think I didn't. Right now there's times that you tell me what you what you see here.
How much do we retrace off that sell-off? We retraced about, just eyeballing it, 65% of the sell-off.
Yeah. And, one thing I love about VWAP that I didn't have before when in trading in a pit, because players, right? Remember the players who did this, who did that. Mm-hmm. And at one point, people make stuff up because you got to tell them something. Oh yeah, well,
is that
you're
right?
never gonna. You could. Oh yeah. Well,
Players
because you
card?
didn't know what happened. Who did that? Well, Goldman was buying. Well, you're not.
Yep.
Okay, right? So, it's like a theme. Goldman. It was Goldman.
Of course, it's always Goldman.
Right?
Goldman.
Or well, here looking at this curling, I would say this level, your stair step. Okay, Dolby. Where does your stair step fail?
It depends what the stop is, but it'd be below this range. So let's say like 2 points. That's kind of the nice thing with ranges is that you can have like a relatively tight stop. So we would say get long 28.5, but then the stop could be like say 25. 25
Which
evens.
fits into our ATR, doesn't it?
Yeah, I'd say so. About 5. Yeah.
So I'll let you do the trade, the buy. One other thing, what I love about.
See if we can get in here.
All right. I think one time what I want to do is one person does the buys and the other one does the sell side.
Oh, that would be funny. Put me on the sell side. I got diamond hands. So we'd be holding that shit all day. All day.
You got diamond hands.
You're
I've
muted.
never heard that.
Coach Paul, why don't you tell us a little bit about At the Buzzer with you and Jay. So those tuning in, Coach Paul, Coach Jay in the house, 3:15 Central, I should say, here on Top Step TV. Coach Paul, tell us a little bit about At the Buzzer.
At the Buzzer, Coach Jay and I will review the day's actions in the 4 major markets, S&P, NASDAQ, crude, and gold. We go over what happened, what's set, and then we break it down. Let's review how. By reviewing, we can learn, and then we can discuss. One of the things that I've learned from Coach Jay, and I'm the older dog there, right? He's really, really good at volume analysis. That was my weak spot.
100%.
We're gonna get smoked on this one.
What happened, Dolby? Hold on, real quick.
It's going down. No, we have a stop in, but it's just going to be a losing trade.
We're toast, as Jay said.
The whole range has rolled over. Maybe we get bailed out by some longs coming in, but we're long to 56.28 evens. Our stop's at 24. Or we don't like round numbers, right?
Buy this thing.
50.
So yeah, going back to At the Buzzer, and then we learn. We have a lot of fun. So tune in and bring questions. One of the things too, we have a question round. We can't get to all of them, but
right,
as we go through it, people, we try and educate. My theme is risk management. I will always be pushing risk management because without it, what's going to happen in the long term?
You ain't going to last. Without it, you ain't going to last in this game. They get us here. Dolby, did they get us?
Yeah, we got stopped. Mine is 443.50, so not that bad.
Yeah, not that bad.
Step
1 worked. Step 2 worked. Step 3 worked. Step 4 got busted, essentially.
So let's review that. So what happened when with this rally? We bought it on a price discovery, and I shouldn't use that because I'll save that for another time. But we found out we got the rally, we saw that. But one of the things to review here is what happened at that step 4. We're under VWAP, and we slowed down.
Yeah, big time.
Volume.
Yeah. Now, 50% retracement of this move. I still, at this point, wow, I'd almost.
Yeah. The other thing too,
sellers are coming right back.
Yeah, I mean, I think those longs at 56.31 decided to cover, and they've turned into sellers. So the long in general is probably pretty aggressive compared to longer term time frame action, price action. we just couldn't get over that 56.31, and they decided to cover. So if you had like shorts on, that was such a good idea. But we just didn't get to VWAP, right? That's what we were looking for initially, was the VWAP short. Didn't get there.
Only the Dow. Only the Dow was able to get the VWAP.
Over.
Wow, look at this. It is rolling.
Jeez. So now we're back to like third stair step. Yeah, that was like, I would maybe like say like a continuation long, right? So we bounced off the lower lows, or was like double bottom at 56.05. And so had we tried this exact same thing, it's pretty much the same idea as our long at 56.15, only we got filled and the market rolled over. But this exact thing could have happened at 56.15. We could have lost, 45 minutes ago instead of 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Let's do a quick recap here. ES last trade 56.19 for those that are just listening and aren't able to watch. Low of the day 56.03. On that retrace, we got all the way up to 33s ish, 56.33 on the retrace off that sell off. Now we're rolling over here. Last trade 56.19, so about 14 points off of that. Buyback. Taking a look at the MQ here. Last trade 19,760. Low of the day, 19,664. So about 100 points off the lows there. Sellers have stepped in. Volume did pick up a little bit to the downside. Looking at crude here, about 10 cents off the high, $73.42 last trade. High of the day, 73.52. Yep. We are still selling off here, fellas.
I think those buyers became sellers right at 56.31-ish or so.
Yeah. Well, one of the things is, steep sell-off, which goes into the trend of the day. That's why VWAP off that opening minute tells us who's. And we talked earlier about, do you think this is a retail or an institutional? Right.
This one feels retail. This one feels retail. But what do you think?
I'm thinking institutional because it's continuous selling. Retail doesn't move a market like this. Institutional, and especially with volume, because here I go back into the trading pit. I got to sell 5,000 contracts. Okay, and I turn around and I go, hey, Dolby, I'll sell you 50, and he goes, I'll buy 5.
Yeah.
Right. And then I go, Andre, I'll sell you 50. And you say, I'll buy 1. And now I'm like, all right, what's going to happen here?
You got another 44 to go. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can't get it all done at once. It's just like boom, boom, boom until I get filled. I think they got filled at that 20-day, 20-bar moving average.
Look at this.
But I still have
smoked.
Wow. Yeah, now
hey, good risk management, Dolby.
Yeah,
that's great risk management.
Maybe what we should have done is repulled chat after we started floating around 56.30.
Yeah, chat. Where were you? Where were you when we needed you, chat?
If chat wanted to switch to short side, we didn't. No. We should have though. Should have asked chat.
You're right. You're right, Dolby.
Those old longs from 56.15, but that was 16 points ago.
Wow, it just wiped out. It's going to wipe out this whole retrace.
Just all of it.
Wow, it's about to here.
Rocked.
Well, we got sellers here in the NQ, sellers in the ES Dow as well.
Okay, let's review this too. You're right. You got out, and now, for new traders, you had to. Let's say you bought this earlier and you didn't take profit. Right? This is where you can get really stuck. Like, hey, they took my toy away. I was enjoying it. I was up $1,000. And then you freeze or you pout and because by the way,
or you're in denial. This can't be happening. There's no way. Yep.
And that's just not a river in Egypt, right?
Hey.
But learn lessons. I've been caught in this one. I just go from experience. I'm not here to put anyone down. It's just I've been here. Like, son of a bitch. Well, next time it goes up there, I'm going to get out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, increasing volume too in this down move.
Yeah, that's
increasing volume.
All right, we got 1 minute left here on Power Players, guys. We're learning a lot. Hope you guys are truly enjoying this. We are 3 traders talking it out in real time in front of you guys, learning. We manage our risks. I think that's what we can take away for the best. Step 1, 2, and 3 would have been nice. Step 4, we got in. The music stopped, and there was nowhere to sit on the game of musical chairs. But we did manage our risk well, as we did see the self. What was our stop there, Dolby? We got stopped at what, 24, 25?
Let me see where it was. Like 20. We were long. Where are my covers at?
We were stopped at 25,
50, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
All right, now it's train 9. So
yeah.
So well done there.
Fun.
We managed the risk well. We got more coming up again after this. We got shoulder tap coming up after this. And then after that, we got group coaching. But shoulder tap up next with Jack and Ben. Group coaching with JD and Robert. And then the aforementioned co-host of At the Butters. We got Coach J joining Deeyana for Market Stalking with D. And then Power Hour. Then Francis Green will be joining us. Again, check everyone out. Coach Paul at the Buzzer, 3:15 Central. Without further ado, we got shoulder tap coming up next. Well done, fellas. That was fun.
All right. Have a good afternoon.
Yeah.
Take care.
Hello, friends, neighbors, traders, chat folks. It's me, Jack, and Ben Street, my favorite risk manager, are here for Shoulder Tap. It's a good one today. Ben, how you doing?
I'm back in the good graces, back with my favorite label.
Of course.
I'm doing well, Jack. I'm having a good day. Grateful for the little things in life, just feeling energetic and good overall. So I would say I'm having a good Thursday. What about you?
It's been a hectic one, but it's been good. Took a winner in the house account early and a small loser, so that's all going well. I also have, before we get to our funded traders, I have an Anwar update. For those of you not familiar, this is the man single-handedly trying to corner the market for micros in the E-mini NASDAQ. Yesterday, flame out from a high of 8,000 to somehow losing $6,000, which I don't know how he did in a 150K account, but he only traded 1,360 micros, which you got to beef those numbers up. That's probably why he was down on the day. So I don't know what that guy's doing. Sleepy day, just 67 trades for 1,360 micros. So that happened. Ben, how are our funded traders doing today?
That's incredible. I've got another trading card that's got some very interesting statistics that we can talk about as well. I think you'll get a kick out of. Live traders, it hasn't been great, I'll say, on the whole. When you look at the totality of the boards, total P&L across all traders, it's been red yesterday and red again today. However, of course, there's always those small pockets, of traders that are doing well. So if you're not one of the traders doing well, again, don't beat yourself up. I would say, generally speaking, trading has been on expert mode as of late, at least in the equities. So definitely don't beat yourself up. Just protect your downside. But some of the personalities we have on a regular basis. DLL today, Rips hit his DLL, Nick for a tick, and a couple of people haven't traded, which is good to see. That's always an option to not put trades on, but. A few people, doing really well. Rafa's up, cool, $3,800. Pastor's up 2,100, and we've got Dylan B up 6,000. So some good profits there as well. I had if I could give a kind of a quick speech, because I got a call from one of our former live funded traders who had lost their account with us, and it's a trader I had communications with a couple of times, and unfortunately a conversation that I've had in the past and something I've gone through personally. But, this trader is asking for really some advice or some guidance on, how to get things back on track. We got into it briefly, and, ultimately it was a situation where, this trader had left their full-time salary job and moved, and started trading full-time as their primary source of income. And has seen difficulty with that. We'll put it at that. I will say that trading is very difficult as it is. Any given day, any given trade, no matter what your style is. And when you put yourself in a position where you have the need for that money, when you need to make profits on a somewhat consistent basis, that amps up the pressure and the emotional engagement in your head, and it really makes it nearly impossible to take profits out of the market. So it's something that I've experienced personally. I was trading while I was working a salary job for a period of time. And then I got into this weird place where I was making more money trading than I was, with what was a pretty nice salary as well. And I foolishly decided to, trade full time for myself. And that kind of coincided with a change in market conditions that I hadn't been exposed to, and I took some significant losses. I'd made significant profits as well, particularly while I was still working full time. And I don't think those two things are unrelated. I think you really have to be in a position where you've got some supplemental income or an incredibly sizable nest egg before you are able to trade full time for yourself as your primary source of income successfully. So just a word of caution. I know there are traders out there. Again, it's not the first conversation that I've had with some of our live traders. And it certainly won't be the last. So I'm trying to give some grace and some guidance. The best, piece of advice I can give is not to have trading be your sole source of income unless you're truly in a spot where the money doesn't matter to you in that moment. So
yeah,
just kind of a PSA.
Let me second that PSA as someone that was lucky enough to be in the position where I was making a salary by trading. I was working for a company for 7 years full time. Even in that scenario, trading as a full-time job sucked. Let's put it this way. It was great when things were going well, but when it's not, it is just the worst, most soul-crushing job in the world, right? Like, there'd be months where, especially towards the end of my time there, and I would never try and go back into that industry full-time. There were months where I'd be like, wow, I busted my ass. That market's open 23 and a half hours a day, right? And it's like, if I had just taken a cruise to, I don't know, like Tahiti and spent the month there sipping daiquiris, I would be in a better financial position than what just occurred. And it takes a special sort of just, I won't call them crazy. They're just like, you're built different. And if you can do that, that's awesome. But and listen, I like the trade. I still do it, but it's nice to be able to like pick and choose when you do it and then not have it be your source of income. So wow. A lot of shitting on trading there as a career, but hey, that's one person's opinion. So anyway, with that, you want to check
let's
out
move
some cards?
on. Certainly. We've got our first card up is the one that I think you'll have a little fun with. Someone that we've seen before, Carlos L, is the live trader that we're discussing. First piece I want to point out is this is 150K account size. And Carlos is someone who had a very long winning streak in the XFA that we'd highlighted a number of times. Got moved into a live account, and treading water isn't necessarily the right way of putting it because we are seeing sort of a negative drift on the account, going down slowly over time. So very slowly kind of sinking as far as P&L is concerned, an account balance. But there's something to be said for staying in an account for 51 days, a live account, trading actively. But this trading could really be characterized by taking one step forward and then 20 steps backwards. The losing days are outweighing the winning days very significantly. Average winning day being $43 and average losing day being, $306. That's difficult to maintain no matter what your win rate is. It's always going to be hard, and it's really difficult, I think, psychologically speaking, when you put in 20 profitable days and then give all of that profit back in a single trading day. So there's opportunity here to salvage. The account balance is pretty darn low at this stage, but I think there's an ability to, especially trading the size that Carlos is trading with, in some cases like 2 micros at a time. That's low risk, which I like, but we're not seeing the profitability. I think there's a degree of tepidness with the trading where you're not really leaning into the winners, you're not capitalizing on winners, and you're letting the losers sort of run away from you. That to me says kind of tepid, afraid to lose or really to even take significant bites of profit. So there's a reason Carlos was called up to live. We saw profitability in that XFA. over time. And we've seen spurts of profitability in this live account, but ultimately letting those losing days just wipe out all the good work you've done is really difficult. There's also a tremendous amount of trade volume on some days. There was one day we saw 76 trades for 56 cents of profit. That's a whole lot of work to end up back at zero. Now, it's not a loss, to give credit, and there's certainly positives to take away from this, but even on the winning days, we're not eclipsing the $200 threshold that you need to count towards, requesting a payout ultimately when you hit 5. So there's some changes that need to be made. Ultimately, I think just capitalizing on the winning trades that you have could fix a lot of this. Certainly cutting your worst losing days in half would also put you in a much better spot, Carlos. So you still have the live account, still have an opportunity to profit, but need to be very selective. That's what I would recommend. Into the end, probably a good bit of advice for anyone that's trading. Just focus really hard on pre-planning. A single trade that you like, a trade idea that you like, and if that trade triggers, enter that trade, and then walk away on the day with whatever the result is. Creating that type of discipline for yourself is a good way to build back into profitability. And so that's what I would recommend while we still have the live account for Carlos. So just an update here, lots of trading, but haven't seen a ton of profitability over the 51 days that we've been in the account.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think this is the friend of ours from Hot Streaks, and I sincerely hope the real best case scenario here is that Carlos is trolling us with this account. Like he was just trying to do the hot streaks. Because if that's not the case, it would seem that he does not understand the payout policy, right? I mean, 51 days of trading, the best day is like $147 or $180. I don't think he has a single day in 51 days over $200. Didn't stop him from losing $1,000 because, I can't always tell a person's strategy just by looking at these cards, right? Or the what do they call trade report in front of me. But he's 100% martingale to get positive. Like that last day when you mentioned that trade volume, the last day of his streak, he eked out, what was it, 56 cents. All right. He was down 183 at one point. So he was just stacking offers or bids or whatever he's doing, hoping to get back to break even, then loses 700 the next day and 1,000 the day after that. I don't know what's going on here. I hope everything's all right, Carlos. I hope that, I don't know. It's hard to go into this without kind of being
critical, overly critical. Our job is, particularly on the risk team, is to, be complimentary, but be critical. You're trading, if you're in a live account, you're trading Topstep's cash, right? You're trading the firm's money. And so there's a level of responsibility that the trader has. There's also a level of responsibility that the risk team has to really get you on the right track if things have deviated. And we see that a number of times, XFA traders that have been successful put up profitability and then move into live. And, live markets are a bit different than simulated. Sim markets have come a long way and do a pretty good job of replicating live, but it's not exact. I think there's almost a level of psychological pressure that enters the equation, or I'm not sure. I still been trying to, talk to people, figure out what it is about a transition to live that in some cases, makes it, traders just start doing different things and, not seeing the same levels of profitability. But, on the other hand, even last week, we talked about two traders in particular that still stand out to me, Alexis and Karina, that got into live accounts and immediately, putting up significant profits and taking it home. So it's not every trader, but there is kind of this phenomenon sometimes of, different trading behaviors when traders enter live. And you're right, Jack, that the information on the trade report is a little bit erratic. It's just kind of all over the place as far as the behavior is concerned.
I have some good news. I went back to the profile to see if Carlos had any other accounts, and he seems to have an other Express account that he's in where he's doing better and has taken 2 payouts of so a total of $3,000. So he's trolling us with this account. Phew.
You think it's a very elaborate troll?
100%. No, it's 100%. He was trying to game the hot streaks list for God knows what reason. But you know what? More power to you. I'm just glad
that's one of the notes that I have down. I think there's way too much focus on winning rather than profitability. You know, booking a win, 50 plus 56 cents on the day is technically a winning day, but it's not profitability, especially when you consider the losing days overshadowing that by such a crazy multiple. So focus on profitability more than anything. If that's a takeaway here, the account overall needs to be profitable. Winning percentages, winning rates, winning streaks certainly are the least important thing. You know, what's important is the cash you take home at the end of the day. So something to learn from Carlos, I suppose.
All right. Well, we'll go on to the next card. While we do, I saw someone ask what the difference between the martingale strategy and cost averaging is. I mean, cost averaging is a legitimate thing to do. Martingale is more of like a gambler's fallacy, right? That's just doubling. It's basically if you have deep enough pockets and there's no limits, you can never lose if you just double the bet every time down, right? Because eventually you're going to win it all back. And that's what I mean is that's not a real trading strategy. And that's what Carlos is doing in that account, right? He's just trying to get positive so that he can have a winning day.
Yeah, dollar cost averaging, presumably there is a level that invalidates your trading no matter how, incrementally you're scaling in. There's still a level where you get stopped out rather than, like you're saying, Jack, just infinitely doubling kind of until you hit the loss. But we can move on to our next card. Next card's an interesting one. Someone that I think a lot of traders would probably like to be this individual, and certainly, profit is profit. Let's pull up Liam's card. We talk about Liam C. Liam's someone that I've communicated with a number of times. We featured him, through Shoulder Tap, through these trading cards, as well as individual, massively profitable days. There's a minor discrepancy in the trade report information, Jack, from August 1st specifically. So if you see that standout day, that day was a profitable $30,000 day, just not the same amount that's showing on the trade report. So the summary here is that Liam's put up, don't want to bury the lead, he's put up 3 $30,000 profitable days in the live account, which is really difficult to do. A lot of traders don't necessarily have the stomach to sit through, $15,000, $20,000, $25,000 in unrealized profits. If you've never seen that kind of money before, that's really difficult to do. That is a positive in and of itself. However, we've seen a lot of daily loss limits, almost exclusively daily loss limits outside of that. The risk team has had an extensive, back and forth with Liam. And I like Liam. I find him, very respectful and professional in a lot of ways. And he had asked, to expand the loss limit, especially once at one point the account balance had reached in this account, starting at $27,000 roughly, had reached $100,000 account balance, which is incredible given how old this account is. But, we had put some stipulations around that, because ultimately he achieved that mark with the standard $3,000 daily loss limit. And, expanding that doesn't necessarily equal additional profits or additional consistency or winning trades. So, we put some stipulations around that, say we want you to hit these benchmarks before we expand that loss limit. And for viewers, here, especially if you, were tracking Dakota's kind of supernova streak that he was on around Q2 of this year, in the same way that the risk team's job is to make sure we are, reducing the amount of capital that's in the hands of traders who are, kind of on a cold streak or not doing well. We have to put capital into the hands and risk into the hands of traders who are trading very well. So, we have a few stipulations, a few things we wanted to see before opening that loss limit up for Liam. And I'm happy to say that he's recently cleared one of those benchmarks. He's actually got a significant payout that he's requested in process. So I'll give you the trajectory that we witnessed. There were those two back-to-back August 1st and August 2nd, back-to-back $30,000 winning days, which is huge. Then we saw a couple of daily loss limits. Then an additional, I believe it's $34,000 winning day. After that $34,000 winning day, proceeded to go on, hit the DLL 7 days in a row. After that point, really like the change in behavior. Want to commend this from Liam, and I hope he's watching. The two subsequent days, August 20th and 21st, the last two trading days, he hit just the threshold he needed to hit to qualify himself, a $300 winning day and a $250 winning day to qualify for the payouts and pay himself some of these massive profits that he's actually put up in the computer screen. Cannot commend that enough. It is so important to pay yourself. It's one of the only really good things that I did personally in my trading journey. I mentioned earlier I was trading professionally for myself. Took on a really, really massive winning streak, took a significant chunk of change out and put a down payment on a house. The roof that's over my head right now was earned through trading. So it's so important to take the money while it's there, pay yourself, and do something positive with it. So cannot say enough positive things about Liam for doing this after those crazy profits that he's put up in this account. Now we're playing, like Jack, you've said a number of times, even this week, he's won the account. He's completely won this account. Everything is, I don't want to say we should get fast and loose from this point, but truly you can operate in this account going forward from a point of, a little bit more relaxed position. Don't necessarily need that money of taking a significant payout. And that's when, you're going to be able to trade your best. So, Liam, we're happy to work with you. We want to continue to see profits in this account and, manage the risk parameters that you have. I would love nothing more than to see Liam put up another $100,000, if that's his goal, to put that up, over the coming months in this account. So really good stuff overall. Happy to see that pivot from, just ramming on that DLL over and over again, day after day, to, okay, let me take a step back, clear the thresholds to get a payout, pay myself, and now we can get back to business. So really happy. Just honestly wanted to talk about this card to brag on Liam because, again, so important what you do with the profits once they're in your account. Are you going to pay yourself or not? And Liam has done that. So fantastic work, and hope to see him continue, putting up really big numbers in this account.
Yeah, impressive with a 3K limit to make 30K, let alone 3 times. I was just looking back at the dates when it happened. Sometimes we see that and someone's just a huge bear or bull, but we all know it happened August 1st and 2nd, but August 8th was a big up day. That's the other time that he made $34,000. So great stuff. You take the payout, you won. Your average daily P&L is a lot. Once you've taken the payout, like, who am I to shoulder tap you? Great job, Liam.
Yeah.
All right.
Big kudos. That's all we got for today, Jack.
All right. Well, thank you. Nice to end on a high note there. And I'm glad Carlos was just trolling us. And I'm excited to see what Anwar trades in the micros today. Lots of excitement, but it doesn't stop there. If you stick around right after this break, we're going to have group coaching with JD and Robert today, I believe. Let me check that real quick. Yep, JD and Robert. Then Eddie, the puppet master, is going to be on with JD, Deeyana, and Coach Jay for market stalking. Francis Green is joining Power Hour. It's going to be a real day there. So stick around. We'll be back right after this.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. You made it to the greatest half hour of the day. It's group coaching half hour. It's 12:31 Central Time. That's 12:31 Chicago time, as we like to say around here. I'm JD. Behind the curtain, I'll be feeding questions to Coach Robert, who you're staring at right now. We left a question form pinned in the chat. It's still there right now. If you got a question for Coach Robert, throw it in that form, and maybe we'll get to it today. Coach Robert, you catch any of this move down?
Oh boy,
trending day.
I did grab a couple. I was at lunch just before this, so I had my own little deal. Not in the Topstep side of things. My own little gig I got going on over here, and this is kind of the only time I can trade during the day is when I have a couple of breaks. We just, you know how it is in this show. Everybody is super busy, a lot going on, and just kind of take it when we can.
Mm-hmm. Checking in the chat, James wants to know if somebody said something disparaging about Arby's on air. I don't recall Arby's ever being discussed, James. But I don't know Arby's, who would dog Arby's. I don't even know if they have Arby's in Chicago anymore. I haven't seen one in years. All right.
Oh, they're here.
I
heard that.
They're here.
we heard that. We heard that.
All right. What's in your background there today, Robert?
All right. Yeah. Let me pull this little mug off here and we'll get into the questions. Here we go.
Bulls running the asylum?
Yeah. It's the
Bears running the asylum.
The Bears are, yeah. We hit that 20,000. We were talking about we threw a poll up the other day to see if we can hit 20K like later on this week, whatever. It just happened to be like 10 hours later. So, but Bears didn't like it. So we get the Bear up the top here teaching the teaching the Bulls a lesson in the classroom right here. And just so people know, I mean, I just use ChatGPT, and there it is. This is if you get my screen up there shared. It's all I did is I just type in. This is what I like to do. Type in like one little line so we can get, there it is right there. I typed in create an image in landscape mode that combines trading and coaching. The head coach is a bear and the students are all bulls. Title group coaching. First job, that's what it is. Sometimes I have to just hit like refresh a couple times to get a better view of it. Because sometimes I had a bear coming out with horns on it the other day. I'm like, well, that's not going to work. So anyway, that's what we like to do. We always like to have fun with it. But on to the charts, on to the
Robert,
question. Yeah.
Quick aside, because I see this Arby's conversation here. Let it be known, I ate Arby's one time when I was 10 years old and threw up in the middle of the Ogilvie Transportation Center in Chicago, and I have never eaten it since. So there's that.
Well, I'll one up that, Jack. I worked at Arby's for 6 months right after high school. So I feel you. I did. I literally did. It was in Massachusetts, Auburn, Massachusetts, right after high school. So we're talking 1988, folks.
We all have stories like that. I worked at a Giordano's making pizzas for a little while, and I will never eat a Giordano stuffed crust pizza again in my life. You will never find that at my table. All right.
Oh, boy. Yes.
All right, here we go. Let's dive into some questions here. First up comes from Steven, a.k.a. Wheels BT. Says, I've asked a couple beginner questions. I've gotten incredibly helpful answers, so I thank the TopStep team for providing group coaching, and I'm back with another newbie question. Are there 2 or 3 technical indicators that every rookie should learn and start with? Or will the more helpful indicators vary from trader to trader? We do talk quite a bit about indicators on here, and for beginners when they're first starting out, to start out small, just look at 1 or 2 indicators. Make sure you understand what those indicators are before you're looking at them. And if they're not really working out for your trading style, you move on from there and maybe study something else and look for other things. But Coach Robert, you don't keep a whole lot of indicators on your charts, do you? What's your take on good indicators for beginners to be looking at when they're first starting out?
Yeah, it's a great question. It is a common one, and thank you, Stephen. He did message in the chat, and I told him that I would definitely bring this question on because it is very helpful. Indicators, yeah, I don't have a lot on my chart, but I've been doing this for 7 years now. But at the start, yep, I was loaded up just like everyone else when we get started. So to help out Stephen and others that are watching, really just keep it at the simple. And this is like I'm the king of simple and basic when it comes to this stuff. The important ones that I see is some type of directional flow. Okay, whether that is some type of moving average or not, VWAP would be the one that I would say because it is a moving average. It's an average price, so it is moving average, but it takes volume into consideration, and you can plot it starting at different types of events or starting at the market open or the overnight and use those in confluence with each other. So VWAP would be a good one to use to give you a natural direction if you're not really sure how the market and how to read price action and flow that way. So that would be a good one. Also, the previous day's close or settlement price. I have the Topstep levels one up here just to show everybody what I have marked off. I only have yesterday's high, yesterday's low, and settlement. And I made them just the colors that I liked. I have the high. I always put my greens at the top, not necessarily long, but the upper things are greens. My lower ones are reds. I put a yellow one here in the middle for the settlement price. Typically, I did this for these purposes, high and low. I don't generally have those on my chart, but I did it for this question because typically my previous day's settlement price, I like to have red. But for this demonstration, I just want to show those are a couple nice levels that you can use. Of course, we have the levels that we provide each day from coaches levels. We get that on the TopstepTV. But to start off with, something that gives you the direction and some key points like this. And what I always like to use also is point of control. It's the level where the most contracts are traded. You can find that under volume profile. So his volume profile, you just I'll just click on it here. I'm clicking from 10 o'clock to 10 o'clock central to now. This yellow line in the middle right here is roughly on NQ 19,850, roughly. And that's a point of control. And we can see with the volume profile on the left, that's the price level where the most contracts were traded. Why do I like to see that? Well, it just gives us a better view of where some potential reaction areas will be. Is it a magnet? That I don't know. I'm more versed of playing through these low volume areas. Low volumes, it's the price drop right through. And then you can see once it came back up to this low volume area, we're talking right around 19772. It just passed right through it again and then passed right through it again. So this is a kind of interesting area. So those will be the three I would say. JD is something that's going to give you some volume and levels, something that's going to give you some key levels like this, the point of control and the high low in the previous day close, and then something for the directional bias, if you will, if you want to call it that. And I would suggest VWAP for that. Just to keep it simple, we have three things, right? We have highs, lows, of prices going up and down, duration, and then time is left to right. So as long as we get those three things covered, those would be the ones I suggest for you, Stephen, and anybody else that's new. Try to keep it clean. It's easier to see the charts that way. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Nice walkthrough there, Coach Rabbit. Very much appreciated. Hope you got some use out of that, Stephen, aka Wheels ET. All right, next up, Jayhawk is back. We're getting a question today from Jayhawk. Jayhawk says, hello, Robert. Question regarding when markets take out significant highs or lows on higher time frames. For example, crude oil took out daily low yesterday, and what would your approach be? Would you opt for range strategy or go with the ongoing bearish trends or hands off? What would you be doing when a market breaks through a longer time frame previous high or low? Let's say yesterday. What would be your play taking out previous lows? That's a pretty
it's going to depend on the market
chart right there. Yeah,
that is a downtrend. I wanted to pull up. This is a CL. This is the crude oil chart, a 30-minute chart over the last few days. And you mentioned yesterday. It took out yesterday is here. This is we're talking. Let me just draw this level. You can all look at the same thing. I'm just going to eyeball this. We get it close. So we're talking at 72.53, roughly right there. We can see what Jayhawk is talking about. 10:30 a.m. yesterday morning, Central Time. It took out the previous day's low. Now, to answer the question, I would need to wait to see what actually happens. Did it blast through with momentum on potentially a smaller time frame? Was there any type of news or some type of other catalyst that came out, some type of fundamental that went along with it? So to answer specifically, personally, I'm going to wait to see how the reaction is. We can see visually on this chart. Let me make a small rectangle around this area so we can exactly see. I'm going to change the time frame now. So we know where we're looking. Let's go down to a smaller time frame. Let's go to a 5-minute. And then we'll scroll back and see exactly what was going on at this time. There it is, right here. Center of the screen. Yep, we can see it. So this, to me, looks like it had some pretty good momentum. It sold up right down, bang, bang, went right through. retested. You're only talking each one of these candles. I'll make this actually even bigger. These are 5-minute candles. So we can see it took 5 minutes, almost no pullback. That's telling me more momentum. Right down, straight down. Again, more momentum. We had a slight pullback. It went right back to the previous day's low and then right off against it. That is what I would be using. So it wouldn't be as soon as it broke, but once it broke, retested it, and then fell below again, that would be a great opportunity, in my opinion, for a short at that time. Somebody can say you're getting in late, totally fine, but it's really going to matter of what your account is, how much room you have, how many contracts you're putting on, what your risk tolerance is. So it's each different. So to answer that question, Jay Hawk, and I appreciate them, it would be hands off on the break, because that's a particular key level, and then see how the reaction is as to what we're going to do at that point.
And there you have it. Thanks for the question, Jayhawk. We did skip over one. Carlos wants to know what are the steps for joining the VIP program at Topstep. Currently, registration is closed for the Topstep VIP experience. We took 150 traders for our initial cohort. We chose those traders at random from thousands of applicants. But we are going to open it up again. Don't have a date or anything like that right now. But as soon as we know when it's coming, everybody here on TopstepTV will be the first to know when it's available again. So we're just testing. This is sort of a beta test to see how it goes, but everybody seems to be liking it quite a bit. So it's going to be a thing moving forward. We'll keep you posted again. Hope that helps you out, Carlos. All right, next up is Eric. Eric wants to know, when trend changes, like today, for example, why is it so hard to switch bias and follow the new trend? I assume we're talking about equities here. Well, if we could predict the future, I don't think any of us would be here talking about the markets, right? We would be doing something else and just putting on trades in the direction of the trend that we know it's going to start going. But picking tops and bottoms, how do you know when a trend is coming to an end? What signals a trend coming to an end? And how do you get on the right side of it? Timeless questions for any trader. It doesn't matter what your I should say progress level is or your experience. But as Hoag would say, there's 1,000 ways. We'll skip over that. But what's your take on getting in on trending markets?
Yeah, JD, it's just a common question also, and I do like actually talking about this because the answer is we don't know. That's the real answer. And if we did, we'd all be multi-millionaires or billionaires at this point. We don't know. And I've shown this before, and I want to show this again too. We hear this thing of the trend is your friend type. Well, that's good if you can catch the longer ones and you end up getting them. But how hard is it to get in at those, like you said, picking the tops or the bottoms? It's very hard because if we look at one point on the chart that I have up now, this is the NQ chart for today. Let's say we're down at this bottom. We see some consolidation. And this consolidation, it was a little, there we go, you can see it behind me. We're talking I'm just eyeballing this, 665 to 705, okay, right? And then this area that I circled on the left-hand side. And we go, hey, we just broke over this top of this consolidation that I'm eyeballing. Great, we're going to go long. And we see that. We go long, and all of a sudden, like, hey, look at this. I'm doing pretty good in profit. Oh, no, it came all the way back to me. We don't know at that point if it's going to bounce off of this level, around 700 at the top of that consolidation area, or if it's just going to keep going down. We don't know that until we see some type of indication that it is going to bounce, because it did it earlier. We had a little break, popped up, went right back down again. So we don't know. So what is our choice? Our choice is once it gets to a certain level that we are comfortable with, and this is NQ, so 704 to 7, call it 20. So it's a 20-point move at $20 a point. It's $400. Great. There you go. This is a good day on one contract. So if you're targeting that, you'd be closing your trade. If we get greedy and we see it coming back, we may be closing, being like, dang it, it went right back up again. Now, the second thing we can do is once we get it, let's say we hold on to it. Or let's say we get it on the second bounce. We are now long again around 710. And then all of a sudden we hit another area of consolidation. We say, ooh, that's an exhausted move. And guess what? We had the same area again. So once it came down, and I'm talking 740 to 750, previously, this is at 10:30 Central Time, for those listening. It came to this area and then continued down. We got, we think it's going to go back up again. So we're long, but then we hit the same area. Wait, this looks like a face, doesn't it? We hit these same levels again between 740 and 750. What do we do? Well, do we know it's a trend at this point? I don't know. It could have just broken out of a new high and then consolidated and then reversed. We don't know that. How many of us caught this bottom? Sometimes we can do it. Sometimes, and most of the time we can't. So in this consolidation area, 740, 750, we can look back and say, oh, it's right there again. What do I want to do? Maybe I want to get out of my long position because I think it's just going to consolidate again, just like it did before, and it dropped down with gusto. These are 500 tick candles. Boom, drop right down quickly. Okay, very long. This is a 2-minute move. It dropped 740 to 680, 690. So what are we going to do at this level, at this area, this section? It's consolidating. Is it going to go up? If you think it's going to go up, hold it. But we don't know. And then at the end of the day, we say, boy, what we did was we got out and we remove some of these drawings so we can clear it up a bit. We saw that consolidation area. We bought. The market came up. We waited. It came back down. We closed our trade because, dang it, we didn't want to lose anything. And then we watched the trend go the rest of the way. Or we held on to this, and then we got out of the consolidation area and then saw it go 2.5 times as far after we get out of our trade. Moral of the story is we don't know. We really don't. And when I hear this thing like, the trend is your friend, yeah, that's great if you can catch them. But a trend, think of this, folks. A trend isn't a trend until it is one. And another example that I give a lot of time is we don't know this whole thing is a trend yet. I'm going to get my drawing tool here because we have consolidation. We say, all right, well, this is broken to consolidation. Here, that was a bad one. Bad one. All right, now we're at these levels right in here, 816. We're not going to go short here because this may just be bouncing off of this trend line and continuing up like it did earlier. We don't know. So what do? Well, we wait for it to come down. Now, we're not going to short it just yet because we have another consolidation area and we're consolidating again. So we're not going to short it just yet. And then what do we have? VWAP is right around here. It dropped down and say, ooh, I got a VWAP bounce. I don't know if I want to short that yet. And then all of a sudden it drops down here. Well, guess what? You just did not catch a trend. Why? Because it's not a trend until it is one. And I know it sounds weird, but think of that. It's not a trend. When you're at this level, you're not a trend. When it broke down to this level, this isn't a trend yet. You're only talking, 15, 20 points right here? That's not a trend. But then you look at consolidation, you're going, oh, it might hit VWAP, and then it dropped through. Well, guess what? You missed the trend. But if you were lucky enough to catch it and you know about it, congratulations. Trend is not a trend until it is one. And how do we know? I want to make sure that Eric says the trend changes. How is it hard to switch bias? Try not to have one, but again, we don't know. It's hard because it's going up, 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 and it's consolidate, goes up again, consolidate, up again. Now you're looking at this last consolidation at the top, 810 to 830 here. And you go, well, it's going to consolidate again. It's probably going to keep pushing up because we had that big drop off and we still have some room to go up into the 19,900 area. This is going to keep going up, and then it doesn't. So you need to decide on what time frame you're doing, the instrument, time of day, what the previous price action looked like. It's not easy. Trading is not easy. Just try to make it work for you with the best way that you can. It was a long-winded answer, but I really wanted to cover a lot of that because it was showing right here on the screen. This was a perfect day and a perfect question.
Yep. The market's always changing too, so it's important to have a flexible bias. As MP would say, strong opinions weakly held, meaning it's good to have a bias going into the market each morning. Gives you an idea when you're putting your trading plan together, what side of the market you want to be on initially, or just what side you think it's going, and see what plays out. But never get married to a bias. That's how you just keep trying to pick tops and bottoms and get run over, as they say. All right. Next up, we got a question from John. John says, what is the best way to hold a winning trade longer and lose the losing trade faster? I always do it the other way around. I think first the best way to do it is to make sure you set your stop in a place of invalidation. Set your stops before you know when you're getting in a trade, know where you're getting out, and your exit should be at a place where you know the market is telling you you are wrong. Then don't adjust that stop too early, because we all know that the retest is what kills every trader from staying on the right side of a good trade longer or shorter than they would like to. So give your trades a little room to breathe, and wait for that first head fake before you start playing around with your stops. Never move a stop wider than you initially set it, but definitely if you put time into putting a trade on, give it time to play out before readjusting anything. Coach Robert, what's your take on holding trades, holding the winners longer, and getting out of the losers faster?
Yes, it's almost the same thing as a trend isn't a trend until it is one, and the same thing here. A winning trade isn't a winning trade until it is one, but then you don't know how long it's going to be. So you just need to, like you said specifically, JD, know where your stops are, so we don't get into this situation where we're holding our losing trades. Now, nobody says you need to hold. There's so many different ways to trade, and I'm not going to put anybody in any one direction. So you've seen my stuff. My trades are like, what is it, a 3.5 to 4 or 5 minutes are short. It's just the way I do it, but I'm not going to put that on anybody. Everybody should do what fits them, what fits their style. So how do you hold a winner longer? It's really, really tough, because it's a winner now, but you don't know it's going to stay a winner. Nobody knows that. If we did, we'd just hold on to him for a long time. So there's also no harm in closing it and waiting again and taking it. If you're not too sure, I don't see any deal or any idea of just holding on to a trade and hoping it's going to go further. Just, I don't know. Is that part of the trading plan? Just, I'm going to put this trade on. I'm just going to wait and see. Now, there are different ways. I'll say that to say this. If you put on a multi-contract trade, or you're adding into your trades 2 contracts and 3, then 4, you start peeling them off, 3, then 2, then 3, then 2, and you're leaving 1 on. Okay, that's a little different situation, because you're holding that winner, but that's kind of that runner, like, I'm not really sure. I got into this trade, I got into this position, it went my way. I'm going to take some of that banking, some of that profit, locking it in, and now you have that 1 contract on. Even if it goes all the way to your stop, you're still in profit. That's a great way to trade. That's a wonderful way to do it. Not something I personally do. I'm like an all in, all out, but that's a really good way to scale into your trades. And holding a winner, it's just really hard, because it's a winner now, but you don't know it's going to stay a winner. They can turn so quickly. Now, the opposite is true for John, that if you're holding a loser, you don't have to hold that loser. If it's going against you based on your criteria, and as JD said, you get a line in the sand where your stop is. If you're looking at this chart, and let's say you are in long, you see some consolidation, and you actually got long around here, and you had your stop around this low. Let's say your entry is 700-ish, and you're long, you start to see this consolidation. Sure, bring your stop up to maybe at this point, it's around 712, just to lock something in. And if you're in 3 or 4 contracts, or 10, or whatever it is, pull some off when you start to see this consolidation back and forth, back and forth. Honestly, I don't know if it's going to go up or down. What we do know is it's not going to stay there forever. Once you get consolidation, markets go up, down, and consolidate. So if you're into consolidation and you happen to be long at this time, there's no harm in getting out of that trade. Close it, save your profit. If you're in multiple contracts, sure, take a few off, move your stop up. And if it breaks out again, you can always put that trade on, put another line on your chart. This is at 750, maybe let it go to 760 and retest. Now you can get back long again. There's no harm in doing that. Nothing says that you have to get into a trade and hold it forever and ever and ever, or a long time, or more than you're comfortable with. It just has to fit your trading style. Everybody has different trading styles. And John, hopefully that's yours. But if you see a trade go against you, there's no harm in just getting out of that trade. You can always come back up and re-enter it again. You can always do that. Okay. So it starts going against you. Sure, get out. There's not a lot of room. You don't have a lot of room in the accounts, right? To for drawdowns. So you don't have to hold on to them. There's no rule against that.
Yep, you made a good point about scaling up in size too, or multiple contracts. That's the beautiful thing about micros. You could scale up on size without taking on a whole lot of additional risk. So maybe you could theoretically take some profits, hold a runner, and really not move your initial stop, and stay in that trade a little bit longer. Always an option. All right, with that, we are out of time for group coaching today. Thanks for sticking around with us. Thank you, Coach Robert, for answering all of those questions. Stick around. We've got a great segment coming up next. It is Market Stalking. We've got Deeyana, star of the London Open. She's going to be joined by Coach Jay, our newest afternoon host at the Buzzer with Coach Jay. Goes Monday through Friday, 3:15 to 4:15 Central Time. They're going to be joined by Eddie the Man Horn, and myself, it looks like, JD. So stick around for that. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back with Market Stalking. See you in a minute.
Welcome to Market Stalking. Yes, star-studded. Yes, we've got the star from the London Open, and we've got the star from At the Buzzer, and of course we got JD, who everybody loves. JD, you've just been in fuego lately, partner. And
thanks, bud.
It's really cool to have you on this segment. See what you've got to offer. But we've got Coach Jay here. Coach Jay, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, Eddie. I'm doing okay. Took a loss in this market after having a short thesis, but found myself buying it. So I'm scaling back trading in combines right now, but doing all right. Otherwise, can't complain.
All right. And of course, the big star of the show, the market stock at Deeyana. How are you, Deeyana?
I'm right, Eddie. Thank you. I've been working on some combines today, so it started off pretty nicely in the morning session with a couple of crude oil scalps, and then I just kind of added on top of that. So I'm sitting in one combine that is 2,232. I've got another small one that's up just over. Well, it's like just under $1,000, so that's a 50K, so 989 there. So yeah, not bad. It looks like crude oil is kind of starting to behave itself, and we are getting the movement for NYMEX pretty nicely. So all I'm going to say is just may it continue.
Yeah, I mean, if we get the opportunity, by all means, I think, if we can, we'll put the orders in. But JD, you were talking. You had trades in this morning, didn't you?
With the house account, yeah, we were talking through them. I see the toast comments coming through the chat already. I'm glad I put a smile on some of your faces. If we held that trade any longer, it would have been toast. We, like Hoag said, we took the best long of the day, I think. But right now, I'm looking at the ES. I got the ES. I got the live account up. I am house in this segment. So if we come across something good and we see some confluence with our traders in Discord and you guys, we're gonna sling some house account trades here. So
all right, yeah, ES.
Let's get
ES
to it.
Tagging that bottom here. Same with the Nasdaq.
We just bounced off last week's high in the ES. Kind of barcoding a little bit. I'm looking at a 3-minute chart right now. Drifting sideways, volume drying up a little bit, but we are in a definite downtrend at the moment. So let's pick our levels wisely and get on the right side of a good move.
Yeah, 55.87 here. All right.
I'm pretty sure patience is key for this sort of a move, because right now it's just falling. But at some point, if we do get a slowdown in ES, in about half an hour, you do get these statistical reversals. We did have a reversal from my average session range low earlier, and that was one of the trades that I took in this particular combine. So yeah, that was pretty nice. I didn't hold it like that long. I certainly didn't hold it for like 70 ticks or anything. But yeah, it was pretty quick, and it just ran. So that was nice. But yeah, right now I don't really see any good levels. I think Jay has a level further down.
Yeah,
What you got, Jay?
The one level I have in the ES right now, 55.74. Not sure that I'm looking at that as a level to take a trade off of, more so as a target for this downside move where we might see some of this hesitation from these sells. JD, you did point out the last week's high 55.86 where we're kind of stalling out now, so 10 points below where we are. This feels like a place where you can't. I don't really want to make a trading decision because I don't want to buy it, but selling it here is selling it in the hole, and I'm thinking about how much room is left. 10 points lower. Yeah. If we see some hesitation there, I think I'd feel more comfortable buying this.
Okay, and we've got support here at 78 with Coach Vince. So I'm watching that too. Very close here. You got your 74s. It's got a 78s, sort of like in the neighborhood here.
Close
so
enough.
I think when we get to that, you're saying?
Let's have a look at what's going on the weekly chart on ES. So one thing that I'm a little bit wary of is that we have a weekly supply that was, it was pretty big because it's a weekly chart, right? But it was from 56.06 all the way up to 57.26. And this sell-off that we're seeing is actually coming right from there. So if this is a true turnaround at the supply, there's a higher chance that this is just going to keep going down. So I'm not too crazy about buying this close to an overhead supply. I mean, it is intraday trading, so maybe it would be more of a scalp rather than kind of, holding a runner. So that would be my view, because that looks pretty serious. If we hold that, that's a rejection of a supply.
Right. 5626. Brooksy had that level earlier today. Yesterday's Val. Interesting to see if the bear tries to protect that, looking for that very V shape. Market might do its best to let no one back in. It sounds scary.
Yeah, it does.
So, 5626.
Yeah, these turnarounds are always scary because, they can be pretty relentless, and they do open up the possibility for those single direction days that are very scary and very difficult to get into. On paper, you're thinking, it's a trending day. It should be easy. Yeah, is it really? Because to me, those are some of the toughest trades where you can, like, how do you limit risk? It just keeps going and going and going. And I know Hoag talks about low volume nodes and stuff, but even if you have a look at what all of this looks like on a day time frame, there's just not a lot of solid areas where I'll be like, yeah, this is definitely where I want to get in. So it's always like, oh God, it's falling.
Yeah, I definitely agree, Dee. If we can pull up my charts for a second, we were talking a little bit about this last week, but the volume that this move is happening on a daily time frame is below average volume for a daily, right? If we look at the last time, beginning of the end of July, beginning of August, when we had that sell-off, this move looks a lot like that, right? Where we had this kind of low volume rally, below average volume on a couple of days, we made a high, and then we had this engulfing candle that took out 3 days. That looks like what we're printing right now, right?
Yeah,
where we'll see whether or not this volume comes in, but I see what you're saying from a higher time frame perspective. Where do you really buy this and feel comfortable? And there isn't a great spot.
So volumes, you're great at volume analysis. Do you think that seasonality plays into that? Like, would you give equal amount of weight given the fact that we're at the end of August as you would the one in July?
Yeah, that's a great point, right? So as we get later in the summer, you would expect that there's lower volume time. So you want to make sure that you're doing comparisons relative to the time frame that you're looking at, right? So I want to look at August volume and relative days, but I'm still going to read it the same way. The one thing that's a little bit of a divergence here, we still have pretty big ranges on these days, right? So if it was low volume, low range, then okay, right? That's summer trade. But we've had low volume, high ranges. Yeah, that to me is just, how many convinced buyers are there in these moves if the volume is that low? That's how I'm thinking about it.
Interesting.
JD, how you doing?
Good, man. I'm scrolling through Discord, scrolling through the chat, trying to get some consensus on what people are thinking. Doesn't sound like anybody's got too many trades on right now.
Doing the same thing here.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the talk, 55.84 Luke. We got 55.94 last year coming off that bottom. Just trying to see if we got anything that we can match up and sort of give it a check mark. I don't know.
I know where you're coming from.
What do we have right here?
Deeyana was looking at crude.
Coming back to
the top here. Go ahead.
Coming back to Coach Paul's support 2 zone. I'm looking at Topstep Daily Levels webpage. We have Coach Paul's Stop-Step 2 support 2 zone at 55.97. We just kind of almost made it up there. Our last high was 95.25. But if you believe that support does become resistance, this might be a good entry to get in a short trade with very limited risk. Risk would be above that previous swing high at 56.05 in the orders. Call it 56.06.
We're talking ES here, folks.
Talking ES. If we were to get in a short trade, 10 points of heat.
Yeah,
see
that's
if we
all
can get
right.
some
For
confidence
yes,
on that
that's
trade.
a decent. That's a decent amount of risk, decent amount of room. Yeah, I could get behind that.
97 was the level, JD?
Actually, Coach Vince, 5602, 5597, Coach Paul. Support. It's second line of support, though. So, to be honest with you, I mean, Coach Vince and Coach Paul have been really giving us some good levels here, and it's been very consistent throughout this week.
Yes, they have. Yeah, that daily level sheet, I would suggest everyone at least take a look at it, right? Even if you're not going to keep all the levels on your charts, those are levels that all of our coaches are putting out there, and maybe I'm biased, but they're pretty good.
You know what they are? I mean, instead of being biased, be honest. They are good. Yeah, no reason to be.
JD, I think you might be on mute.
I was mixing a call right behind me too. I'm trying to not
That's right.
interrupt
that's
him.
Fine. We won't charge you.
So the only thing I see in ES that's kind of lining up with that idea is so we had this reversal that set in a low at 56.0375, and then we kind of ran through it on the way down. But yeah, that zone from around, let's say 56.02, 56.03, if this is going to continue, I would like to see that tested and then another reversal from there for a short. But I wouldn't do anything before we see what happens around that area, because that's like the most obvious low where we turned around intraday before and then broke some support levels, and now we're kind of creeping back up to it.
In the chat here, trade another day says 56.02 is Monday's VPOC. You have to clear that and break to run back up. So we got to sort of pull it back
so it's
a
the
little
same
bit.
level.
Yeah. The thing is, too, I mean,
Just kissed it.
Once
trying to
we
get some
find, like-
confluence here.
All right, go ahead, JD.
No, sorry, Eddie. We're right at those levels that we were talking about, trying to get some confluence on a possible short position here. Is anyone seeing anything that they like that adds a little bit of validity to?
If you want to go short, I like that 5601, 5602 short. I think your stop has to be above 5609.
Hob says yes in
At least,
Discord.
yeah.
All right.
So I don't love the shorts personally. I think I came in looking for somewhere to buy this, but I could see where that short makes sense, right? And we said it, we couldn't short in the hole before, but we did get a bit of a bounce. So if you want to take that short, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. I'm gonna scale in a couple offers. Working 3 at 02 quarter. I'm gonna work another 3 up at 05 quarter. And we will put our stop in at, I think our point of invalidation here is right around 08. Do you guys have another area of invalidation that you like more than that?
I would give it a little bit more than that.
A little bit more room?
Yeah. Jay, what do you reckon?
It would have to go above 5609 at least. At the least.
All right. Does 09 half sound a little better? Or 10
I mean,
half?
I would even say 5612, but I like 10 point stops on ES, so depends on the size that we're doing.
Sounds good. Okay. Working offers at
Where's
02
the
quarter
target on this?
and 05 quarter.
All right, two quarter, that's half. For some of those that don't understand it. I know Johnny says 3 quarters and so forth. But S&P trades by obviously quarters.
Offers are working.
Yeah, I say 3/4 as well.
We mentioned
and again,
about
because
Go ahead, Deeyana.
I'm just saying. I'm just kind of thinking through because it is a trending move, but we're getting involved pretty late. So just thinking targets. Shooting too far past this might be a little bit asking for a little bit too much. So maybe at 10 to 15 points for a target might be a good idea. But I don't know. We can discuss.
We talked about these levels that we had. I had posted here, pinned it to the top. That is the TopstepTV website. And that's where you're going to find your daily levels. If you're new here, bookmark that. You've got your daily levels, trading checklist, journal, trading lingo, readers list. A lot of good stuff on there, schedule. But most of all, the daily levels that we look at each and every day.
I think this is a case where if we do like this short, we could probably get in where we're going to set our stop.
You mean
that
the 5612 area?
Yeah, to me that's what this looks like.
There is a supply there. It's an intraday supply.
Yeah, 5612 is our weekly kickoff high also.
I have it on my chart as well.
But we have, I'm more looking at this
zone 6
previous swing low here at 601 as sort of like an initial entry area for a short. I think the short would definitely be invalidated back to our weekly kickoff high. Will we reject right off of that? Is that what you're suggesting? We're going to reject right off of weekly kickoff high again, Jay?
Yeah, somewhere around that area. So weekly kickoff high 5612. Yeah, somewhere around that area. I'm seeing a high volume candle. JD, you're looking at the 3 minutes. So the one that started at 12:30 Central Time. That
We're
candle
in the market. We're
pretty high
short 3
volume
right now. Short 3 at 2 1/4 right now. We're working 3 more at 5 1/4.
Okay.
Right. Let's see what happens. What's the price of that high volume candle, Jay?
The high of it is 5609.
5609.
5609.
Yeah, that matches with the intraday supply. If we're going to look at this as a drop-based drop formation, yeah, it could test there. If this is like Hoag likes to say, what doesn't happen is equally as important as what does happen. So if we never reach the supply, that would to me speak to a strong down move. And in that case, we're safe, like everything's fine. But if we do start to reach higher into the supply at 5609, that will mean not a strong trend anymore and possibility of a reversal. So we don't really want it all the way into 5610, 5611, which is why 5612 kind of makes sense as an invalidation point as well.
Yeah, makes sense.
I'm going to post the levels page directly. A lot of people are asking about it here. The link is up above. I pinned it up top. Click on that. Right above the chat, you'll get that. Now, once again, these levels are good stuff here.
What's our average on this, JD? 5602 right now?
We're in at 02 1/4 right now, 02.25. We're working another offer at 05 1/4.
Okay.
So we're short 3 right now. We would be in a total of 6 if that next offer hits.
Gotcha.
In the money by a couple tickies, not much. Love to see some follow through happen real fast here.
Yeah, they're starting to hold 06. I mean, 5600 even.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Buyers have failed a couple of times today, so.
Well, the sandwich algo's still around. I don't have my. I think they are.
Yeah,
I call them sandwich algos.
They're there.
Sandwich algos.
5605 right now. They're sitting there.
Yeah, I see them. It's so annoying because it makes the bookmap and like just the whole tape reading a little bit more difficult because you're like, oh, I want to see the orders, but I don't want these things that are just flying around the price, and it never gets reached because they keep moving them. Like I'm sure that's a form of spoofing. I'm not even sure how that's legal.
They don't show up all the time, right? I feel like I see them in lower volume times. Right, when there's not a lot of, because we haven't seen any like big sitting orders on the books, so I almost feel like it's like a safety measure, right, where someone can't just come in, sell a bunch of contracts and move the market a ton.
Possibly, yeah. It's probably because all the big boys have gone off on their annual leave, and all
Right.
the little guys are just sitting there. So they're like, we need to protect people from you. So
Yep.
this algo is going to run. You don't touch anything.
I don't know about that.
We've got a couple of our guys in Discord right now telling us to get out of this short immediately. What are you guys thinking
Okay.
right now?
I don't disagree. This to me, especially so. This. Go ahead, Dee. I'll let you go first. I'll let you
No,
go first.
it's fine. No, go. Yeah, talk.
This time of day, it's a lower volume time, so I feel like we're probably not going to get much momentum in either direction. But with us hitting last week's high, using that as a support, I don't know that I like this where it is. I don't think that the short is over. There's a couple of things. We got short pretty far from VWAP, from anchored VWAP. It's almost like a time stop thing, in my opinion.
Yeah, because it's a
I'm looking at
directional
this too,
trade,
JD.
right?
Go ahead, Deeyana.
Yeah, so it's a directional trade. So time stopping it if it doesn't go like right now, that would be the right thing to do.
Tell you what
for
I'm
now,
going to
it's
do. I'm
kind
going
of
to take.
holding. Just
Tell
take
you what
some
I'll do.
off. Yeah.
I'm going to take 2 off. Join the bid on 2.
Okay.
All right. We're short 1. We'll play 1 out.
Are you going break even on that one, JD? Or are you leaving the original stop? Break even?
We'll go break
Okay,
even
nice.
on that one. Oh, should I go?
Yeah.
Should I hold this as a runner? Should I go back to 12 on this?
I would leave it because I think if we get back above 56.05, then we'll see 12s. So I would leave it at break even.
You think you're going to run it? Okay. It's your buy
Yeah, I
side
mean, again,
imbalance.
directional moves. If it goes, it goes, but we're not seeing that yet. So it's got to be a time stop. Again, we have to always keep in mind, just for the chat, right? So always keep in mind what type of a trade you're doing. And if it's a directional move, you can't just sit in it for like an hour. It needs to happen now, right? It needs to happen from the area that we identified as a potential roof. And then if it doesn't go, you just get the F out.
And inactive, so long as they're not on activate.
In the chat, Eduardo says, I see us retesting the lows, but not going further. Right, we got the 55, 93, 75 Dave Hughes.
Yeah.
Anything's possible, right? Anything
got,
can
Chad?
happen, as Hoag would say. ACH.
Yep.
Yes, he would. Huh. I mean, it's a tough call right now. I mean, we're not really moving like we did earlier today. So it's...
Yeah, we probably won't for this time of day until sort of MOC comes in, and at least until the bond markets close. And then, that some of that volume from traders kind of moving from bonds into equities migrates over. And that's where you get some moves for power hour. But frequently it's very quiet until you guys know you're on power hour. But yeah, just for the sake of people watching, things can be quite lackluster until the last sort of 20 minutes, 10 minutes even. Just depends on the day.
Well, Coach Vince got short at 55.99 half.
Okay.
See, I mean, that just goes to show you a lot of people see things differently. We've got just our Discord level traders saying, get out of the short. People getting into the short.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of, being indecisive here. I'd be a little worried, JD.
We need
Coach
Vince
have
to
one
hop
on.
Oh, he's got one on. Okay.
Yeah.
Took a war
Yeah, we got to run around.
It's not a lot of risk. Yeah.
We're like 2 points from our break-even stop. We're only holding 1 right now.
Do you like that break even?
Just looking at the tilt.
Like using that?
Looking at the tilt. Long 63%. Long's average price 56.24 and 33. That's
wow.
That's a lot of people underwater. Yikes.
I wonder what Hoag, if you're listening, what's Delta looking like right now in the ES?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you again about that break even. A lot of us don't like it. A lot of us do like it. What do you like about the break-even option?
Just we took a little heat. Don't want to take any more. I think if we get back up there, we could find a better trade location if we're still thinking about going short. Who doesn't like it? Why don't they like it?
I'm asking you why you're using it. Just asking you why you like it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just that's what I'm.
I like it too. I use it when I can, but there are some that really don't care for it. They'd rather have the market.
I'm one of them. I'm one of them.
There you go. Okay.
Where do you like
not
the
necessarily
like it?
not
about to get
necessarily
hit on it.
market running against me, but just taking the decision of if the trade doesn't do what I want it to do, just to get out manually way before break-even point gets hit. So we have various tools at our disposal. We have the time stops, we have our own eyes, we have price action. All of that can tell you whether you're right or wrong. And with the types of instruments that I'm trading, there's a lot of like just on crude oil, you don't, like, for example, if I was in the short earlier, and if I put my stop on break even when we first moved away from it, in my initial entry, I had a couple of trades around the same sort of NFP range area, which was also my average daily range. So I had one of the shorts was from 73.43, and then I took that to the downside, and then I re-entered. But if I had if I decided to put it to break even, then look at this test of what was my second entry, and that was around 73.25. It would have taken me out and then went my way. And that used to happen to me a lot when I was first getting into intraday trading, which was like in 2013. And I just, looked at my stats and I went, so if I'd stayed in for that first touch of the entry point, I would have made cash on this. Like, what am I doing? So I decided to run an experiment that I ran for a full month where I just didn't touch the stop loss, and my results were much better. So I decided to stop using my break even. But it's down to what you're looking for at the market. If you're just a scalper, you're looking for 10 ticks or something, that's fine. You're looking for a quick in and out. But I typically look for larger chunks of the move. Even my scalps are about 30 to 40 ticks. And that if I'm looking for a big move from a big reversal area, I will hold it for like 70 to 120 ticks, depending on the volatility of the product I'm trading. So, I'm not looking for smaller chunks. And if I keep putting things on break even, you just keep getting knocked out. And then I start doing stupid things. I start trying to re-enter because I'm like, oh God, I shouldn't have done that, right? And then you just get yourself into a complete mess. And instead of looking at one perfectly good trade, now you're in 3 trades, paper cuts that you tried in, out, you go in, you go out, you get hit. And to me, it's just not worth the mental capital, frankly. So I decide what I'm going to do around a level. I enter. I do allow for probably about 10 to 15 ticks of drawdown, but if it happens immediately, like I enter a trade and it immediately goes into my drawdown, I will close that. I'm not going to wait for a full stop loss. I think people have seen me do that many times. And that's maybe the difference where, you can make a decision yourself based on whatever is happening when you're watching it. And expectation of what target you're actually looking to get out of that trade. So everybody's different, but for me, I was never able to make that whole break-even thing work, especially not on crude oil and gold.
Yeah, and the reason I like the break-even is, if your trade goes in profit, you didn't hit your target, and it comes back, right? If it goes below and stops you out, I feel that it doesn't help the mentality that there was a winning trade that you had on the table. You let it go. You let it stop you out. That's one of the things.
So here's a
I
question. So winning trades. You see, I think a lot of different people have a lot of different ideas of what a winning trade is. Because for me, a winning trade is not necessarily like if I'm shooting for a 50 tick target. is my 10 ticks that I might get from a move really a winning trade? In my eyes, it isn't, because it does, like if you look at a long sample size, to me, it doesn't do anything to the numbers. It's only, again, exhausting the mental capital, because then if I am correct, you have to find another opportunity. And I'm typically somebody who doesn't like doing a million trades per day. And every time I do, it doesn't end well. So typically I will aim for anywhere from 5 to 9 trades. Again, it's a difference in personality. It doesn't mean it's a right or wrong way. So all I can say is that for me, it's never really worked. And every time I try to go for those small targets, like 10 ticks, it never amounted to that much. So for me, it was always important to get the statistically viable target, which, for me is always 1.1, 1.3, 1.5, and of course the ultimate home run to our multiples trade. And for me, that would be about 70 ticks on average. So obviously that will change depending on the product. But, for me, it was like, well, at what point do I consider the trade to be worth my time? And for me, that cutoff point is about 1.3 R. Anything below it, it's either, to me, it's a failed trade. It didn't do what I wanted it to do. But again, difference between scalpers and sort of semi-intraday swing trading is that, people look at people have different objectives, and I have different objectives on different days. So if we have a range-bound day with a fairly tight range, obviously I'm not going to shoot for like 70 ticks because that's just wishful thinking. But at that point, I will consider taking smaller chunks, but I still want them to be able at least 1 R, at least one, like 30, 35 ticks, right?
Yeah, it makes complete sense.
Yeah.
Also, just for full disclosure, we did get stopped out on that runner at 2.25. We've been hovering around there ever since that happened. So we are flat right now. We're up $300 on the house account after trading the 3 lot. We could reassess our next trade. Was that break even stop a bad move?
No, I think it was the right move, because again, we were looking for a directional move. We didn't get it. We're now looking at a 30-minute bar that closed pretty strong without any selling wicks or anything. So we didn't get the move. I think that was the right call.
Yeah. Just back to that break-even conversation real quick. The only time I ever really like to use break-even is if I trade multiple contracts and I go break-even on the runner. So I've already taken profit on the trade, and then that last part of the position, I don't want to take a loss. So it's just like, hey, you know what? I'm going to leave it here. Either it continues or I get stopped out for 0 on 10% of what the position was, or 20% of what the position was. Full position, I think I agree. Just kind of let it work. And if we made $300 in a 6-point range in the ES, I think we did a good job. It's a good job, team.
Yep. And I 100% agree with that. If I'm trading on 1 lot with wide risk, I am not touching that stop. Even if I go into profit by a little bit, I'm giving that trade room to breathe. Multiple contracts where your risk is a little tighter, yeah, you can start scaling in, scaling out, and moving stops. Trading that 1 lot,
yeah.
though,
So from that point of point of view, that does make sense, because from a math side, you've already taken your presumably R multiples, right? And then it's fine. You just limit risk. So that's totally cool. But if many people will be just doing like a 1 lot and then they're putting things on break even, and I'm like, just why? You're just cutting off all profit potential. That's one thing that's for sure.
Yeah.
Well, WTI closed here. Still, still trading. Settled at 73.01. It was up $1.08 a barrel.
Yeah.
Is your play still there, Deeyana?
Nice puppy. Huh?
Is your play in crude still there?
I closed it because we were talking, and then we were looking at an ES chart, and I just didn't have enough focus to track both. So yeah, I'm still 2.2K up in this combine, and I'm going to leave it for the day.
Nice. There you go. It's probably best. Lock it. Lock it up.
Oh yeah, it's been a very long day.
Lock it.
Go get a whiskey.
2K is a very good day.
Yeah, it's not bad. Yeah.
What'd you trade? Just crude?
Just crude oil and 1 ES. So I actually managed to catch this pop in ES for that. So my average session range low was around 56.09, and then I saw it reversing. So I figured, let's do a little scalp. I was already, up very nicely on the day, so I had a little bit of buffer to play with, and then that one worked out as well. Again, took it probably before it made the full pop. So I think my exit was around 56.25. So yeah, it was a good little run, and it happened really quickly, right? So that was enough for me, and the rest of it was all crude oil. So the day started with a neutral day in London. So I did do 2 little scalpy trades while that was happening. Then we kind of broke out, so I wanted to see whether that move is going to hold, because we do have a daily demand in crude oil that I've been stalking for several days now. And we finally got that move, and then I actually ran a long trade, took profits, and that was a pretty good profit. It was like 50 ticks. Then we went into a reversal during the initial balance, and then I saw another opportunity to keep pushing. So I did another long trade, and then the final trade was just this short, which was initially from 73.40. 43, I think, and then I tried another one, which is the one that I had in the green room when before we started. So I cut that one early. So I was like, you know what, that's enough. I think we're done.
Right. You made the right decision. The best choice. And JD, how you doing?
Good. Answering a quick question from the chat right now. Rockin wants to know on my screen, did I manually add the label to that weekly kickoff high and low? Yeah, I've been doing that for a long time. I love Hoag's weekly kickoff levels, so I make sure that those stand out on my charts. I did that manually. You can annotate. You could draw a line and annotate that yourself. The Topstep daily levels in your indicators. Under your indicators tab, you are not able to annotate them yourselves, but it does give you the number and the on the scale to the right side. If you want those numbers static with the big numbers like that, just draw a line over them. Go to your toolbar on the left hand side, draw a line, and you can type the number in and what it is yourself, and change the color of it. So, good, easy workaround for that.
Thank you, JD.
Hope that's simple enough explanation for that.
It is. Yeah. Ricky Lawyer says she could have left it at break even. Well, no, because it came back to my entry. So I took like $10 out of that trade. So the outcome would have been pretty much the same. You would have gotten 1 tick out of it. Whether I left it in break even or I actually took it off, it was the same thing. So to me, no.
Coach Robert has a trade idea in the chat. Possible long 19664, target 678 to 688 area. Yeah, I could see that if we get a breakout above this consolidation, kind of what we were talking about in the ES, where this high volume that we had, if we start to close above that, seeing a push where if there are sellers in here and they're shorter time frame sellers where they're not getting what they want, eventually they become buyers and kind of push us back up. So I do like that idea.
Yeah, it's a carbon copy of ES.
Of ES, right? Yeah, it's the
more
same trade.
volatility. Yeah.
Yep.
They're very similar today.
Support level here.
Yeah, there's just a lot that looks like, at least for a short time frame, we're going to the upside. And maybe that's just another opportunity to get into a short, right? Where every bounce has been today.
Yeah. But I did say around 7:30 my time, which was like 20 minutes ago or 15 minutes ago, we do tend to have reversals in equities. And that is because the bond markets are about to close. That brings extra kind of volume into the whole picture. And then you get the power hour stuff happening. But frequently, because of, people they've traded, they've made their money, and now effectively what you see is a take profit move. So they want to bail, go home, go to the pub,
Happy little Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, Anne Marie says there's a whole lot of struggling here. Feels like a bigger move is brewing for sure.
Been a lot of jockeying since we started here.
Yeah.
Yeah, tug of war.
They haven't done that already. Sure.
Got a nice 3-minute Dolby range here. There's a case to be playing this range.
So I was going to ask, does the amount of points in the range matter, right? Because I see the range you're talking about, but this is about a 3-point range in the ES. Like if I see that on the NASDAQ, right? If I see like a 15-point, 20-point range in the NASDAQ, to me, that's too tight to trade. But if it's like a 40 to 50, I'll trade it. Is there a certain amount of
3 points is tight because you're basically playing 1-to-1 risk reward.
Yeah,
right?
I would
But
agree.
it's working.
It is.
It's just very labor intensive, isn't it?
It is.
Yep.
Mental labor intensive also.
Mental labor intensive, yeah.
Perfect
some
reverse
talk
challenge.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
There's some
Next
talk
time.
in the chat regarding the VIX. VIX right now 1747 last trade here, up 120, 121 right now. Deeyana, do you watch the VIX? JD, do you watch the VIX?
Not so much intraday. Nick for a tick, is the VIX real today or not? Please respond in the chat. Is the VIX real today?
Mm-hmm.
He's got a great Nick for a tick has a great pulse on the VIX. He watches it quite a bit.
Jay, do you watch the VIX?
Not so much intraday. I'll look at it in the morning, see where it's at. But do I have it up on my screen right now? I do not. And he says it's real today.
Same. Yeah, Nick for a tick says yeah.
VIX is real today.
Yeah, VIX, I do look at it in the morning for my DAX trading because I find that when VIX is at a particular number or over it, it lends itself to smoother movement and more movement. So in some respect, it is a part of my daily plan. Not so much for crude oil, like sometimes I will look at it, but crude oil, it's a very sensitive product to like any kind of geopolitical risks. And I think one of the reasons why it's been a little bit odd this year is because we have, the elections, we had a whole bunch of stuff going on in the Middle East, and I think people just didn't know what to do with it. So it got locked into, about 100, 115 tick range on most days. And then you would have one day where it would go, hey, 150s. And that's low for crude oil. So I did start looking at oil VIX as well, OVX. And it's actually on the CME website. You can find it under volatility and indexes, however we say it. Anytime it's, I think for oil, anytime it's kind of below 35, it tends to be a little tough to trade crude oil. So I try and avoid that if I can. And I kind of turn my attention to other things. But yeah, so it's something that I do look at, but again, I'm not going to have it up on my chart and intensely look at it intraday.
I'd like to shout out to Manfred. Manfred here in the chat. Nice to see Manfred.
What's going on, Manfred?
Here. Get him back here on TopstepTV. Love to have him back here. Coach Jay.
What's going on, Eddie?
How you doing, man? What do you got cooking?
I'm doing all right. I'm scanning around. I'm trying to see which of these markets is going to move first, and then try to trade the one that is the laggard. The NASDAQ looks like, I know Coach Robert had that 664 price, looking for a long there for a breakout. It looks like it wants to go first.
Now, let me ask you, Coach Jay, do you trade Power Hour?
If a trade presents itself, yes. If a trade presents itself, yes. Most of my trading I like to do in the first 2 hours of the day, but if a trade sets up during Power Hour, I'll go ahead and take it. A lot of times, from what I'm seeing, from a volume perspective, and here we go, we're starting to break out, is that first half hour of Power Hour is still kind of jockeying for a position, and then the last half an hour we get that volume spike. But then again, I don't want to take a position 10 minutes into the close, so it has to be a really good setup.
I tell you, that last 10 minutes,
Yeah, I've taken positions, but usually with the help of Bookmap. So that's just like tape reading. You're just looking for stack of orders, and I typically want to see a large move ahead of that, and then we sort of smack into a whole bunch of orders, and that's where I usually like to snipe those. But it has to be other things, trend and a whole bunch of other things, and then I just kind of take my sort of 10 points and run, and that's it. That's my power hour trade usually. It doesn't happen every day, but I do find them reasonably frequently.
Whatever the market gives you. I mean, I'm telling you,
Yeah.
We touch on
take
this
it.
a little bit. The trade report process,
And don't bitch about it. As long as it's giving you something, take it.
exactly. Process now.
That crude coming
AJ
down
says,
here all the way to
Marcus, look at D.
72.83.
Marcus, look at D looking tired, or is it just me who thinks that? Yeah, I've been up since like 7 a.m. my time, so we're kind of knocking on like 13 hours of work.
Ooh,
So
goodness, girl.
I bet I look tired. Yeah.
After this, you log off.
Little fake breakout of our 3-minute range there.
Yeah.
Yep.
Popped up, came right back into range.
Is that whole zone that we were looking at?
Yeah. Consensus is there's a violent move coming, but nobody is picking a side for that move yet.
Well, I mean, we had some earlier ECB comments. That really didn't do too much. Closed out the energies. Not saying too much here. Well, you made $300, JD.
I think that's great for this hour.
You know what? You're right.
agree.
You're right,
Yeah.
Coach. Considering the movement that we had,
Yeah.
But I just wanted to.
Nick for a tick still likes the long side. Should we play the bottom end of this range?
to the buy side.
So is it doing that Dorito thing where it's just extending the range on both sides now? Is that how the Dorito
We're
works?
megaphoning. Yeah, we're megaphoning right now.
There you go. Yep.
Coach Vince
Well,
got
if we
short
make that-
again. Coach Vince, what'd you do on that first short? Give us a little detail on that first short you did.
He said he took a loss on it.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah. On the first
Still
one.
looking to go short again, huh? Well, this is what makes trading so fun. We're not like all on one side doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Or the markets would just be a straight line, and that's not fun.
I don't think we'd have a market.
Right. There's
All right,
no opportunity
this
at all.
didn't work. What's next?
Right.
There'd be no point for a market.
That's why anytime I hear someone say like, "Oh, that strategy doesn't work," I want someone to have a strategy that doesn't work with mine. Because then they move the markets when I'm looking to be still, right? And then when I'm looking to move, maybe their strategy is waiting. If we all did the same thing, we'd be sitting here looking at each other.
Exactly. No auction, right?
Right.
We'd be playing Uno.
Right.
So AJ is still struggling. I've seen him on my stream as well. He says even my 6 micros are red. I still can't. What do you mean 6 micros? Like if you're struggling, you need to go back to the basics. So how many instruments are you trading? Are you using good levels? Are you using context? It sounds like you've kind of lost the plot a little bit, and now you're just spinning your wheels. So yeah, go to the coaches. I mean, look, we've got Coach Jay here, we've got Coach Vince, we've got Coach Paul. Everybody can help you, but you have to, be open to it.
Right. That's key. Deeyana, you just said it. You got to be open to it. You got to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to commit. I got to commit to myself. And I tell you, I was a bullhead early in my career. Didn't want to listen to anybody. And it got to the point where, people come up to you and go, hey, you still want to be in this business, don't you? sometimes we have to open up.
So AJ says 6 different trades, 1 micro each, M and Q only. Well, if you're struggling on M and Q, it's not the only instrument there. Look, I struggle on NASDAQ. I don't like trading it. So it's like it's not the only. Like people are like, I have to trade NASDAQ. No, you don't. Maybe it doesn't match your personality. It certainly doesn't match mine. I'm reasonably chilled, and I just can't get involved in the drama that NQ brings to the table. I can't, even looking at it gives me a headache. So, I like calmer instruments where, I can go and make myself a cup of coffee or tea or come back, have a smoke or something, go and chill out. And then I'm like, oh, okay, trade is still on. Whereas with NASDAQ, you're like, at least I am, because it just moves so fast. It's like I just can't do it. I'm too old for that, man.
I made the comparison the other day that especially if you're learning how to trade, trying to learn how to trade and trade the NASDAQ is like taking driver's ed on an F1 course where you're trying to figure out how to drive and everything is just moving by you. Just find something slower if you're learning, right? You're hearing people with tons of years of experience saying that, at times they need to trade something slower for that reason. It's not the easiest market to trade.
No, I'm there, man. This whole year has just been so challenging because I love crude oil, but it just stopped moving on me. So I'm like, okay, let's go to platinum. Let's go here. Let's go there. But at the end of the day, I always come back to my 3 core markets, which is DAX, crude oil, and then ES for the last sort of hour of the day when the setup presents itself. But that's not going to be every day. So I'm a core commodities trader. And NQ is just not my jam. Like, I'm sorry, it's not. And maybe it isn't AJ's either. So if you're obviously struggling, try something else, man. Try ES. It's a carbon copy of NQ, but much, much slower. So it might give you more time.
Even ES micros.
He's trying micros. Exactly. Yeah, that's going to give you a load of time without doing, harm to your P&L. To see what's going on, widen your stop. I actually like 10 handle stops in ES. That's like 40 ticks. And why? Because it allows me to not freak out. It allows me to read what's going on. And even if I'm going to snipe it, I will still start with that sort of disaster stop and then reassess and maybe bring it closer if the market gives me an opportunity to limit risk. But until such time that you get some consistency, getting involved in NQ is just, I don't like teaching people how to trade properly on NQ because they just get involved in an emotional roller coaster because, they're wrong a lot. It doesn't respect levels. And to be honest, if you're going to trade NQ, you have to have ES chart right there in front of you. Whoever trades NQ, ask Nick for a tick, ask anybody, ask Coach Jay, anyone who trades NQ, they will have a look at ES as well. It's just not one of those products where you can just singularly standalone thing that you don't look anything else and then it's going to respect levels. Don't.
All right. We are just about out of time and appreciate those that in the community that participated, shared levels, talk things out, and like to thank Coach Jay. Coach Jay, thank you very much for being with us here today.
Thank you for having me. I'll see everyone later at the buzzer.
3:15 at the buzzer. JD, thanks for being with us here, partner. Good to have you on this segment.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Made $300 for the house account. Big shout out to everybody that kept us on the right side of that trade. And
there was a little discrepancy
nice little
on both sides. Right. And of
it
course,
was choppy.
Deeyana. Thank you very much for being with us here, Deeyana. Real quick, your YouTube site, your YouTube link. I put that up here.
Just Market Stalkers is the I suppose the link, but if you search for Market Stalker D, then I will pop up.
Market Stalker D. All right, my friends. The next guest is Francis Green, former professional soccer player, trying to bounce back from a red day in his XFA. I'm sure he will. Folks, we'll be right back with Power Hour. Don't go away.
All right, let's do this. Jack is laughing in the upper right-hand corner. Lower right-hand corner, you got John Hoagland in the house, and you know him, you love him. Back by popular demand, lower left-hand corner, Mr. Francis Green. Francis, how are we doing today?
I'm great, thanks. I'm good. Thanks for having me on again. It's a pleasure. So, yeah, I'm good, thank you.
Absolutely. Francis, any trades taken today? If so, tell us about them.
We managed to take a short from the 20 area. It wasn't in our trading. I don't really trade the New York, but I couldn't miss that. I've been waiting for, the reversal all week. Tried to get in a few times in London. Didn't quite present. And then managed to get something on a couple of combines on the 20K and wrote it down. Did not write it down all the way, but managed to get some combines in the green, some combines in the red, and that. So a mixed day, but I'm glad that we caught that short. Glad that we caught the short.
Absolutely. Nice call, short in the 20,000s in the NQ. My man, Jack, I believe you have a position.
What up, Andre?
You tell.
I do. No, your boys on Power Hour. I've been slinging boomer trades all day, baby. I took off during appreciations the ZN I had on and then rebought it. So right now I'm long 1 ZN from 113 comma, not comma, what do you call that? Like apostrophe 7? Yeah. Quoting bonds is weird, folks, but it's currently in my favor. And so I am live account realized up 141, unrealized up 94.
All right, we'll keep an eye on that. Again, he's long the 10-year, the ZN from 113.07. Last trade, 113.10. So keep an eye on that. Hoag, let's do a recap of the house account trade we took this morning.
Well, at the time we bought the only updraft that we had for most of the day. I mean, we traded the NASDAQ. We were looking for an opportunity against, well, from where I was looking at it, it was from the 100 session moving average, and we got pretty close to it. We managed to get some decent profit. We got $3,000 out of a 9 lot, and we got out of it after moving our stop to below a short-term swing. It's out, and the market really just kind of fell apart. I was just talking to Francis before the session here. I said, I think I remember saying during the opening call, I'm like, the market is moving higher. It's one time framing higher. It's been at it for a long time. We need new business to continue this move to the upside. When is the pullback going to come? And why should I be surprised when it came today? And Francis was saying, well, you noticed a lot of the reversals and pullbacks tend to happen on Thursday and Friday. And boy, was he right about that.
Huh. Interesting. Well, indeed, it did happen. So we'll keep an eye on that. We got the house account open. House account's up about $3,000 on the day. 2,500 here on the board up top. Keep an eye on that.
2928 is the actual number.
2928. Thank you. Tread together says ZN is the best ever. I think Jack
sure is, man. Where else can you find 12,000 contracts on the offer occasionally, like it was a little bit ago?
Yeah,
incredible.
Great stuff. Most traded instrument on earth.
Indeed, it is the benchmark. United States fixed income markets. All right, let's do a quick market recap here. Looking at the ES last trade, 55.98. Trying to figure out what to do at this 5,600 level. Low of the day, 55.84. So about 15 points off the lows here. NQ last trade, 19,635. Low of the day, 584. Gold chopping around sideways last trade, 25.17. About $11 off the lows there. Crude, saw some buyers step in beneath the $72 handle. Last trade, $72.87. Just kind of moving sideways right now, but really quick in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, you'll see the hashtag Power Hour. You might ask, what is that, Andre? Well, hit us up at Twitter, at X. Use the hashtag Power Hour. Send us some cool things you'd like for us to share here on TopstepTV, and we'll turn that around to you guys in about 40 minutes or so. In the meantime, we're going to watch these markets in Power Hour. Quick Delta update as of 10 minutes ago from my man Hoag. Minus 10,000 in the ES, minus 7,200 in the NQ. Remember from yesterday in Power Hour? Yeah, we had what is it, Hoag?
Still close to that right now. It hasn't moved
Okay,
all
cool.
that much. Just about right.
Cool. You guys remember from yesterday's power hour, we had a deep negative delta as well. Hoag took along in the ES and saw a bit of a squeeze there. I think Hoag squeezed out about what, $700 on that power hour trade yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Very nice.
5 lot, we eked out about $800 on that coming into the close. Not a bad trade.
Excellent.
We're not looking for any squeezes today.
No, not
Except
yet.
in lumber.
Oh, yes. Hoag, let's talk about lumber really quick. I heard JD talking about it in fast markets. The strike in Canada, the two major railroad companies are on strike. So inevitably that will affect the lumber market. And what are we looking here? What are we looking at here in lumber? Pull up that chart if you got it there, Hoag.
Yeah,
both people in Canada are on strike. Let's do it.
Here's the daily. So, it kind of looks like there may have been some expectation and some discussion of this coming into this, but here's the daily bar on the chart today. Settlement was down here around 512 half. And it opened higher and it just rallied the rest of the day. When we first started talking about it, when we first heard about the strike going through, I think lumber was up about 0.25%. It's now up 2.25%. So all we had to do was close our eyes, buy a bunch of lumber, and we would have had a nice profit on that today. But it seems like it's already been kind of pushing to the upside.
Hoag, the longer the strike goes on, I mean, just inevitably, you got to think the price will continue to go up, right? I mean, it's not baked in the length of this strike, correct? The initial, we're talking the green room, buy the rumor, sell the news, but no one knows how long this is actually going to last. Government's not going to intervene for the time being. So for the foreseeable future, this strike is good to go, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, who knows how long it could go on? And I have, no knowledge or influence on the Canadian government.
I was going to ask
who knows how they work things.
Man,
well, it's not only the railroads. I mean, it's trucking carriers too. About 85% of the U.S. Canada cross border working. I mean, coal, crude oil, grains, your lumber, autos. You're not gonna get your Tesla coming up there soon. I mean, there's a lot of things going down here. Fertilizers, some of the bigger products that are on strike right now.
We'll see when they get that resolved. Well, in the meantime, we will watch these markets. Seen a bit of a bid here. Francis, any levels in the NQ that look appetizing, perhaps to take a long or a short? Looks like we've been in a bit of a range here for the last hour or hour and a half. About, I guess call it 50-point range. Any price levels you're looking at of interest?
Yeah, we had this one just before we came on. This fib golden pocket retest. The only thing I didn't like about that, it still would have gave us 50 points, 40 points. What I don't like is this last week's level. So last week's high, I imagine is going to be resistance, and that's this line. So I don't really want to take a long until we can try and break above this level
break
here.
Above that.
What price?
Yeah, that's 19,683. Around that price. So while we're underneath that, I don't really trust any longs, but the setup was there, 19,612. Fibonacci retest, 40-point move. Especially if you're scalping, there's your move. But I just don't like that last week's high. Don't like that.
Okay. Just looking for a break above 19,683 to confirm the bulls are in control. Hoag, any levels that we like, perhaps to take a long or short here in the ES? Again, Delta minus 10,000. We are just chopping around in range right now, Hoag.
Yeah, I'm kind of in space here below that last week's low level. There was nothing low on the 19th, and the NASDAQ was 19,529. 529. We haven't visited that yet. We're really kind of range bound. We've spent the last hour and a half, between the low of the session and last week's low, really, that 19,983 level. I agree. I mean, it bounced a couple of times off there, barreled right through it, and has been finding resistance there. So I could see taking a little bit of a potential short up against that level. But again, if it gets back above it as far as we've fallen today, it could be a little bit of a short covering rally above that level if we do manage to get there.
Okay.
Right now, I'm just looking at this as a, let's look at this on a 5-minute chart. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, it's just kind of balancing back and forth, using possibly that last week's high in the NASDAQ as potential resistance. We did put in a lower high here. We see if we can put in a higher high and go from there. I don't know. This is I have to stay patient because I could easily chop myself to ribbons kind of going back and forth here. So
Yes.
I'm looking for opportunities near the lows and opportunities up near that last week's high for potential shorts or thereabouts. We had that 19,662, which was a naked point of control from the day in question here. Okay, that's the 19th. We were looking at the low of the 19th, which we haven't gotten there. So that's been checked. It was also supportive at first. That pullback was right off of that naked point of control. What looked right at it, didn't touch it. We had a nice pop, but sellers just came back in and pushed us back down through to test that level, lower levels. Now it seems like this market is really just kind of digesting here. What do we have tomorrow? We have Chairman Powell speaking from the beautiful Teton Mountains, Jackson Hole, Wyoming. So
I was just there.
We may just hang here and wait for that.
Beautiful indeed.
I was just there. Miss Powell.
Forever. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. All right. We got a bit of selling coming in here. Not a whole lot. Francis, that price you're looking at, I think you said 612s, 19,612 in the NQ. If we pull back to there, would you be tempted to take along? Would you be interested in taking along at that price this time around?
No. Not now that we not now that we have, like you say, the last week high in that zone that we keep rejecting from. That's 674. I don't like the fact that we can't get above that level. That was your bounce. That was your bounce from the local fib. The 618 and the 75. That was your bounce at that 19,612. And the fact that we've not been able to push back above that wick, what Hoag was mentioning, this zone, again, that's just the range high. Are we just going to test these lows and grab some liquidity from these lows, or just continue lower? We have bounced at this. There is a daily and just front run a naked point of control from this piece of price action here. This is on the 5-minute chart. So this range from what we saying 15th of August to the 19th, this range, this choppy range here, we've got a naked point of control in the middle of there, just below. We haven't tapped it. In some charts you may have tapped it, but on my chart we haven't tapped that level. So we could come down here and maybe get some bullish divergences on the 5-minute if we reset. But it's tricky. It's tricky. You're still standing in front of a steam train on the way down. So, yeah. No, I won't be looking to re-long this now that we've already bounced from that level. No.
Tricky indeed. Tricky indeed, Francis. Speaking of tricky, take a look at the live Trader P&L update. Look at the board. There is some red out there. Rips hit the DLL. Nick for a tick hit DLL. Berto hit DLL. Rafa up 4,100. Pastor up 1,500. Omer DLL. Dylan up 5,500 bucks. So it's definitely been tricky today. So the name of the game is manage your risk. On a day like today, someone in the chat just said, congratulations on 115,000 subscribers. Thank you very much. If you'd be so kind, please click like. Please click subscribe one last time on the day. Jack, I don't know if you saw this, but Cristiano Ronaldo just launched his YouTube channel and got 20 million subscribers in the first day. 20
Can I say
million.
I
Wait,
did
what?
I did see
Yes.
this. He has the largest Instagram following or things
20
like that.
million subscribers
My
in 1 day.
understanding, Francis, I'm not a huge soccer fan. I understand that, or football, that he's really, really good, one of the best. I understand that Messi is better. His face is uncomfortable for me to look at, Ronaldo. It's too like it's
It's
like
too
a
serious.
Ken doll.
It's
Too
too
serious.
Cue on the
That
low.
hair and stuff like that.
Yep. Yes. 20
Too
million
serious. Way too
20 million
serious.
20 million subscribers in 1 day. So
To do what? What does people want to see him do?
I don't.
It's strange how many they're obsessed with him.
Right.
It's really
What does he
strange.
do that's interesting?
I don't know. He used to do loads of step overs.
Sit-ups.
20 years ago, he used to do loads of step overs.
Yes, he did.
And then
Francis.
Alex Ferguson said, "You need to stop the step overs and stop playing football properly." And then that was it.
Sir Alex.
He is the greatest goal scorer we've probably ever seen.
Ever.
Goals. But you're always going to have this argument with Messi. Messi is the complete ultimate footballer we've ever seen.
Can't argue.
But it's just sad for Ronaldo that Messi was around in the same era.
It was good for the fan, though. It was good for the fans.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And they probably the competition was obviously good for each other. I think they kept improving because they was at competition with each other. So
absolutely, they're pushing each other.
Just like we're pushing this ES lower.
Yes, we are. ES last trade 55.88 and about 4 points. 5 points off the
Francis,
lows.
we haven't taken out last week's high in the S&Ps yet. We've tested it twice.
yeah, put this lower. Let's have a look. That's on mine now. I don't know. On my chart, I have the last week's close around about 19.6, but this is on a trading view chart. I don't know what it is on a Topstep chart. What is it on the Topstep chart?
Well, last week's high in the S&P is 55.86 quarter.
Oh no, I thought you was on about the Nasdaq. I've not checked the.
Oh no, yeah, I was saying that the S&Ps
Yeah.
haven't taken out last week's high yet.
Well, if they come knocking on the door a second time here, that's right in the middle of my purple box from before, which I haven't moved.
Good to know. Keep selling here. Last trade.
Wow.
We're about 5 points off the lows in the NQ. I got some fun news here. Fresh off the press is Francis Green. You'll be joining Dee on the London Open starting next Tuesday morning, Francis. Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Tune in
First
for
appearance
that.
on there. I'm looking forward to that. So that'll be good.
Yes. Excellent. TopstepTV continues to grow. See where the sell-off starts, or let's see where it ends here. But we get some more follow through to the downside in ES and NQ. Dow not doing a whole heck of a lot. Take a look at the tilt. 50-50 NQ, 50-50 ES. 50-50 across the board for the most part. I do not have the ZN tilt up, Jack. Would you like me to take a peek just for bleeps and giggles here?
Oh, at the end. Well, let me tell you where the yields are right now. We got the 10-year yield is at
under 3.8.
3.86%. Yields have been rising a little bit today, but I'm looking for them to drift a little bit back into equilibrium before Powell. I think we have a lot of people. This is what's happening in stocks too, I think, is that people are kind of de-risking we have the event tomorrow. I look at the ES. I kind of, if it weren't for Powell, I'd be looking for it to get to 56.20 or where about that SPX 5600 strike price is, unless some new news comes out. But in the meantime, it's going to take a real pair on whoever decides that they're going to move the market a huge amount from here before the chairman has his word.
Any thoughts, Jack, from today's Fed speakers? I think we had Harkin. I think we had Collins. I'm probably missing a couple. Sounds like they were all on message today.
They're all on message. We know there's only one king, and he's in Jackson, and he is ready to tell us what happens next. Also, Mag 7 all down, obviously.
Okay.
NVIDIA 3.8%. The leader of the losers, Tesla, is down 4.5%. The best faring are Apple and Meta.
In a typical year, about 120 people attend the symposium. Central bankers, Federal Reserve System, academics, media, financial organizations, and government. 120 people. Did not know that.
It's cool
Sounds
invite.
like a wedding.
Yeah.
You want the fish or the chicken?
Dude, sometimes if you're bored, just go Zillow properties around Jackson Hole, and you want to see what like an $80 million place looks like. You can find them and look at pictures.
And from what I understand, they are done building, or is damn near impossible to build. Everything has been accounted for and spoken for in Jackson proper. So supply has been capped. All right, more selling here in the NQ.
Well, that's the thing, Andre. They're not making any more land.
Well, they are not.
Wait, I've been to Wyoming, though. There's plenty of land there. This is more of a Jackson thing. Like, where I go is about an hour and 40 minutes from there, and there's a lot of land over there if you want it. Super nice. Shout out to DuBois, Wyoming.
DuBois, not Dubois. DuBois.
Reckon you get your ass kicked for saying that.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's like Des Moines and Des Plaines. Yes, yeah, I know.
I reckon you'll get your ass kicked.
Goes to DuBois once, comes back saying reckon. Yep. Okay, take a look at Jack's 10-year trade. Last trade is 113.10, and Jack's long from 07.
Oh, yeah. I mean, like, I'm eventually going to take it off. It's not going to move much more today unless something crazy happens, but it's a living.
It's a living. All right, Francis.
Hoag, would you look to take a long at the ES last week level? We've not touched that yet.
Last week's high. That's what I was looking at. I mean, it's the only cheap thing that I can see. But I almost feel like I'd rather see it break through and go with it.
Go with it to the downside, Hoag?
Yeah. I mean, right now it's about a 7-point risk if we're going to do it. For a long.
Oh.
Minis.
Where would the risk be? Well, lows?
Below the low of the day, which is a weak low. It's kind of a poor low there. There's no excess down there.
What do you mean by that, Hoag? There's no excess down there.
Well, if you're looking at the profile, here's the low in the S&Ps. I period and J period are within a tick of each other. Some might call that a double bottom. But, sometimes it just means that the price hasn't gone far enough to really be rejected quickly. Sellers back off, buyers take over. You leave a buying tail here. There's no excess on the profile. And sometimes all that means is we couldn't go any further, but, it may take a day or two, but eventually we may take a look down there to see if there's any business to do before leaving some excess and moving to the upside. Already we're seeing we're kind of coming off, which is only expanding our risk. So we're not going to do anything here just yet.
Francis, what was last week's low in the ES again?
Last week's high.
Last week's high.
Yeah.
55.86
I've got
quarter.
55.80. What have you got, Hoag?
86 quarter.
Yeah, I got
You've got 86. Maybe mine's slightly off. So I trust Hoag's more than mine. So
last week high.
I kind of like that just from the standpoint. I can't imagine just ahead of Powell it taking another huge leg down. Anything can happen, but if it's cheap, gonna take some real chutzpah to push this lower.
Well, we made our money on the long side today.
Right?
I think that took some chutzpah.
Chutzpah, yes.
This could be epic.
All right, NQ trying to take a peek lower here. Now we're in the
Where's
70s.
Cryptid zombie.
Man, what did he say? What did Cryptid Zombie say?
Nothing that bad. Nothing that we don't get 100 times a day. But it was just for some reason I was just in a sort. I had just dropped off my son at daycare and came back. And he's like, "You guys are the worst traders ever," right? As Hoag put that trade on, and I don't know, decided Cabo, Francis. I wasn't even on air too. I was defending your honor.
Love it. We're a team around here. Mess with one, mess with all of us.
That's right. You mess with me, you mess with the whole family.
Whole family. New lows in the NQ, 19,568.
Hey, Coach Vince had a nice little trade. Covered his 56.75 shorts at 55.90.
Yeah, we're getting a lot of y'all sucks. Thank you. Yes,
I love that.
Thank you.
Yes, we do.
Y'all suck.
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Francis, how did you deal with hecklers in the stands in a match? How'd you deal with them?
Oh, you just ignore them. I ignore anybody who's not got anything nice to say. It's
really,
it's just
even in the heat, even the heat of a match, the ref just gave you a terrible call. You got a yellow card that was unwarranted. The ref. Let the ref. Yes.
No, the ref's different. I used to have wars with the ref. That's different. Yeah, the refs can be annoying, but fans, in the UK, like I say, the football fans, they're classed as, even though they're not, but they're classed as like the hooligans. So you get a lot of middle-aged men who are frustrated through the week, and they come and abuse you at the weekend. And they just,
I can relate.
They just shout things at you, all kinds. So
I can only imagine.
You just smile and just smile.
Deeyana, Francis definitely
like
has
in
the
the
right
chat,
idea there.
some people let.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
What I
In the
do,
chat, some
Francis,
people let
is
we keep going back and forth. Sorry, Jack.
There's a slight delay there. I think you have the right way to do this. What I've settled on is 99.99% of the people I ignore, let them do their thing, and then I cyberbully one of them just as a message.
Just the one. Yep.
Just one, and I'll do it for weeks.
And they love it. They love it. Yes, they really do. I guarantee you, they're smiling on the other end of their machine. All right, let's see.
YouTube's funny though. Yeah, you can have hundreds of great comments, and then there's that one comment that you really want to, meet them down a dark alley and sort them out, but you can't
sort them. Love it.
That's YouTube.
Pushing lower here. All right, keep an eye on this NQ here.
Dark alleys.
Keep an eye on the NQ here, fellas. Keep pushing lower. New lows, 19,558. Yes, hasn't caught up just yet.
Looking at the lows in the S&Ps. Looking at the lows. Yeah. I bought them last time down there. Yeah, that's the ticket.
Yep.
That's the ticket. No, I'm just kidding. I didn't buy them last time down there.
They're asking for a delta. Asking for a delta update, Hoag. As of 24 minutes ago, still minus 10K ES, minus 7,200 in the NQ.
Minus 10K ES, minus 8,500 NASDAQ.
There you go. That makes sense.
You can make new lows in the NASDAQ, so.
Thank you, Vince. Down 2% on the NQ takes us to 19,511 quarter. Good stuff.
I'm going to step away for 1 second. Just the thermostat.
A little hot in her.
Tomorrow, 9 o'clock, we got Paul speaking.
Paul, 9 a.m.?
Nice and early, yeah.
Okay. 7 a.m. out there.
Yeah, he's got a. He's going trout fishing at dawn.
Nice.
Then
some trout.
Shore lunch at 8, and then
Shore
he'll
lunch,
get dressed
yeah.
and do his thing at 9.
In his waders.
Better.
Shows up in his
And he's
waders.
doing a little hiking later on.
He'll have a
Me
fish tie on tomorrow. Remember those, John? The fish ties on the trading floor.
A lot of folks had that on the floor.
Yes, we had to wear ties.
Buyers did step in here. Man, 20-point bounce there in the NQ. If you did nail the bottom there, the lows.
See, that's what I was hoping in the S&P is to take a look down below, put in a new low, reject, get back above last week's high, and then look to the upside. But we don't get to choose.
We need to talk in Eastern Standard Time like normal people.
Futures are in Central Time. Stocks
More
are in
importantly,
Eastern Time.
We're in Central Time, so my brain does not fire fast enough to say a time different than where I am.
Please talk Pacific Time. Poor Francis. Francis is on. He's constantly doing the conversion.
Yeah, I've been up for 14 hours. I've been up.
Wow, trooper.
No nap.
Thank you again.
No time for napping, Hoag. I don't have that luxury yet. So,
Oh, goodness. All right, we're going to take a 15-minute
Wife
timeout so he can take a 15-minute
children.
nap.
Little cat nap. All right, got about 20 minutes left in the session. About 10 minutes from now, we'll get the MOC announcement from my man Eddie. We got some hashtag Power Hour goods coming for you here shortly as well.
You'll
How is
notice they have my screen up right now. I am trying to take off. I'm running out of daylight on this trade. I may put it on tonight or tomorrow or something like that. But the speed at which bonds trade, you'll notice that I'm just sitting. Oh, it was filled. We're out. Okay. Up 218 on the day, and I think I'm done.
Nice, Jack.
Nice day. How is it the time goes so fast during Power Hour? Even if there's not a lot going on, it seems like time just flies.
It's the fastest hour in television, Hoag.
We're with Francis.
We are with
That's
Francis.
That's it. Time
Here's
flies when we're having fun.
Well, speaking of fun, just for fun, little poll in the chat. Just for fun, do you use the word soccer or football? Oh, wow. I thought it was going to be the other way around. Francis just chuckles to
I think
himself.
soccer will win. Yeah.
Did it? Am I misunderstanding? Didn't England come up with the phrase term soccer? Is that wrong? Or is that just something Americans made up?
It's probably what Americans made up. Yeah.
Fair enough.
I actually prefer the word soccer. So
why is that?
I don't know. It just sounds more stylish. I don't know.
Very good. Were you an Adidas? Were you an Adidas, Puma, Nike for your boots? What'd you wear?
Nike. You say Nike, so Nike. Yeah.
You call it Nike?
It's Nike in England. It's Nike. Yeah.
Is it really? Mercurials?
So
what'd you have? Mercurials. What did you have on your feet?
Mercurials,
The
yeah.
Yeah.
Mercurials, yeah. Loved Mercurials. Nike Mercurials. Yeah, we say Nike, but
Nike.
It's like
interesting.
Adidas. You say Adidas?
Yes. Adidas.
Or do you say Adidas?
Adidas.
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 You say Adidas.
Say, give me 2 Adidas.
Well,
You know
Michael
what
Beggs
Adidas
in
stands for.
chat. He says the word soccer was first invented in England to distinguish between rugby football and association football.
That's what I'd heard.
Michael
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I would
cool.
always yield to the professional footballer, of course. Who am I?
We invented it and never used it. How strange.
Well,
it's
coming home,
It's
Francis.
all day I dream about soccer.
Yeah, right. Close, Johnny.
That's not what it is?
Yeah.
It's the name of it's like the name of the founder or something.
Right. It's one thing I don't know why we call American football football. I mean, how many times does that actually?
Yeah, why is
used?
that?
Just field goals, punts.
Who knows?
Try playing football without feet. I dare you.
Wow, Jack. Oh my God, Jack.
I was like, you don't use your feet to play football? What are we talking about?
Brilliant.
Oh my
Jack.
God. Then you call basketball football, you call baseball football. My man.
They're all football.
They're all football, yes, indeed. All right. Well, we're just playing a little bit of grab ass around here, waiting for the markets to move. My man James tells me we are ready for hashtag Power Hour. So, James, what do we got?
We got some good stuff today, and we got something we want to show from yesterday we didn't have time for. First up, Jack sent me this, and it's just a little, if you ever hear them say the green room, and you always want to wonder what that is, feast your eyes on this.
Yeah, this is what we look at all day.
I am not there. Nope.
That's how it usually looks for me. Andre not there.
Oh, come on, James. Wow. Man.
You're looking at the culprit for Power 50. But for Power Hour stuff, we got a little sneak peek for some next month programming. King James, best news I've ever gotten on vacation. Looking forward to being on TopstepTV in September. And I will say, when I first saw this, the opening line is, my name is Nick. I'm a producer on TopstepTV. And I thought, James, you're getting catfish. Nobody named Nick is a producer here. And then I remembered Dolby's first name is Nick. I was like, ain't nobody named Nick here, dude. I was like, don't answer that email. But yes, Nick Dolby does in fact work here. From Ronald H, Power Hour, early day on a new 50K ES combine. That's good work for day one.
Good job.
Hell of a win rate.
1477. We got a good top pup.
There
touching some grass with this goofy dog before Power Hour on Topstep TV. Thank you, Trio Trader. And then to make up from yesterday, here's our Carl Hungus meme of the day. Kind of goes what we were talking about with the
What's more insufferable? Great question.
Oh my goodness.
Is MP watching?
Yeah.
I can
always watching, Jack.
Always.
You gotta say his name 3 times. But thank you for your Power Hour submissions. We'll see you tomorrow in Fast Markets.
Thank you. All right, got 15 minutes left in the session. Just did see some new lows put in. The NQ low 19,554. Instant 20-point bounce off of that.
ES did not get there.
ES did not get there.
Still holding. Still holding last week's high. Running out
We
of
have
time.
these
here,
wick
though.
lows. 5 to 8 on the NQ. We have these wicks that we could grab. Could grab a quick scalp. We grab the liquidity below. They're selling liquidity, but 5-8, 5-8, 5-4.
28 all the way down there, really. Wow.
Yeah, there's some wicks at 529, 524 to 529. But we're near. We're not far away on the NQ, really, if you think about it.
I forget we're talking about the NASDAQ.
Yeah, that could easily just be one candle.
So Jag is
Everything's
flat.
close for the NASDAQ.
France is flat. House account flat. Okay, cool.
There's very little that could induce me to take a trade right now.
Yes,
I'm feeling the
makes
same
sense.
way. I'm trying to, and I can't.
Yeah.
Yeah. I desperately want to try and get in a trade. But
I know. Man, we got about 13 minutes left in the session. We don't need to force anything. And we got a big day tomorrow. Eddie Powell taking the mic. 10 a.m. Eastern time. 10 a.m. Eastern time. Was that 4 a.m.? No, 10 be 4 p.m. London time.
London, right? 6 hour difference.
I believe so.
And 8 a.m. Mountain Time, where he's speaking.
There we go.
There we go.
It's 8 a.m., not 7 a.m.? Okay, it's mountain time. Thank you.
On time.
Yeah, they're just 1 hour back.
7 o'clock in LA there.
Oh, man.
Gucci.
In Nova Scotia, it's 11 a.m.
And in Philadelphia, it's $50. Name the movie.
Jack's got it.
I don't
Jack's
know.
got it.
I don't know that one.
He's talking trading places when he tries to hawk. He tries to hawk his watch.
Oh, yes, I remember now.
Patient trader got it.
You know who that was? At the pawnbroker? It was Bo Diddley.
Oh, don't know diddly. Oh, don't know diddly.
Guys, do you guys don't know who Bo Diddley is? God, I'm really
Familiar with
dating
the
myself lately.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Great. Buyers did step back in there.
There you go. Rupert knew it.
Nice. All right. I got Eddie watching for the MOC. Again, it's going to come out with the ES first, then the NQ, then the YM.
Yes.
Okay. So we got what? A minute and 10 seconds until MOC.
Mm-hmm. What was it yesterday? Just for reference.
Yeah, 2 billion.
Yeah, 2 billion plus 2 billion ES plus 840 mil NQ plus 650 mil YM. That was we were down pretty big yesterday, correct?
Yeah.
And last trade in the ES 55.93 hook. It's below 5,600. Seems like 5,600 does have a magnet to it. See if we can get back to there.
John, you closed your trade out yesterday, like right on the close, right? Right at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, right at 3 o'clock. Yeah.
For a profit. Love that.
Yeah, 700 or 800.
NQ's pushing.
Yep. Yeah. Above 600. 19,602 last trade.
10
so
seconds.
3,604s. No, Eddie.
Risky long. Little retest.
9 seconds. I'm just kidding. Here we go.
Ooh,
all right, S&P. We are 484 million sell side. NASDAQ, 518 million sell side. Dow, 100 million buy side. And the Mag 7, 242 million sell side.
All over the place.
Have it. Dow is in the buy side here. Not by much.
That will change. Eddie keeps us updated on that. But we got 9 minutes, 30 seconds left in the session. And sellers did step in beneath the 19,600 level. Let's trade 585.
No.
Nothing in the tilt. Might be just a pretty chill power hour. To be expected, like Jack was saying. We got Powell coming out tomorrow.
This looks like walking into a buzzsaw. No direction, just back and forth. Jack, I'm with you. There isn't much that's going to make me take a trade.
No, if it comes back to where like that week high level from last week again, okay, it's not going to twice. Does it go? Is it good support? Is it going to go through? I don't know. Powell's speaking tomorrow. There's 9 minutes left in the day.
We'll see. Yep. Robert says in the chat, everyone waiting for tomorrow. All right, here comes some sellers. Yes.
You're going to take out this weak low. Or not.
Well, MLC is holding steady here. Really, no big change yet.
There's 200 lots, 225 at 587 in the ES.
Yep.
A lot of bids stacked up against the low of the day.
Makes sense.
Many of them are spread bros, though.
I was just wondering
they're
who
gone.
it's the same ones.
Bookends.
And hide the day in the NQ again. 20,000, 25. You're off about 450 points from there. So just when you think the summer trade is in full effect, nope. Got about what? 1 more week, 1.5 more weeks of the quote unquote summer trade. So much for that. It's been one hell of a summer.
And it's looking like it's going to be one heck of a fall.
Oh yeah. Love to
Here we
see
go.
it.
Just took out that week low.
There we go.
Here we
See
go.
if there's anything that happens down here.
He fell through.
Seems like people are looking.
No.
A bit of a volume spike there in this 5-minute candle.
Someone just Leroy Jenkins it.
Is that what that was?
Yeah, now they're trying to see if they're going to follow. Like, usually you see it, like, hit it, and then hit it again, hit it again.
Yeah.
No one's followed yet.
It's risky. Would shorten this low?
Shorten the hole.
Yep, right.
Yep.
Right ahead of the Jackson hole. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, and NQ. Dow not doing anything. Oh, that's not the Dow. That is the ZN. Get the Dow chart back up, Andre. Yep, Dow selling off a little bit as well.
Well, we've got NASDAQ picking up some sell at 1 billion.
Oh, shoot.
13 million. Sell side in the NASDAQ. 423 million sell side Mag 7. 772 million sell side S&P.
Cool. Probably what that sell candle came from. All right, we've got 5 minutes left here in the session. This is Power Hour on TopstepTV. Again, we got a lot more fireworks coming for you tomorrow. Sure, tune in. We got the reversal challenge again as well on Friday Power Hour. Make sure you stay tuned for that. Powell speaking 9 a.m. Central Time. From the buyers.
As I say, the sellers just got pants there.
They sure did. They got faced, man. That was brutal.
And that's what I was looking
very
for.
aggressive, and then just nothing happened.
Nothing. Yep.
That's what I was looking for, but it's so late. I'm not taking it.
Yeah.
It didn't look like a lot of people were watching at that time. When we put in that new low, it was like, all right, who cares?
Yeah.
Now, it could change. I mean, it could continue to move to the downside, but it's low risk now.
Dow has moved into the sell side, 146 million.
Yeah, we're done.
So I was going to give it one more shot.
We're done.
Yeah, with those MOCs, unless it's many, or at least many $1 billion, usually isn't much. Nvidia is worth over $3 trillion. Okay, we're going lower. Test the lows.
Lower. Here we go. It's very methodical, technical sell-off, if you will. Well, Francis, thank you very much for joining us on this Power Hour again. The people love you. We're looking forward to seeing you on the London Open with D next Tuesday. We'll make sure to tune in for that. Oh, it's going to be awesome. We'll keep an eye on the shipping strike in Canada. Assume that's going to be a news item for the foreseeable future. Keep an eye on. The longer that goes, The more of a strain it's going to put on supply chain.
Well, we still got our truckers. So we still see some of that. Not much, but
I still wish we had slung a bunch of lumber futures with MP out. All right, new lows, yes.
New lows. Yep, here we go. New lows. Yep. 2 minutes left here. Keep pushing. It's just slow. Like for a tick. Jerome is our only hope. Yeah. Not seeing any paper upside or downside. Nope, nothing. Everyone's just stumbling through the finish line today. That's okay. Yeah. Oh, I'm a trucker. Keep on trucking. I know that. 79% long in the YM. Holding out hope for a late 90-second pop. See a bit of it here in the ES. Here we go. Robert Husak made good money today on ES short. Oh, I bet you did. What was the play? His Royal Trades. Thank you, Topstep. Have a good night, y'all. You too, his Royal Trades. We'll see you tomorrow.
They didn't make it easy today, though.
They sure
Even if
did,
you were
man.
short, like with the run up last night into the morning.
Hang on anything. Yeah, I know the run up this morning.
That big middle finger around noon.
Took a peek above 20,000s in the NQ, and seller said not so fast. We took a couple stabs at going over 20,000. 1, 2, 3 tries above 20,000 in the open, and sellers won the battle. 30 seconds left here on Power Hour on TopstepTV. My man Eddie's going to take us out of here. Yes, Francis.
Follow me to the exit.
Francis, thank you so much. Always a pleasure to have you on.
Yeah, you're the man, Francis.
Nah, so always a pleasure. Good. Sorry that we couldn't get no trades, but that's how it is.
That's how it is. We displayed some discipline. 10 seconds. Watch the. Here we go. We got some liquidity showing up in the ES ladder. I love watching the ES ladder because that's where all the volume comes.
Pantsing. Wait, they're coming back.
Oh, I got 1,000.
There it is.
Wow.
There it
And that's the bell. We did it, guys. We did it. Thank you, everyone. Shout out to all the bell to bellers. Francis, Hoag, Jack. You guys rule. Everyone behind the scenes. You guys are the best. Go to my man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here.
Eddie. Thank you, Andre. Well, you know what? Tomorrow is the big time. But before we have Uncle Jerry at 9:00 Central Time, we do have some 7:30 numbers. Remember, these are all Central Times. We got building permits. So heads up here, building permits month over month and building permits for July. Also, we do have, scrolling down here, as I mentioned, 9:00. We have Fed Chair Powell will be speaking. We also do have new home sales at that time. Oh, nice. We'll see what that does. Also, scrolling down here, we do have the Baker Hughes rate count every Friday. So don't forget about that. Taking a look at who we have on our all-star menu. And well, it is going to be Friday, so we are going to have lots of informative traders, of course, informative educators to sort of lead us out of this week. This has been a really funky week, and I believe it's probably because of Jackson Hole. So Friday the 16th, join us here at about 8:00 Central Time. For Hoag and myself, we'll fire up the machine, get the party started. Fast Markets, Andre Hoag, Coach Jay, Coach Dakota. It's going to be a good one. And we will be having them during the Jerome talk. So maybe these markets might give us some real good opportunity. Maybe they might not. Power players, Jack, Andre, and JD. We got Shoulder Tap with Jack and Mick. Group coaching, JD Hoag. And we've got the Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie, JD, and Hoag, and Andre. Jack, Coach Dakota, and Hoag for Power Hour. Don't forget, coming up in a little bit here at the buzzer with Coach Jay. It's 3:15 right here on our YouTube channel. So let's just remember, it is that time. All right, end of the day. And before you go, I want you to remember that we do have not only the New York Open, we've got the Asian and London Opens also. Don't forget about Coach Dakota tonight, 7:30. You know what? Yeah, today it would be his last day for slow markets. And Deeyana, Monday through Thursday, for the London Open. So she won't be doing it, but she's off for the rest of the week. And want to make sure that you do realize that. So anyway, let's get some rest. Let's get some re-energizing, staying safe, stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Top Step. You thought I froze there, didn't you? TV. Take care.